Section 1 of A Short History of France, from Caesar's Invasion to the Battle of Waterloo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. A Short History of France, from Caesar's Invasion to the Battle of Waterloo by Mary Duclos. Part 1. The Italian Tradition. Chapter 1. The Romans in Gaul. En toute chose, considérez les origines. Ernest Renan. Look to the roots of a thing. 2,000 years ago, the name of France was Gaul. When Julius Caesar invaded the country some 50 years before the birth of Christ, he found it divided into 3 principal parts. There was Aquitaine, the land of springs and waters, extending in the southwest from the ocean to the Garonne, already a land of pleasant life, rich in commerce and refinement. There was Celtic Gaul, the west, which reached from the Atlantic to the Marne and the Seine. And there was Belgian Gaul, as Caesar calls it, that northeastern space between the Seine and the Rhine, an expanse which roughly corresponds to the provinces devastated by the Great War: Metz, Toul, Verdun, Soissons, Châlons, Saint-Quentin, Arras, Tournai, Cambrai, Noyon, Beauvais, Amiens, and Boulogne were even then the towns of Belgian Gaul. And the inhabitants of these districts, said the Roman general, are braver than any others, because not corrupted by the culture and humanities of the Roman province, that is to say Provence, already completely Latinized, nor made effeminate by the passage of our merchants. If Caesar could revisit France today, he would find these essential differences still existent. The man from the Garonne, eloquent, able, versatile, fond of his ease, seems made by nature for a lawyer or a merchant. His neighbour from Celtic Gaul, the Breton sailor or the farmer from Anjou, is gentle, obstinate, and dreamy, careless of comfort or success, ever dependent on something beyond the facts of life, religion, poetry, politics, or drink. But these sons of Martha and these sons of Mary have more in common than either has with the man from the north-east, the keen, calculating, sparing Picard or Lorrainer, admirable in any battlefield, not only on account of his fierce courage, but because of his capacity for discipline, still as of old, horum omnium fortissimus. Coming from Italy to conquer first Gaul and then the German tribes, Caesar was struck by the difference in the worlds that reach from the 2 banks of the Rhine, and suddenly struck out an idea which since then has made much stir in the world, that the Rhine was the natural frontier of Gaul. On the left bank were studded villages with their fields and gardens, for the Celts were builders and agriculturists. Industry and prosperity reigned in their settlements. Great were their ingenuity and order, and they would have been richer and more admirable still, but for their extraordinary taste for civil conflict, for wars and rumours of wars, for party strife and turbulent agitation. The Gauls were ever lovers of a new thing. Omnes fere Gallos novis rebus studere. Any change was welcome, and especially a change in the direction of stir and strife. In Gaul, writes Caesar, not only every town, but every village and countryside is divided into opposite factions, and indeed almost every family is thus split up into 2 camps, each with a chief who protects his partisans. And he says that this excess of party feeling is doubtless due to the independent spirit of the Gallic race, consumed by a passion for equality, constantly alarmed lest they suffer the oppression of the great, for none of them will bear any sort of tyranny or management, and they think their factions will protect them against the despotism of the upper class. Anyhow, the custom obtains throughout the whole of Gaul, and you will find no city that is not split in twain. And yet this people, always taking sides, was bound in a social order of singular coherence and dignity. These independent, touchy folk, these often insolent Gauls, possessed great qualities of reverence and firmness. They loved their traditions. Their turbulent democracy respected two classes of men, their church and their army, their druids and their knights. But the druids were something more than a church. Magistrates as much as priests, men of science according to the capacity of their time. Their seminaries were the equivalent of our universities. The movement of the stars, the immensity of the universe, the nature of things, the power and force of the immortal gods, form the subject of their debates and of the theories which they transmit to the young. These men of Gaul, so reasonable already with their taste and instinct for philosophy, these ancestors of Pascal, Descartes, Malebranche, Voltaire, were none the less, in the eyes of the practical Italian, extraordinarily superstitious. Too much addicted to religion, he says. Natio est omnium Gallo-Rum ad modum dedita religionibus. And the geographer Pomponius Mela also remarks that they were gentes superbae superstitiosae. It is indeed a constant trait of the race. The limits that divide the impossible from the merely unprecedented barely exist for the French. Miracles, wonders, marvels are to them merely an extension of nature. I think that is the reason the French are so great in physical science. Caesar already noted their extraordinary inventiveness, their adroitness in experiment, but this, of course, is but the body of science. The soul of it lies in that imagination which constantly extends the limits of the possible. The same Pascal, who accepts the miracle of the holy thorn, invents the barometer and discovers the laws of hydrostatics. Curie, the finder of radioactivity, was deeply interested in the medium Usapia Palladino. Pasteur was an orthodox Catholic. A strong vein of religiosity may complicate the mind of the physicist without impairing its lucidity. Even today, Caesar might remark the haunting frequency of immaterial influences, the sense of forces just behind the veil, the religious scruple and confidence and deprecation, which still distinguish so many of the children of the Druids, exciting, since there are always two parties in Gaul, a corresponding energy of materialism in the other half of the nation. All this was changed when Caesar crossed the Rhine. The Germans seemed to him to have no religion at all, no gods, no cultus, no ritual or tradition. They believed only in such things as they could see or feel, natural objects, the sun, the moon, or thunder. They had no priests. The Druids had no counterpart on the further side of the Rhine. In Gaul, Caesar had found a form of worship comprehensible to him, not unlike the other state religions of the time, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, or their equivalents. The Germans were different. These two peoples, sprung apparently from the same soil, were hopelessly divided so soon as they raised their eyes to heaven. In the eyes of the Germans, the king was the sole high priest, and after nature, war the only god. Among their many altars, the Gauls raised one to Teuta, the people, the city, as we should say, the state. The Germans had no thought of such a collectivity, but they would die for their leader. War was their real idol. The Germans were rovers, roaming from place to place with no abiding city. They had no fields, no gardens of their own. It was even forbidden to hedge round and till a private plot, lest the magic of possession dull a man's zest for war. Great were their virtues. They were patient, sparing, chaste, and long-enduring, but thieves to a man. They held it no crime to plunder a neighbouring tribe, and they were arrogant, with a rougher, ruder arrogance than the charming impertinence of Gaul. They could bear no equal within a day's journey of them. The lands beyond their forest fastnesses were a wilderness of desolation. for the Germans held it an honour that no man should endure their vicinity. They loved to reign supreme, and the emptiness and solitude of a ravaged desert seemed to them fairer than all the gardens and orchards of the Gauls. End of section 1. Section 2 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 1, Chapter 2, The Gallo-Romans, Bordeaux. When the Romans burst in their order and their splendour into Gaul, they found before them a people not savage indeed, but individualized to the verge of incoherence. The Gauls were brave, soldiers to a man, and at every age, as Ammianus puts it, but they were undisciplined and disunited. The Romans were at least as brave, very hard, dour, and persevering fighters, and they were admirably organized. Therefore, in the space of 8 years, Julius Caesar conquered Gaul, and on their new possessions the Romans imposed the system of their culture so profoundly that today the French remain a Latin nation as conspicuously as they are a Celto-Frankish race. The Roman system of conquest differed from that of most of the peoples of antiquity. It ennobled rather than humiliated. Rome imposed her rule on the vanquished. She neither enslaved nor exterminated. Her armies overwhelmed a country like a fertilizing tide, and then retired to Rome, leaving behind them her social organization, her municipal system, her culture, and her language. In exchange, she accorded to the towns included in her empire the rights of Roman citizenship. The Gallo-Roman cities sent delegates to the metropolis, who voted there on questions of war and state and empire on the same terms as other Roman citizens, while in Gaul each town preserved a certain measure of home rule, choosing its own religious worship, ordaining its priests and regulating its ceremonies, electing its civic magistrates, administering its own estates and revenues, and deciding all questions of purely local interest. If in any respect the towns outran their due limits, Rome proceeded with vigour, as against the Christians of Lyons in AD 177. But her system was to prefer an occasional persecution in punishment of an excess to any sequence of preventive measures. After some ineffectual revolts and revolutions, the Gauls yielded to the prestige of the universal city. With every generation they admired her more wholeheartedly, and by the 4th century most of them could say with Ausonius, Romam colo, Rome is my religion. And indeed Rome had done much for Gaul. From Trèves in the north to Bordeaux in the south, and the magnificent villas of the Mediterranean Sea, her rough military towns, her homely farms and fields, had been changed into marvellous gardens, into cities with aqueducts and amphitheatres and temples no less splendid or lovely than those of Rome herself. And all this with no rude displacing of beloved landmarks. Take, for example, Autun, the Druids' town. Romans made of it a great centre of their civilization. The school of rhetoric of Autun was reckoned to furnish the most brilliant orators of the empire. Its monuments were beautiful. But the old faith was not ousted or treated with contempt. The grandfather of the poet Ausonius was a Druid, and in the middle of the 4th century discoursed of the secrets of the stars, and delivered justice according to the ancient Celtic rites. Walking in the streets of Autun, the good man might encounter the augurs of Mercury, or some deacon from the Christian church established in the town since the first decades of the Christian era. They were all citizens of the empire and equals. It is difficult for us to form an idea of life in the Roman Empire, such an immense federation of peoples associated in an enchantment of material prosperity. peace and power spread out such mighty wings that the races of the earth were harboured under them, and the national idea seemed abolished. The Greeks of Marseilles, the large Syrian colonies of Lyons, the great industrial city on the Rhone, were as much at home in Gaul as the Romans or the Celts themselves. The conquered nations felt no barrier between them in supremacy. Were not the emperors Vespasian and Titus of Gaulish origin? If, for example, we glance for an instant at the genealogy of that Druid of Autun, we perceive how rapid was the ascension of a man of talent, and how far-reaching the attraction of Rome. Caecilius Arbor himself had been an unsuccessful person. A noble Druid, compromised in the revolt of Victorinus, he fled from Autun to Aquitaine in the concluding years of the 3rd century, and in his new home at Bordeaux found his Celtic lore and Druid philosophy of such scant account that in order to earn his children's bread he was obliged to practise more remunerative accomplishments, such as fortune-telling and astrology. It is probable that Caecilius Arbor was never quite at home in that splendid Gallo-Roman Bordeaux, nor did he express himself easily in Latin, but used in his home circle some Celtic dialect, and considered Greek the natural language of philosophy. His son, however, Aemilius Magnus Arbor, professor of rhetoric at the University of Bordeaux, was the glory of the bar of Toulouse, and one of the great Latin orators of his time. The men of Gaul were famous for their eloquence. The echo of Aemilius Arbor's gift spread through the empire, till at Constantinople the emperor heard of him, and sent for the Gaulish barrister to educate his son. Meanwhile, Aemilius' sister had married a young doctor of Bordeaux, one Julius Ausonius, a specialist in rheumatic diseases. Their son, Decimus Magnus Ausonius, was the Latin poet, dear to all who have a secret attachment to minor verse. But for the case in point, it is more important that Ausonius, the Druid's grandson, should have been the governor of the Emperor Gratian, a count of the empire, first consul of the year 379, prefect of Africa, prefect of Italy, and prefect of the Gauls. Thanks to Ausonius, who, born in 309, lived till the closing years of the 4th century, thanks to the excellent descriptive poet and letter writer, we can form a living idea of what Gaul looked like under the emperors Constantine, Valentinian, and Gratian. Even more than other ages, that age was a period of transition. The Roman Empire reigned supreme on the solid Roman roads that ran from Bordeaux, for example, to Paris, to Treves, to Spain, to Rome, and with a marine interval to Jerusalem. The carriages and horses of Gaul were far renowned. There was a mail post, in fact. The service of the road was far better than it was in the Middle Ages, and much as it existed at the date of the invention of railroads. For the men of the Roman Empire were no stay-at-homes. They were continually upon their beautiful roads, soldiers, officials, or travellers. As you approached the towns, there too the magnificence of Rome was apparent in its state. Villas, whose vast constructions, faced by flowery porticos and peristyles, crowned terraced gardens, where fountains played and statues gleamed among the greenery. There were noble monuments, baths, theatres, temples. Among the farming villages there stood some modest Christian church. The grandson of Ausonius, Paulinus of Pella, gives us an excellent idea of a country house in Gaul at the end of the 4th century. "All that I asked in my youth," says he, "was a comfortable mediocrity. For instance, a commodious villa with a double set of apartments disposed to the south for use in winter, and open to the north for summer time. A well-furnished table, many slaves, and in the flower of their youth. Furniture of all sorts in great profusion, silver plate more precious for its workmanship than for its weight, among the staff of servants, artists of several sorts, quick to execute my fancies and devices. Good stables full of horses and carriages of various sorts for driving. Paulinus says nothing of his library, but we know that Ausonius, his grandfather, was rich both in books and in instruments of music. But as the traveller neared the towns of Gaul, all this antique state and space and splendour shrank and changed. The cities of the reign of Constantine were the narrow, stifling cities of the early Middle Ages, for already the barbarians had begun their inroads. The beautiful open cities of antiquity spread largely on the plain, with spacious streets interspersed with gardens, with colossal temples, baths, porticos, amphitheatres, were things of yesterday. Many of these monuments still existed, since some of these remain today, but outside the city walls, scattered among the vineyards. And the towns themselves had shrunken into fortresses, with large encircling walls garnished with towers. The towers of Bordeaux, said Ausonius, pierced the clouds. The port was rich and busy, doing already a large trade in wine with England. The university was no less brilliant than it is today. Ausonius has left an agreeable gallery of portraits of the professors. But Bordeaux is no longer pleasant as a residential place. It had sadly fallen off from the antique enchantment, the exquisite urbanity of the grandeur that was Rome. The Roman Gaul of Constantine and Valentinian and their successors, with the barbarian at the gates, was already full of the promise of the Middle Ages. The attempt of Julian to bring back the ancient gods had failed, though the landed nobility still clung to his device. They cling to it today with a difference, and rally to the cry, Ta patria ethe, tus patrius nomus, tan patrian theon. They indeed were full of fidelity and faith to the traditions, the laws, and the religion of their forefathers. They were soldiers, believers, but on all sides the Christian ideas were acting as a ferment, transforming society. Now, in the eyes of the Gallo-Roman nobles, no Christian could be a patriot, for the soul of patriotism was to these men of yesterday the great cultus of Rome and of Augustus, which seemed to them the very cement that built and welded Gallic unity. Yet with the barbarian at the gates, the Christians preached pacifism, non-resistance. They were indeed a peril in the state more dangerous than men of violence. At least the ultra-Christians, the party of the saints, those who, like Paulinus of Nola, besought their friends to desert in face of the enemy and to give themselves up to the salvation of their souls. There were many such, men who would not wear a sword or an arrow cut on the onyx of their ring, men who said, "We cannot serve two masters," and who left the army as a necessary consequence of their baptism, men of whom, seeing the danger of the empire, we instinctively disapprove, until we remember that since then they have all been canonized, that they are called Paulinus of Pella, Paulinus of Nola, Sulpicius Severus, St. Martin of Tours, Tertullian, St. Ambrose, St. Augustine. All of them stand now in the ranks of the orthodox. With them, and not with the Roman centurions and senators, lay the future of Europe. The insidious dissolving element of saintly enthusiasm was doubtless one cause of the final undoing of the Roman Empire, which seemed as indestructible as its own monuments, yet crumbled at a shock. Another cause has already been indicated at the opening of this chapter. It was the complete divorce between local and imperial affairs. Political life and municipal life had nothing to do with each other. Although the cities of the provinces were extraordinarily free and prosperous, they had no voice in the administration of the empire. Rome alone governed Rome. Rome sucked from all her subject countries and drew to her own centre the men of brain and will and energy who could serve her aims, absorbed them, estranged them from their origins. But the mass left behind in the great provincial towns, though it flourished happily and busily for its humbler ends and objects, was, from the point of view of the Empire, non-existent. Rome had but one head, and when that front was struck, insensibility and inertia spread throughout the vast body of the Empire. Or, to change our metaphor, these towns so solidly constituted, so separate, these rich municipalities are like round, strong beads strung on a slender thread. The fibre snaps, and the beads, in no wise destroyed, roll hither and thither, but form no longer a necklace. In the gradual disaggregation of the Roman Empire, a quantity of little centres usurp the place of Rome: Milan, Sirmium, Trèves, Arles, Paris, Vienne, Lyons. But they are local centres. They have no imperial sense. Little by little, the one real vital force that was left takes on more and more importance. The bishop becomes the natural chief of the inhabitants and more than their mayor. His election is the great affair of the city. What still is left intact of the great Roman order is rescued and preserved by the clergy. Between the municipal system of the Romans and the municipal system of the medieval communes, the church in the city guards and maintains a great tradition. End of section 2. Section 3 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 1, Chapter 3, The Church in Gaul, Lyon. In the first century of our era, Christianity had penetrated Gaul, but it was about 150 years after the birth of Christ that the new religion suddenly awoke and spread, with a rare force of enthusiasm, among the poor industrial populations of the two great cities of the Rhone, Lyons and Vienne. A large Oriental colony was established in these places: Jews, Greeks, and Syrians, laborious, intelligent, and gentle. Their Gaulish neighbours, in adopting their ideas, gave them, as always happens, a twist in the direction of their own temperament. A temperament singularly romantic, superstitious, stoical, chivalrous, and ardent. And French Catholicism came into being. These Syrians of the Rhone knew little Latin and less Celtic. Their tongue was Greek, much spoken at that date all through the south of Gaul, where the Greeks had settled long before the Romans knew anything of the country. And we may suppose that their religious instruction was often vague, perhaps half understood. But the extraordinary fitness of the new ideas to the Gaulish temperament caused the religion to spread. The gods of Rome and Greece, nay, even the gods of Gaul, had never really satisfied the sons of the Druids, and this new faith, with its constant dependence on the invisible, its perpetual visions and miracles, its paradise promised, its Saviour sacrificed, its unparalleled appeal to the heart and the imagination, seemed made to their measure. These Gauls, nervous, excitable, and yet at the same time heroic and stoical, rushed, we may say, on martyrdom. They had not long to wait. Lyons was the centre, not only of the young Church of Christ, but also of the patriotic cult of Rome and of the Roman Emperor, regarded as the personification of the Empire. Small wonder that the two religions clashed. Gaul entered into the Church of Christ in a triumph of martyrdom. Lyons was crowded with saints and confessors. The bishop Potin, the simple believers Macherus, Sanctus, Attalus, and the little servant girl Blandine were thrown to the wild beasts after unutterable tortures. In the public amphitheatre on the 1st of August, A.D. 177. In the fury of conviction on both sides, of faith and cruelty on the part of the persecutors, absolutely certain of their cause, of faith and stoicism on the part of the martyred, we meet for the first time a paroxysm of sentiment which we shall encounter again and again in the course of the history of France. Blandine is the sister of Joan of Arc and of Madame Roland. Smiling and as if ignorant of her tortures, she endured the flagellation, the red-hot throne, the mauling mouths of the wild beasts, the tossings of the bull, and the final stroke of the sword. Verily, said the Gauls, never in our country has a woman endured so much. And like those who were to burn the Maid of Orleans, then and there they dimly felt that they had put to death a saint. The worship of the saints, the veneration of their tortured bodies, and the treasuring of relics were features of the new religion which in superstitious Gaul awoke the dreamiest fervours of Celtic enthusiasm. Miracles, visions, venerations, ecstasy, contemplation added all their gamut of holiness to the teaching of the gospel. It was not for nothing that Lyons became the religious capital of the Gauls, for Lyons was already Lyons. Nothing is more strange in studying these early years of Christian Gaul than to find the character of the different regions already so firmly fixed. The Bordeaux of Ausonius is already the Bordeaux of Montaigne, the Bordeaux of today, curious, intelligent, philosophic, sceptical, commercial. And the Lyons of Blandine is our Lyons, mystical, emotive, sensual, yet highly moral. The doctrines of Christ had taken on a tinge from the souls who received them, nor was the intense individualism of the Gaul without its effect on the new religion. Martin of Tours, Paulinus of Nola, Sulpicius Severus, nearly all the early Gallic saints began or finished their saintly lives as hermits, dwelling in grottos or huts, solitary, remote from the world they abandoned. Nothing could be more shocking to the Roman idea of virtue, which is always an active principle. Virtue in Latin is valour. But the early church in Gaul was a church of Mary, not a church of Martha, and its device was unum est necessarium. The Celtic people of believers was too apt to sink into an incurable apathy, a profound indifference for all things beyond the circle of religion, much as we notice today in Moslem countries. Instead of grouping themselves round the state in peril, these new forces gathered apart under the shelter of the Church. And yet, in its next phase, the nation, that new thing, the nation, for the Roman Empire had ignored the principle of nationality, the nation was to result from their religious cohesion and not from a political principle. Despite its force, its violence and terror, the Roman Empire had instituted the greatest moral union as yet known to man. The inhabitants of the civilized world were all brothers of one family, the dwellers in one home, the equal members of one society. They might well say with Ausonius, Romum colo. When the barbarians in their hordes overwhelmed and ruined the material power of Rome, the religious unity of the empire was, as it were, rescued by Christianity and transformed into the Catholic Church. The empire had been a religion and a family, of which the half-divine emperor had been the head. The Rome of the popes survived the Rome of the emperors, and offered to mankind the shelter of the Church. The past never really dies. We may forget it, ignore it, but it continues to vivify our actions, and deep down in the soul of man we may discover, as in the geological strata of a rock, the different phases of being that have formed him. The Roman Empire was one phase of the progress of humanity. In every Western nation, and nowhere more than in France, the Roman Empire is still a living root of social life. For one thing, the Church preserved, almost unaltered, the Roman system of education. The great Christian orators and bishops had all been educated in the schools that served for the pagan aristocracy. St. Ambrose and St. Augustine, Boethius and Paulinus, had been grounded on Cicero and Seneca. Cicero and Seneca had entered into the marrow of their natures. They could not conceive life and letters without Cicero and Seneca. When Christianity became the religion of the Roman state, it did not occur to them to change the system of education. There were no other schools to take the place of the great, learned, and prosperous schools of the Latin rhetoricians, and Christian Rome adopted, just as the centuries of Latin culture had left it, the pedagogy of the pagans, introducing it, with the Roman administration, into all the conquered provinces. Taking root there, it survived the empire itself. And that is why our sons today learn their Latin not in the Vulgate, but in Virgil. End of section 3. Section 4 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 1, Chapter 4, The Kingdom of Toulouse. From the darkness of the past, these cities of the older France start into light, like the heads in some tarnished altarpiece before which a sacristan draws a lighted torch. But in what a lurid illumination we see the next, Toulouse. Toulouse, the century-long capital of the barbarian Visigoths. Toulouse was an old town of the Celtic Tectosages, which existed probably many hundreds of years before it was conquered by the Romans. It was always rich, not in the way of Lyon or Bordeaux, not as a great commercial centre, but rather as the depository and hoarding place for the wealth of a vast agricultural region. Caesar noticed it as situated in an open country which produces a great deal of grain. Now everyone wants corn, and the farmers of Toulouse easily exchanged their harvests against sacks of gold, but they needed little, living on their fertile fields. So the gold accumulated in the treasure tanks and secret chambers of the Druids' temples. Part of it, no doubt, placed there as it were in a bank, but a great deal of it offered to the gods, for the yeomen and labourers of the region were religious, or, if you choose, superstitious, like all men who depend on the weather and the unguessed will of a power above. So rich a place, inhabited by so peaceful a population, is a temptation to robbers, and Toulouse, situated on the neck of land where Gaul is narrowest, is easy of access from the north, west, and east. So more than once the treasures of Toulouse were plundered, by the Romans, by the Cimbri, and might have been plundered yet more, had not men remarked that these ill-gotten gains finally enriched nobody, seemed to turn to faded leaves in the pocket like fairy gold, while the robbers generally came to a miserable end. So that the words aurum Tolosanum, the gold of Toulouse, became a proverb for unlawful wealth, bringing a curse in its train. But the real gold of Toulouse was on its plains and slopes, ripening anew every harvest, and the farmers and the priests speedily grew wealthy again, as owning a commodity that every one desires. And the rich, helpless city made the best terms it could with dangerous neighbours, swiftly growing as quick to betray as it was accustomed to be plundered. Well aware that its real life lay in no schemes of policy or deeds of heroism, but in the task of producing bread for all. Thus it existed for some hundreds of years before and after Christ, and then, under the established rule of the Romans, happier days began. The Toulouse of the 3rd and 4th centuries of our era was a learned and pleasant city, famous for its bar and its university. Palladian Toulouse, Ausonius calls it, and so do several of his contemporaries. The great brick town, so populous that it had founded 4 cities with the overflow of its population, rose-red Toulouse, sheltered by its huge ramparts, overlooking its orchards and its cornfields, appeared definitively seated in its peace and prosperity, when, with the very dawn of the 5th century, the Roman Empire crumbled and fell to bits. In 402, Alaric the Goth invaded Italy. In 406, the Vandals entered Gaul. In 417, the Goths, now allied with the Romans, chased the Vandals out of Spain and sent 2 captive Vandal kings to Rome in a triumph. Then, in exchange for Spain, the Goths were awarded Aquitaine, the Pearl of Gaul, the Queen of Provinces, with its towns of Bordeaux, Agen, Angoulême, Poitiers, and finally Toulouse, where the king of the Goths set up his court. There were Gauls in Toulouse who went out into exile rather than endure the yoke of the barbarian. Such was a certain Victorinus, the friend of Rutilius the poet, who left the land of his birth to live in Tuscany. But there seems to have been no general revolt against the Goths. For one thing, they were brave soldiers, and the whole country round was infested by Germans, the Franks having settled in the north, the Burgunds in the west, the Sarmates round Paris. Of all these, the Goths were the most princely, courteous, and strong. They were Christians and had assimilated a part of the Roman culture. It is difficult to assign an exact origin to any of these races of barbarians who lived on the road, ate and slept on horseback, with their wives and all their wealth in their rude wagons, trekking from Finland to Constantinople and from the Vistula to Gaul. It is so easy to take a halting place for a cradle. But it is probable that the Franks were Germans from the Rhine, the Goths Germans from the banks of the Baltic, and probably of Scandinavian origin, while the Huns — we are just coming to the Huns — were of Finnish or Mongol origin, dreadful little men like a bad dream, with their fat, flat faces, pig eyes, rare beards, squat, square shoulders, and dwarfish stature. More like biped animals, says Jornandes, than like men. The Goths, barbarians though they were, seemed a protection against such as these. The Goths were more or less alive to the things of the spirit. In the 4th century, their bishop, Wulfilas, combining the Greek and the Roman characters, had invented for them an alphabet, the black letter. King Euric of Toulouse drew up the first German code of laws. They were a sort of link between the civilized world and the outer darkness of those cruel camps on the road. Better they than worse at Toulouse. Such was probably the attitude of the discouraged country people. And in fact, as we are told by Jornandes the Gulf, no sooner were they established by the banks of the Tarn than the Burgunds and Franks, who infested the region most cruelly, retired each to his own place, while the Vandals and Alans crossed the mountains and returned to Spain. Sidonius Apollinaris, the Roman secretary of a Gothic king, has left us a description of the barbarian court in Aquitaine, at that moment in residence at Bordeaux. But how different from the Bordeaux of Ausonius in the preceding century! "I have been here nearly 2 months," he writes to a friend, "and have as yet obtained but one audience of the king. The master of the palace has little leisure for me, for the whole world is here waiting on his pleasure, expectant of an answer. Here passes a blue-eyed Saxon that no sea puts off his balance, walking on the solid earth with a rolling sailor's gait. There some old sea-comber, who has shaved his poll in shame of some defeat, is now letting his locks grow anew. Look at yon sea-green Herule, the tint of his own ocean, and see the Burgund, 7 feet high, who bends the knee and implores peace. Here comes an Ostrogoth, the terror of the Huns, but humble enough before King Euric. And thou thyself, O Roman, thou comest also to the court of the Visigoth, suing for dear life. The strong arm of Euric shall be thy buckler against the hordes of Scythia, and the Garonne, warlike and powerful, shall protect the enfeebled Tiber." Under the wise rule of these enlightened barbarians, Toulouse became the centre of Occidental politics, a link between the imperial court and the half-savage Franks and Burgunds. Surrounded by the flower of Gallo-Roman culture, the king of the Goths was almost as refined and far more dignified than Caesar at Constantinople, and the Latin prose of King Euric was praised at Rome for its purity and grace. The Goths reigned at Toulouse for 90 years and held, toward the close of the 5th century, nearly all the country south of the Loire and west of the Rhone, all Provence and all Aquitaine. And then they passed. There is nothing to tell of the kingdom of Toulouse. These apt pupils founded nothing. All over France we come across memorials of the great Roman domination, and they exist no less in the souls and minds of the French, in their system of education, their municipalities, their law, even their religion. All these modern edifices are built up with Roman bricks. We cannot even imagine France without her Roman background. And the Goths, in their glory and their bravery, passed, and they would be as they had never been but for one great battle which they fought side by side with the Romans at Chalons, one of the few decisive battles of the world. The question whether barbarism or civilization should prevail in Western Europe was then decided. It was in 451. Attila and his heathen Huns were pouring into Gaul, burning and plundering the towns, desolating the marches of Lorraine and Champagne. We have no word for the horror inspired by the Huns. The usurpers in Gaul rose as one man against them: Romans, Goths, Burgunds, Franks. But there were still more Huns, for all the savage kingdoms conquered by Attila marched in his train. There were weeping and fear and lamentations in all the cities in Gaul, till a little Christian shepherdess from Nanterre, near Paris, a Gallo-Roman girl named Genovefa, inspired by that singular fusion of political sense with an ecstatic faith in the unseen, which more than once has illuminated the women of France at some great crisis in the national history, declared that Attila was doomed, that the Huns should not come near Paris. In superstitious Gaul her prophecy spread far and wide, heartening the distraught populations. And has not grateful Paris ever since named Genevieve its patron saint? But if Gaul owed much that day to the sanctity of the young shepherdess of the Seine, who awoke courage and hope in the hearts of the soldiers, Gaul owed even more to Theodoric the Goth, king of Toulouse, who lost his life on the fields of Chalons. He lost his life, but he won the battle. Attila was compelled to retire to his camp, mourning 160,000 men. Like a wounded lion, says the Gothic historian, he turned and held his enemy at bay, and then, gathering the mighty remnant of his forces around him, slowly he retreated into Italy. Nor did the Huns again cross the frontiers of Gaul, and the Goths ruled at Toulouse for another 50 years, till they in their turn were defeated and routed by Clovis the Frank. End of section 4. Section 5 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 1, Chapter 5. The Kingdom of France. Now let us cross the Loire and enter that northern half of Gaul so strangely different from the France of the south. For if Lyon, Vienne, Bordeaux, Toulouse, and all the cities of Provence, and indeed right up to Poitiers, Tours, or even Orleans, appear easily recognizable, and in such detail that the very villages of our acquaintance bear as a rule in their names the trace of the Roman villa or vicus that they have superseded, the whole north of France was still at that date enveloped in forests, from which emerged rude military towns, as a rule forts or posting stations. Trèves, in its Roman magnificence, was a notable exception. The eye no longer has to pierce a network of branches to find the sky obscured by a green mist. The air is clear again, the sunlight radiates in space, and at last I behold an image of Bordeaux, its brilliant culture, its green vineyards and smiling villas. So Ausonius, in his poem on the Moselle, records his journey through the interminable northern forest. If toward the end of the 5th century we cross the Loire on a mission, let us say to Clovis, king of Tournai, the great man of that age, we find ourselves between Orléans and Frankish Soissons, in a country still nominally Roman, the kingdom of Syagrius. But since the invasion of Attila, all that region was in reality far more Christian than Roman. In most eyes its chief city, Lutetia, the capital of the Parisii, was less remarkable as the residence of King Syagrius than as holding in its walls like a relic the holy Geneviève, whose prayers, in the estimation of all her Christian contemporaries, had preserved the kingdom of Paris, as Lutetia began to be called, from the abhorred inroad of the Huns. With Saint Marcel, bishop of Paris, and Saint Remy, bishop of Rheims, Geneviève, far more than any Roman viceroy, was the respected leader of the people. And on the Belgian frontier, Clovis, king of Tournai, considered these things in his heart. He was a German, or at least a Frankish heathen, but his young wife Clotilde was of the Church of Christ. Clovis was a man of extraordinary acuteness, activity, and restlessness. He saw the growing importance of the Catholic Church. He remarked the ardent faith of that Gaul in which his German gods made of him and his chiefs mere strangers and usurpers, such as the Visigoths had always remained in Aquitaine. For the Goths were Arians, and had never had the policy to see the widening gulf which their heretical opinions were opening between their ruling caste and the intolerant Catholics, their subjects. Doubtless Clovis said to himself that a great part might be played by a Catholic soldier of genius, and that the cross might make a splendid handle to a sword. And perhaps, as the legend avers, his wife had influence on him. Whether or no he thought with Henri IV, Paris vaut bien une messe, and Toulouse another, at all events, in 496, at the hands of Saint Remy, he was baptized at Rheims, he and 3,000 of his Frankish followers. 10 years before, in 486, at the age of 21, Clovis had beaten the Roman Syagrius in battle near Soissons, and had taken his kingdom from him. King Syagrius had fled to Toulouse, and was at first received with welcome. But when Clovis demanded his victim, the Gothic king dared not refuse so powerful a neighbour, and handed over his guest and ally, loaded with chains, to the tender mercies of the conqueror. This proof of the feebleness of the Gothic king encouraged the disaffection of the Catholics, for the hatred between religious parties was so great that it was almost impossible in Gaul for a sovereign to win the allegiance of subjects who regarded him as a heretic. And after the baptism of Rheims, many of the clergy began to offer public prayers for the coming of Clovis, the champion of the Church. In 507 he came, accompanied by signs and wonders, by comets blazing in the sky, by mysterious messages from the saints. A white hart showed him a ford through the swollen waters of the Vienne flood, and all these presages and miracles showed at least that the foreign king had been adopted by the very heart of superstitious Gaul. He advanced with unexampled rapidity. At Vouglis, near Poitiers, a great battle took place. The Visigoths were utterly defeated and their king killed. In less than 2 years Clovis conquered almost all their Gaulish dominions, and added them to those kingdoms of Paris, of Rheims, of Tournai, of Soissons, which he had already inherited or taken. They were now the Kingdom of France. And of the Visigoths, after 90 years of possession, nothing was left, save one word out of Visigoth, in the flat, almost Spanish pronunciation of Aquitaine, Bizigot. The people made Bigot. It was their revenge for the dominion of the heretic. Aquitaine had now acquired another foreign name. It was part of France. But the Franks, having conquered, did not remain in possession like the Goths. They retreated north of the Loire. The Franks, though brave and powerful, were but a smallish tribe. It is improbable that their conquest greatly affected the racial composition of the people south of the Loire, which remained principally Celtic, with a strong infusion of Latin, both in Aquitaine and in the Provincia. For the Romans, during the half-dozen centuries of their dominion, had loved these sunny and temperate regions of Gaul, had settled there abundantly, and mingled their stronger strain with the supple native stock of the inhabitants. But Clovis came of another race. A Frank is a German and a forest lover. The radiant space and sunniness of these southern plains were profitable in his eyes as a conquest, but for a capital and a home he preferred the north. Thus, at the moment when Gaul becomes France, Paris, not Lyon or Arles or Toulouse or even Tours, becomes the capital. Paris had never been an important place under the Roman dominion. The actual diocese of Paris represents pretty accurately the territory of the Parisi. So true is it that the Church has preserved all sorts of vestiges of Rome like flies in amber. But their capital was contained in the two small islands of the Seine, gradually overflowing on to the left bank, where the palace of the Thermae, whose ruins still border the Boulevard Saint-Michel, stood among the vineyards. The Emperor Julian had liked Paris, and had spent a winter there. It was indeed there that he was proclaimed Augustus. A small city, he says, Polixenes, but he admired the mild, equable climate and praised the thin wine of Suresnes. There was an amphitheatre there, of which something still remains, but compared with the cities of the south, its monuments were of small account. Clovis and his wife, when they reigned there, founded a Christian church in honour of Saints Peter and Paul, on the site of the Pantheon. But their reign was short, and when it came to an end in 511, Paris again slipped out of notice for several centuries. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 1, Chapter 6. The French Language. When the Romans reigned in Gaul, the conquered Celts forgot their native tongue, adopting the language of their masters, and by the end of the 4th century there was little trace remaining of the primitive Celtic speech. Its last rare vestiges linger still in the names of places, always the words that change the least. Even today the suffix dun evokes a Celtic fortress, as in Verdun, Issoudun, Châteaudun. The prefix tre or tref recalls a long perished hamlet. Dieu, cous, speak of the waters, Nant of the dingle, Lan or land of the field or God's acre. That is all. If we accept the province of Brittany, whose Celtic speech was re-imported after the fall of the Roman Empire, the Celts the Romans knew have left no trace of their language in modern France. For the Celts of Gaul conversed in Latin, not in the Latin of the classics, but in a living popular Latin of their own. This rustic Roman tongue, this Roman or Romance, as it came to be called, in distinction from literary Latin, is still alive and easily recognizable, although much alloyed by constant additions from modern French, in the dialects and patois of the centre and the south of France. The names of usual objects there have probably changed little since the days of Diocletian. There still a cock is Gaul, a wild field Con, a cornfield, fromentau, while ego recalls agua and ne, nivius. A bird is ucel, a cow, paco, a dog, cane. When the shepherds pass the summer on the heights, they are said to estivar, while hibernar is to spend the winter. The sights and sounds, the habits and necessities of daily life are still currently expressed in rustic Latin. For the centre and south of France retained the impress of Rome until the beginning of the 13th century. But in the north, the Romans receded early, giving place to the Franks. Early in the 6th century, Brittany was reconquered by the Celts of England and thus lost for full 500 years to Latin culture. And all along the Rhine, German invasion and possession effaced the Latin tongue. Only in the region which lies between the Somme, the Meuse, and the Loire were the Frankish and Latin languages beautifully interfused. This was the cradle of France, and when France began to speak, it spoke in French. The earliest French poem that we possess dates from the 3rd quarter of the 9th century. The language is still all mixed with and steeped in Latin. Buona pucella fu Eulalia, bella avre cor, belle esor anima, in figura di colom volata ciel. Tui oram que pour nos deniers prières, quod avuisset de nos Christus merci, post la mort et à lui no lest venir, par sun clementia. Meanwhile, the Church continued to use the right Latin of Rome, and often in old books we find the clerks calling the Latin of the people lingua laica, while the layman named the Church Latin clerquois. During the course of the 9th century, the two languages became distinct. Latin was no longer understanded of the people. The clergy were obliged to use the popular dialect for their catechisms and sermons, and in fact in the year 812 the Council of Tours ordered the priests of France to instruct their flock in the rustic Roman tongue. Henceforth French is no mere patois, but a national speech with a literature of its own. This rustic Roman tongue was the language not only of the Gallo-Romans, but of their conquerors. The Franks had vanquished Gaul, but may we not say that Gaul had vanquished the Franks, since they adopted both her religion and her language? Their native tongue furnished the French with some few hundred words, first and foremost terms of war, such as guerre itself, or vera, as it is written in Old French, and gueux, a watch. The names of weapons, targe, a small round shield or mark to fire at, our target. Blason, again a shield, though I believe it originally meant a trumpet, the word being connected with blare. Aubert, a hauberk or coat of ringed mail, shielding the neck, halsberg. Aume, a helmet. Éperon, a spur. Étrier, a looped rope for mounting into the saddle, a stirrup. Then came the flags, gonfanon, bannière, also words of wounding such as blessé, navré. There are other terms which show the first conception of a new state of society. Homme lige, vassal, originally a comrade, the Frankish Gesell being the same word as the German Gesell, but taken in the sense of a comrade bound to his free or liege lord, and valet, which is vassale, that is, the son of a vassal, taken into his lord's house to be bred as a page. Échanson, a cupbearer. Sénéchal, a steward, literally an old servant. Zinkskalks, and maréchal, a master of the horse, literally a horse servant. Échevin, a sheriff. Échiquier, a treasurer, an exchequer. Nearly all the names of furs are Frankish. Many terms of dress or furniture, such as banc, fauteuil, fallstuhl, or of food, such as gâteau, bière, bacon, rôtir. The city takes its name from Rome, but the small town, the bourg, is Frankish, and the hamlet, hameau, and the hovel, borde. but chiefly the French language owes to the Frankish its terms of landscape, its words of country life, lande, moor, hei, hedge, gazon, turf, bois, wood, jacquer, fallow land, gerbe, sheath, if, yew, ou, holly, hêtre, beech, roseau, reed, moose, moss. All are of the barbarians' bringing, and what a woodland landscape they evoke! Nor was this all. The Franks supplied the Gallo-Roman peoples with certain moral qualities whose names remain in the language: pride, orgueil, and frankness, franchise, that courageous sincerity which the conquerors of Gaul regarded as the characteristic of their race, and the adjectives gai, gaillard, hardy, joli, hardi, riche, frais, were surely worth having. And the verbs, if less charming, are no less eloquent of the manners of the conqueror. They are haïr, to hate, honnir, to scoff at, épargner, to spare, effrayer, to affright, in its original signification to break the peace, tricher, to cheat, garder, to keep, gagner, to gain, jongler, to speak ill. This mere list of words, with which I have perhaps fatigued my reader, will none the less, if he considers them, show him what qualities and conceptions the Frankish domination brought to France, and prepare him to understand the new organization which began slowly to emerge from the chaos which ensued on the dissolution of the Roman Empire. The theme which we have next to consider: feudal society. End of section 6. Section 7 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2. Feudal Society. Chapter 1. The Rise of Feudalism. Part 1. The descendants of Clovis were not strong enough to keep in their hands the empire he had conquered. According to barbarian custom, each brother in the royal family inherited an equal share of his father's kingdom, taking not one great region, east, north, south, or west, but much as today when the property of some peasant farmer is divided, and each child claims his narrow strip of woodland on the northern slope, his rood or two of meadow down by the river, and his strip of vineyard lying to the south, so that he may possess a reduced image of the paternal farm. They separated the kingdom into a quantity of portions, equal in value, and then drew lots for them. So it happened that one would possess Arles, Bordeaux, Melun, Tours, Marseille, and Avranches, while his brother was lord of Soissons, Rouen, Nantes, Cahors, etc., leaving to a third Avignon, Verdun, Clermont-Ferrand, Laon, and Reims, while Paris was divided into 3 lots, and under the sway of its bishop remained practically a neutral town. So capricious an arrangement precluded any feeling of loyalty on the one hand, of protective sovereignty on the other, between the king and the people. The anarchy in Gaul was complete. But in this absence of any centralized authority, there were 2 forces which grew and increased in strength: the independent municipalities and the Church. The barbarian sovereignty affected but little the regions south of the Loire, where the Roman manners and customs still reigned almost undisturbed, save when some invading force ravaged all on its passage. But in the north and east, where the Frankish population swelled its train with hordes of half-savage pagans from beyond the Rhine, the centre of society changed. The towns became less important, and the country more. Here the language and the manners of the population were oddly mingled. From the Seine to the Somme, the Gallo-Romans were still more numerous than the Franks, and the Latin language held its own. But from the Somme to the Rhine the barbarians were no longer, as in the kingdom of Paris, mere colonies or bands of idle warriors, leading the lusty life of peace in their country houses, hunting and carousing between 2 campaigns. In the northeast of France they had settled in tribes, bringing with them their farmers and labourers, and here the natives of Gaul were the minority, while the peasants and warriors of Frankish origin formed the bulk of the population. The privileges of these latter were great. According to the Wehrgeld of the Frankish conquerors, the fines paid for murder or hurt to the victim or his heirs were always twice as great in the case of a barbarian being assaulted as in the event of a native's injury, while all men of Frankish race were exempt from the taxes on the land, which were still, though very irregularly, collected according to the system which the Romans had instituted. The Gallo-Roman landlords paid for all and were mulcted in their crops, their cattle, their woods, their vines, besides paying a heavy house tax. That principle of privilege and exemption of one class at the expense of another, which the French Revolution should finally uproot, flourished exceedingly in the France of the Franks. The towns in Frankish Gaul were governed, as in the time of the Romans, by an assembly of citizens called the curie, by a bench of magistrates, and a defensor or lord protector, which office in later times was generally assumed by the bishop. At least that is how the town was governed, and generally very well governed as a town, as an independent organism. But it was attached to the central power by a supreme official, a sort of prefect called a graf or count, a functionary destined to receive the dues and dispense the authority of the king. Except this functionary when in pursuit of his duties, the nobles of that time, whether of Frankish or Gallo-Roman strain, no longer frequented the towns. The king of Neustria, north-western France, to take an instance, resided not in Paris, but in some great hunting lodge or farm, either at Braine or Soissons, or at Chelles-sur-Marne, or on some other of his rural estates. And the counts and margraves of his following, when they did not gather round him in their bands and coteries, for the form of society that was to culminate in Versailles springs from a very ancient stock in France, were hunting or harvesting or harrying their serfs on their own properties. These noble or even royal habitations had nothing of the military aspect of the towns, whose walls and towers were already quite medieval. They were just handsome and spacious wooden buildings, surrounded by large pillared verandas or piazzas, modified from the Roman peristyle, whose columns were often very ingeniously carved and polished. Singula sirua favens aedicavit opus, altior inititur, quadrataque portitas ambit, et sculptorata lucet in arte faber, says Fortunatus, the Latin poet, who was the guest of the Frankish king at Braine. These counts and margraves who gathered to the court, the Antrustions, the great Frankish chiefs who lived in the trust or fealty of a king, were less his subjects than his confederates. Upon notice given, and for causes deemed sufficient by their peers, they might transfer their allegiance to another overlord, and yet retain their estates in the dominions of their ex-sovereign. Now a king's real wealth was not his possessions, but the forces that he could muster on the day of battle, so that he was in fact more dependent on his nobles than they on him, and perpetually anxious to find a counterpoise to their power. The rise of Gallo-Roman ministers, often born in serfdom, the royal favours so frequently bestowed on the great Gallo-Roman families, were expedients of the Frankish kings to balance the preponderance of their Antrustions. The struggle was no longer between Roman and barbarian, between victor and vanquished, but between the great military nobility on the one hand and the king and his ministers on the other. The feebleness of the Merovingian kings rendered the effort too unequal. In the middle of the 8th century, the last descendant of Clovis was dethroned by his nobles and sent against his will to end his days in a monastery. One of his own order was set upon the throne, the Pope himself pronouncing in favour of the usurper, saying it was meet that the title and the reality of power should go together. The name of this usurper, the candidate of the nobles, was Pepin le Bref. He was crowned by St. Boniface, and was succeeded by his son. That son was Charlemagne. Charlemagne reigned 44 years, and left a name as great as Alexander's. Merveilleux hum est Charles, il conquiste Rome, Puile et toute Calabre, Constantinople et s'éloigne la large, vers Angleterre passet-il la mer salse. Here the poet exaggerates. The conqueror of Rome, Italy, Constantinople, Saxony, did not invade our islands, but by the end of the 8th century the Frankish king had overcome Europe, from Spain to Hungary, from the Mediterranean to the shores of the Baltic and the Northern Sea. The kingdom of the Franks measured 1,000 miles from north to south, as much from east to west. It was no longer a kingdom, but an empire. One Christmas day in Rome, it was in the year 800, the Pope Leo III placed on Charlemagne's brow the crown of the emperors of the West, and all Rome shouted, "Hail the August! Long life and victory to the Roman Emperor!" The echo of that cry rang through Italy to France, Germany, northern Spain, all at last again united in a Pax Romana. Charlemagne had conquered Europe. More than that, he organized and administered his vast possessions. This great captain, who could read but little, who despite his efforts could never learn to write, was one of those master minds who every 1,000 years astonish humanity. Like that other soldier of France who exactly 1,000 years later, 800 to 814, match with 1800 to 1814, was to conquer the world again and to renew its law, Charlemagne established his order wherever his armies pitched their camps. He drew up a code of customs, founded schools, himself attending their classes, learning at 50 Greek and Latin. He made an immense and glorious effort to pull the car of empire out of its barbarian rut and set it rolling down the roads of Rome. But like Napoleon, Charlemagne failed. He had amassed too much. He had no fit successor. His son Louis the Debonair was a feeble, faltering soul. His 3 grandsons cast lots for his vesture, and between them dislocated the empire. The eldest, Charles the Bald, took France. Louis appropriated Germany. The weakest, Lothair, was given Italy, and to make his share less conspicuously small, was accorded the title of Emperor, with a long strip of territory torn from the living side of France, from the Meuse to the Rhine, from the Rhone to the Alps, which was named Lothair's land, Lotharingen, or, as we say, Lorraine. But no act of empire could infuse a soul into the bleeding remnant snatched from the flanks of Gaul. The rib was a rib, not Eve. Lorraine continued French in feeling and tradition. Many of the wars of Europe have sprung from this iniquity, perpetrated at Verdun in 843. 100 years after the Treaty of Verdun, Lothair's land had disappeared. Half the Duchy of Lorraine had been annexed to Germany, the other half englobed in Italy. Charlemagne's inheritance was divided against itself. Otto the Great, wearing at once the crowns of Italy and Germany, restored the Roman claims under the title of the Holy Roman Empire of Germanic nationality, and France found in front of her the rival and enemy with whom, throughout the centuries, she should dispute the sway of Europe. End of section 7. Section 8 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, Chapter 1, The Rise of Feudalism, Part 2. Out of the four elements which we have passed in review, out of the old Celtic foundation, the Roman culture, the Christian Church, and the Frankish conquest, at last a new society issued, feudal society. Until the middle of the 8th century, when Charlemagne revived for a moment the Empire of the West, there had been no society in Gaul since the fall of the Roman Empire, merely a chaos of ill-assorted atoms. At last these atoms were organized and came to life, but not on the grand scale of which Clovis and Charlemagne had dreamed. However great a man may be, he cannot invent a form of society, at least not one that will long survive the living impression of his will and personality. A form of society must organize itself out of its own elements. And indeed, after the death of Charlemagne, society appeared more than ever to be falling to pieces. The princes again split up their empire to suit their individual tastes. They had never appeared more egotistic, more remote from their subjects. Royalty had never seemed more utterly divorced from power, justice, or assistance. Toward the middle of the 9th century, those dukes and counts who had originally been functionaries of the Roman Empire, who in later days had been the administrators of the barbarian kings, took on a new importance, and in the increasing weakness of any central government, became owners and substantial powers. One after another, they affirmed as their own, and as transmissible by heredity to their children, an authority which they had originally exercised merely as officials and delegates. Each duke and count became a law unto himself, led his subjects into battle, exacted from them their toll of taxes, administered justice, entailed his estates. There was no longer any centre, any whole, any organization in Gaul, only a lively disintegration of parts. The Roman Empire which Charlemagne had vainly attempted to revive was truly dead and buried. But something stirred in the grave. The dust began to heave and breathe. It was a very low form of life, but at least it was life. Life ever renews itself at first in lowly forms. This new attempt at an organism and an order began its long progress toward those heights from which the Roman Empire had fallen in ruin. Let us imagine for a moment the condition of one of those country districts in which some Gallo-Roman count or duke, some Frankish noble or Danish pirate, established himself lord and master. No road is sure, battle and murder are constant. The king is so remote that few in the countryside even know his name. Then comes our captain, fiercer and stronger than any of his neighbors, showing his teeth like an angry mastiff at any menace of aggression. His wooden fortress stands proudly on its rock, commanding all the country round. Behind his planks and palisades he reigns, he rules, far more surely than the king in Paris, and the farmers unite to proclaim him their chief, saying, "Protect me from mine enemies, and I will be thy man." Often this captain is already the chief of a band. We know how the Frankish nobles lived in troops and companies. Now that he has established himself on the footing of a petty sovereign, he will divide his lands with his companions. They will be his vassals. We know that vassal is the same word as gazelle, comrade, the letters G and V being interchangeable. They will be his captains and his magistrates, and do him homage for their estates. Be sure he will keep for himself the choicer morsels, the slopes that suit the vine, the rocks on which a fort may stand, the great stretches of forest, the ports on sea or lake or river. Indeed, woods and waters belonged by right in feudal law to the lord of the land. But yet he will find it to his interest to surround himself with powerful nobles who can aid him in the hour of need. They, in their turn, will divide their territories into smaller fiefs. Some of them, like their own, are terres nobles, entailing only military service. Some of them are ploughlands, or terres roturières. That puzzling word in modern French, roturier, a commoner, comes from ruptura, the opening of the furrow. And these last are paid for in rent and in labour, more often in those days of scanty coin, in work. The peasant holding his plot in exchange for so many days' corvée or forced labour on his landlord's grounds, or on condition of supplying certain redevances, such as wood, corn, wine, poultry, butter, etc., for the lord's consumption. This corvée, these redevances, which were gradually to degenerate into fearful abuses, which were indeed largely to provoke the French Revolution, were at their origin merely commodious forms of rent. Of the greater part of the tenants on such an estate, it may be said that they lived like freemen, and they died like slaves. There were serfs, of course, who were really slaves, or little better. They belonged to their masters, body and goods and gear. Lions des serfs, says Bonmanoir, and he lived in the 13th century, in the time of Saint Louis. The lord might beat, imprison, chastise, taunt them at his will. It was a mere chance if he was generous. But what the serfs complained of most was the uncertainty of their service. Their innumerable corvées might be exacted of them at any moment. But the greater part of the tenants were not, strictly speaking, serfs. They were mains mortables, holding their little farms in mortmain, or, as we should say, on a life interest. And these are the men of whom I have said that they lived like freedmen and died like slaves. For save that they might not marry a woman belonging to another estate, except at the cost of heavy fine, and even then the children were divided between the two landlords, their lot was tolerable so long as they lived. Their lord could ask them nothing beyond their rents and redevances. But on their deathbed the scene changes. For the essential characteristic of mortmain is that the lord is the heir of his serf. The estate has been lent to the serf and can never be alienated. And if he die, he has no heir save only his lord, nor shall the child of the serf inherit aught. Their possession died with them, and though as the centuries ran on the right of mortmain was frequently commuted into a heavy death due, this strange tenure of property flourished in certain parts of France until the outbreak of the Revolution. Besides the right of mortmain, the feudal lord possessed innumerable seigneurial rights: the toll on every bridge, the tax on every mill, on every parish oven, the rights of hébergement, which meant that your house was your lord's to come and lodge in at his will, the right of pourvoirie, which signifies that he could requisition your horse and your ass, your carriage and your cart, at his own sweet will for any expedition of war or peace. Should a stranger settle on the land for more than a year and a day, he lost his liberty, became a serf, and subject to all these conditions, unless indeed the lord had invited him to come to his estate, in which case very favourable conditions were granted him, and he was said to hold his farm in hostis. These hospites were the equivalent of the burghers in the towns. Above the rank of serf and the condition of mortmain were the villeins, or free peasants, rare in the early centuries of feudalism, but increasing as the relative security which the feudal system brought with it allowed the idea of individual liberty to arise, until so early as the age of Saint Louis the land was chiefly worked by these free farmers. They possessed the entire disposal of their goods, the right of bequest, but for all the rest were subject to the same corvées, redevances, and services as their neighbours who held their land in mortmain. Indeed, often, as the wise Beaumanoir observes, their condition was harder, for the lord naturally favoured and strove to enrich the farmer who was nursing up for him a comfortable heritage. The crops and trees that flourished in these rural estates, where the peasants dwelt in their chimneyless thatched hovels, were far less numerous than those we see today. Neither plane nor elm, nor mulberry, nor maize, nor buckwheat, neither hops, nor artichokes, nor beetroot, nor tobacco, nor potatoes. There were, of course, apples, but the fabrication of cider appears to have been unknown in France before the 12th century. The condition of these labouring people was hard, but after all infinitely less hard than it had been before the establishment of feudal law and feudal force had given every hamlet and every hovel, sometimes no doubt a tyrant, but at least always a protector. Then as now the saving peasant throve. Then as now some frugal shepherd would lay by a penny here, a farthing there, till with his trifling profits he could rent or buy a plot of land, a cabin, and a barn. There were always needy nobles, impoverished by warfare or mismanagement, glad to sell. There were always thrifty farmers, able to buy. At every point of the history of France, men have been able, through their effort and their economy, to pass from class to class. This is what the peasant serfs forgot when they sang, as in Robert Wace's Romain de Roux. Why should we let them do us wrong? Are we not men, as they are men? Just the same limbs as theirs I ken, as big a heart within our breast, and just as easily oppressed. The people were at last to find an ally against the nobles, the king. But not until the feudal lords had utterly crushed the feeble descendants of Charlemagne. These miserable monarchs were but baubles that the turbulent peers of France used to play with till they broke. They were of infinitely less consequence than a Duke of Aquitaine or a Count of Flanders. The race of Pepin le Bref had come to the throne of France by an act of aggression, and a usurper was to snatch its borrowed crown away. On the death of Louis V in 987, the peers of France assembled at Senlis preferred to the rightful heir the dead king's brother, one of their own order, Hugh Capet, Duke of France and Count of Paris. Hugh Capet had no shadow of a legal claim, no vestige of feudal right, but he was a man of parts, brother of the Duke of Burgundy, brother-in-law of the Norman Duke. He came of a line of great captains, of whom more than one had seized a crown. And he was the first of a great line of monarchs, who little by little were to triumph over those unruly feudal tributaries from whom he sprang and who had raised him to the throne. Over and over again in the history of France we shall find the Capetian kings the fosterers of popular liberty. There is another sign of the future in that assembly of the peers at Senlis, in which we may read the first stirrings of a new sense that also was to make for the destruction of feudalism. The rightful heir, Charles of Lorraine, was a vassal of the Holy Roman Empire. Hugh Capet was the Duke of France. And in preferring a usurper to a foreigner, the nobles of France showed that already, dimly and uncertainly, but yet instinctively, they knew themselves the leaders of a nation and descried the rights of a race. End of section 8. Section 9 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, Chapter 2, Chivalry. I have said that feudalism was a low form of life because it was not a state of freedom, for there can be no liberty when a man's well-being and even his existence are guaranteed by no general law or public protection, but depend on the violence or amenity of a powerful neighbour. There was in the 10th century no central government dispensing safety to all, but everywhere the disordered combat of individual forces, leaders and bands of soldiers, and strong individuals, snatching as best they might the fragments of a shattered authority. Out of this welter of anarchy and barbarism, feudalism emerged as a desperate attempt at a real government, a hierarchy, and an order. The great feudal nobles admitted at least each other's rights, and composed not an organized society, but at least a voluntary confederation. They recognized, though loosely enough, certain duties toward each other, certain privileges, the same for all. A certain number of men, a confederation of petty despots, under the name of lords and vassals, were solidly established on their own estates, the humbler owing allegiance to the stronger, the greater owing protection to the less, and all of them invested on their own domains, in relation to their own subjects, with an arbitrary and absolute power. When the weak can only find protection and security in the service of the strong, there can be no freedom. Even the lord is a vassal of his overlord, and subject not to the law of the general good, but to the caprice of a sovereign. These great lords, protectors of the people, were always ready to wage war against each other. Specialized for battle and plunder and rapine, they had no other interest in life. Each stood on his own dunghill crowing his victory. It seemed as if society, at last reconstituted, would remain void of true civilization, full of honour and courage, no doubt, but also of ignorance and brutality. Fortunately, in face of these feudal barons, the Church existed, and the Church was mindful of the poor. In the last years of the 10th century, she obtained from the military nobles the constitution of a truce of God. The Trêve de Dieu was a close time for battles. There were certain days and seasons when the sword must perforce remain in the scabbard. The Catholic might wage no war between Advent and Epiphany, neither from Quinquagesima Sunday until Whitsuntide, nor again during the month of May, the blessed month of May, and this is perhaps one reason why the medieval poets found the month of May so fair, nor on fast days, nor in any week might they declare war between Wednesday evening and Monday morning. This was the truce. There was also the peace of God. Perpetual peace must reign in churches and churchyards, on village streets, in mill yards, and on the king's highway. In places where this peace had been violated, the bells might no longer ring nor the mass be said, and the knight who had broken the peace was deprived of his alleu, the hereditary estate which he might bequeath to his heirs, and also of his fief, the feudal lands which he held from his overlord. Thus reduced in time and place, war ran between its banks like an angry river, bordered by scenes of quiet and security. The Church had done much for the defenceless. Priests, pilgrims, monks and nuns, children, labouring people, were no longer exposed to unending ravage. The serf was safe who laid his hands on the stilt of his plough. The plough, like the altar, was a sanctuary, and the Church did more than this. By the institution of chivalry, a new soul was breathed into the still barbaric body of feudal society. The origin of this new order, which all over Europe appeared to spring spontaneously into life during the 11th century, was the application of the Christian spirit to certain antique usages and customs brought into France by the Franks and the Burgunds, and evidently of Germanic source. The solemn investiture of the young soldier with his arms, his sacred undertaking to accomplish certain feats, the oath of fealty and homage, the vow to respect women and the weak, these are maxims which exist more or less in the oldest runes of Scandinavia. They are but the stuff which Christianity was to fashion into the mystical vesture of the knight. By the dawn of the 12th century, the code of chivalry was complete. The first duty of the perfect knight was to believe. He must be all iron without and all faith within. He must respect the weak and take up, if needs be, their defence in arms. He must love his native country even to the death. He must never flinch before a foe. He must always be ready to wage war upon the infidel. He must be faithful to his lord and exact in all his feudal obligations. He must be not self-seeking, but liberal and generous to all. Above all, he must never lie. His word must be his bond. He must be everywhere the champion of right and justice. In fact, we inherit from chivalry our ideal of a gentleman. Special stress was laid on a true knight's defence of the defenceless. Circumstances have forced me to read some score of interminable medieval poems of chivalry. This commandment lies at the root of them all. The knight shall never seek his advantage at the expense of the weak. And we remember how St. Louis, King of France, when shipwrecked off the coast of Cyprus in 1254, refused to let himself be saved, with the Queen and their children, in a small galley which the sailors brought from shore to them. "Sir," said that very perfect knight, "there are on this vessel some 500 persons whose life is as dear to them as mine is to me. You have no room for them. They will be left stranded off the coast of Cyprus. I would rather share their danger with the Queen and my children than be saved apart." And the king continued his voyage on the starting, groaning ship, which reached in safety, though slowly, the shores of France. The code of chivalry was completed by an ingenious system of education, thanks to which the children of every feudal rank were bred in the traditions and raised to the standard of the class immediately above them. At 7 years old they were sent to the house or castle of their father's overlord, where, in return for their breeding, they performed certain services of domesticity. Pages and varlets — valet means vassalet — however lofty were their birth. Toward 12 years of age the little lad learned to ride and to furbish and use his arms. It was now his privilege to follow his lord on his adventures, solid on his horse, carrying a shield and a lance. He was the écuyer, the shield-bearer, the squire. But in time of peace the stables were his quarters, and your young baron was little better than a groom. A few years later, between 16 and 20, the squire was made a knight, and put on, for the sacred fast and vigil of his arms, the white tunic, sign of purity, the red robe, which symbolizes the blood that he must shed, and the black jerkin that betokens death, the close companion of the knight-at-arms. End of section 9. Section 10 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, Chapter 3. The Communes, or Towns' Unions, the Rise of the Middle Class. While the feudal nobles reigned uncontested over the woods and fields of France, the old municipal Roman spirit still lingered and strengthened in the towns. The words courier, decurion were forgotten, but the magistrature and the town council which they designated were still full of life. The consuls in the south, the jurats or échevins, sheriffs in the north, still ruled the city, subject to many quarrels with the bishop or the count. At Auxerre the count declared for the burghers against the bishop. At Amiens the bishop supported them against the count. If south of the Loire, where Roman law and Roman customs still prevailed, the cities easily attained their independence, because from time immemorial the bishop there had been their chief magistrate, a defensor rather than a baron. If Toulouse, for instance, counted kings not among her overlords, but in the list of her allies, it was far different in the north. There the arrogant spirit of feudalism had penetrated even the church, and in the towns within the influence of the Rhine or the Meuse, the bishops in their pulpits called the burghers of great cities by the name of serfs. And in all the cities round the Somme, the Aisne, throughout the ancient stronghold of the Franks, the struggle was stiff and strong, and never really ceased until in the 15th century the monarchy, at last consistently organized, was strong enough to engulf and assimilate all that was left of feudalism and commune alike. In the third quarter of the 11th century the movement began, doubtless by a reaction against the abuse of feudalism, and with an impulse as universal and as spontaneous as that which had produced the birth of chivalry. Le Mans led the way in 1066, an easy date for us to remember since it is the year of the Battle of Hastings, and Cambrai followed suit 10 years later. Soon all the north was on fire with civic enthusiasm. Noyon, Beauvais, Laon, Saint-Quentin, Amiens, Soissons, Sens, Rheims, all snatched from their overlords their rights and their charters, snatched them with effusion of blood and arms in hand. The citizens met in their churches and marketplaces, declared themselves associated in a free communion or commune, swore to maintain each other in their common rights, to submit to no oppression, and to endure from no overlord the title or the treatment of serfs. Commune, says Guibert de Nogent, who wrote in the 12th century, commune is a new and odious expression, which signifies that burghers, liable to be taxed at their lord's pleasure, will henceforth pay him once a year the sum they have agreed on, and no more. And for any crimes they may commit, they can be fined only according to an established rate. The liberty which these burghers of the 11th century fought and died to defend was but a particular and a material freedom, the right to come and go at will, the right to buy and sell, to leave their fortune to the heirs of their body, undisputed by an overlord, the right to fight their own battles and maintain their own order. It was independence that they sought rather than political freedom. They were purely local. And France was covered from the Somme to the south with a sprinkling of small republics, free indeed, but most divisible, indeed with no central interest at all to bind them. It was a progress toward freedom, the seed of liberty, but from the standpoint of unity it was something of a falling off. The centre of town life was the belfry, the visible sign of the commune, which was removed when the commune was suppressed. Its great bell was the voice of public duty, the announcement of fire or of the approach of the town's enemies or sedition, and at that clang the burghers of the town would assemble, each bearing his weapons. They assembled often. The establishment of the communes was the first step to freedom, but it did not make for peace. And indeed sometimes in reading these records of endless strife and bloodshed, we appreciate the saying of that old clerk who wrote that there were in the world 4 sorts of wranglers whose tumult cannot be surpassed: a herd of snorting swine, a roomful of angry women, a chapter of canons, and a commune of domineering rustics. The strife between the bishops and the mayors was incessant, at least in the north of France. Veritable battles raged between the municipal and the ecclesiastical forces, battles in which the bishop possessed a formidable arm. For the prelates of the Church ruled with a double title, not only as feudal lords, but as guardians of the patrimony of St. Peter, holding property in trust for a great spiritual corporation. In 1235 the Archbishop of Rheims excommunicated the burghers of that commune, damning them with the anathema of a perpetual malediction. May they be accursed in the city and accursed in the country, their goods accursed and their bodies accursed. May they perish to all eternity. May no Christian greet them. May no priest say mass for them. May they be buried in the grave of the ass and scattered like dung on the face of the fields. This appalling sentence was read in all the churches of the diocese. Nor was this all. The doom was pronounced contagious. Whosoever shall have eaten, drunk, spoken, or prayed with one of these shall be excommunicate, even as they." The burghers of Rheims had no weapon in their armoury which could oppose such an onslaught. They took their grievance to St. Louis, who, while securing the archbishop's authority and upholding his rights, obtained from the fiery prelate a written, signed, and sealed engagement that he would treat the burghers with humanity, a document which the king gave into the keeping of the sheriffs of Rheims, and had the anathema removed. The Church also showed herself extremely hostile to the creation of communes, at least in the north of France. In 1235 the Synod of Paris denounced the synagogues, that is to say associations, which usurers and extortioners have constituted in nearly all the cities, towns, and villages of France, which synagogues are vulgarly called communes, and have established diabolical usages, contrary to the organization of the Church and tending to the upheaval of her jurisdiction. The Church, even more than feudal lords or jealous king, was the stumbling block in the path of the communes. If their rise had been rapid from 1066 to the end of the following century, thenceforward their decline was as swift. By the end of the 13th century their condition was almost hopeless. Civic freedom failed. Not only the struggle against church and feudality and king, but administrative cares, financial difficulties, the public bankruptcy of town after town, destroyed the life of the communes. These little federative republics, with their spirit of sturdy independence, their courage, their enterprise, were doomed to death. But they had lived long enough to nourish in their walls and under the shadow of their belfries the heirs of all their dreams, those solid burghers, third order of the nation, henceforth assigned as coadjutors to the nobles and the clergy, who from 1302 onwards should take their part in the deliberations of the States General, under a title obscure at first and modest, but destined to renown, the Tiers Etat. The communes had not lived in vain. They perished as separate entities only when the citizens of France were reckoned with and represented in the government of the country. End of section 10. Section 11 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, Chapter 4, The First Renaissance. Poetry awoke in France toward the close of the 11th century. There had indeed been poems before, but scarcely poetry. Indeed, the earliest poems in France strike us as singularly unpoetical. Even the life of St. Alexis, so moving in its conception, for St. Alexis, like Gautama, is a young prince who escapes from his palace and the arms of his bride to lead the ascetic life. Even this touching story is presented without simplicity or grace. Rhetoric and declamation, those bad fairies of French art, were apparently present at its cradle. But towards 1080, some 15 years after the Battle of Hastings, there arose a great poet in the land of France. We do not know his name. He was probably, at least this is M. Bédier's theory, one of those wandering minstrels who on fair days and feast days used to chant long poems of romance and adventure to the crowds assembled in the marketplace, as even to this day they do in the small country towns of Auvergne, where the patois poems of my kinsman Vermenuse are so recited. The Middle Ages have left us many of these historical poems or chansons de geste, but none of them equal the Chanson de Roland. To quote a fine phrase of Mr. Strachey's, this great work, bleak, bare, gaunt, majestic, stands out like some huge mass of ancient granite on the far horizon of the literature of France. The old poet knew how to deal with life and death. Quarrelsome, chivalrous, brave to temerity, The knights that he portrayed in the 11th century are wonderfully like the Frenchmen that we meet today. Homer himself could not surpass the death of Roland, as he runs forward, feeling the fog in his throat, and throws himself down on the green turf beneath a pine with his face to the earth, and then, in one last impulse of pride and love, lifts his head and looks out toward the great country he has conquered, Espagne le Grand. And so he falls to thinking of several things, the many lands he has overcome, and sweet France, and the men of his line, and Charlemagne, at whose court he was bred, and the Frenchmen who had such faith in him. De plusieurs choses Armand Braille priste, de dulce France, des hommes de son ligne. All the modern movement of nationalism, all the cult of la terre et les morts, are presaged in that line. The Chanson de Roland is supposed to have been written towards 1080, and then for 100 years France produced no veritable masterpiece. That nameless old minstrel was like the one bird who, of a summer's night, wakes an hour before the others to herald the dawn. About 1160, the full concert bursts out in a flood of spontaneous music. It is difficult to know what causes a Renaissance, one of those rare revivals and renewals of beauty and mind, invention and creation, which at long intervals transfigure the world and inaugurate a new order. I think they are always preceded by much coming and going on the surface of the earth, vast interchanges of ideas and experience among the nations of men, and certainly there has rarely been a wider and freer intercourse, a more continual come and go, than during that period of the Crusades. France was but a little kingdom during the 12th century. On the east, Provence and Lorraine were fiefs of the empire. Brittany on the west owed an intermittent allegiance, sometimes to England, sometimes to France, and remained practically independent of either. The King of England owned Normandy, Anjou, Aquitaine, Poitou, but the small kingdom of France was full of life and possessed a power of expansion quite out of proportion to its size. If the King of England was the feudal suzerain of much land in France, the mind of England paid tribute to the French. The entire literature of England was French. Not only were the French poets and historians welcomed at the Norman court across the Channel, where their works were widely appreciated, but the inhabitants of England spoke and wrote in French, and some of the oldest and most beautiful examples that we possess of medieval French poetry were composed in England by Anglo-Norman writers. Thomas, the author of the Roman de Tristan, 1170, Marie de France, about the same date, Jourdain Fantôme and others, and there were other Norman kings in Sicily and the south of Italy, whose courts were also a centre for the culture of France. And the Crusaders bore the influence of their country still further afield. From 1099 until 1187 there were French kings at Jerusalem and French counts at Joppa. The code of laws which they drew up for the government of their French subjects in the East is one of the most curious monuments of their time. In 1204, a French empire was founded in Constantinople. It lasted nearly 60 years. The emperor's crown was adjudged to Baudouin of Flanders. The Marquis of Montferrat was elected king of Macedonia. Villehardouin was marshal of Romania, Rumelia, and his nephew Prince of Achaia. There were dukes of Athens, dukes of Thrace, dukes of Naxos. There were counts of Cephalonia, a sire of Thebes and a seigneur of Corinth. Delicious titles that seemed to hail from one of Shakespeare's comedies. But they were real enough, were perhaps the most tangible result of the Crusades. For all these little French courts were fostering places and nursery gardens for French culture and for the French language, while in their turn they communicated to the mother country the secrets and marvels of the East. Trade plied from shore to shore. There was a rich French colony at Saint-Jean d'Acre, which for 2 centuries remained a golden link uniting East and West. There were 8 crusades between 1095 and 1270, and doubtless many of them were irresistible explosions of faith and enthusiasm, especially the first, and those 2 latter ones due to the saintly and heroic impulsion of Saint Louis. But in all human effort there is an alloy. Others were prompted by the desire of wealth. Some were political adventures. But whether holy wars, romances of chivalry, or commercial enterprises, these 8 heroic expeditions certainly modified the course of civilization. Their grandeur was fecund, and their agitation not in vain, although the heathen regained possession of the Holy Sepulchre. The nations learned to know each other. The East was revealed to them. Richard and Saladin saw each that the other was not a savage, but a very perfect knight. The Crusaders brought home with them new arts, the weaving in figures of silk and linen, and the metal incrustations of Damascus, which still preserve the city's name, Damask, Damascene, the glass of Tyre, which was imitated at Venice, the gauze or muslin of Gaza, the weaving of carpets, the use of cotton, also the invention of windmills, so simple, so efficacious. The Crusaders returned with new plants for their gardens. Saint Louis brought back the ranunculus, the King of Navarre the damask rose, and new trees for their orchards, the damson or damask plum, the mulberry tree, which was so greatly to enrich both Italy and France, and the sugar cane, which would only grow in Sicily and Spain, and doubtless they brought home microbes enough. Leprosy seems to have become more frequent, and a new kind of rat, which is now our old black rat. But what they especially brought home was a new crop of ideas. History dates from the Crusades, that is to say, French history, for Sidonius Apollinaris and Gregory of Tours, though they wrote of French history, did not write in French. Hitherto the vulgar tongue had not served for such grand uses, and a literate society does not think of chronicling its daily doings in its humble dialect. But when half the feudal society of France was transported to the other side of the world, those who stayed at home did not stint their questions, and those who returned wished to leave their children some record of their marvellous campaign. And so, after several rude attempts, the Fourth Crusade gave the world the first great modern historian, Geoffrey of Villehardouin, Seneschal of Champagne and Marshal of Romania. His conquest of Constantinople, which doubtless he dictated to a secretary, is full of those French qualities of sincerity, regularity, and noble order, which we shall henceforth so often find in French literature, and makes us exclaim as we recognize them, "Our neighbours are certainly a Latin race." And then the Fifth Crusade brought forth a charming example of the quite different type of Frenchman, apparently entirely Celtic. Joinville is as garrulous, as curious, as familiar and indiscreet, as candid and as supple as Montaigne, but not, of course, as intellectual. Full of fine shades and life and movement, and as he describes the sainte parole et bon fait of his hero, Saint Louis, whom he accompanied to the Holy Land, we feel as though we had come across some lovable, sweet, and yet heroic transformation of the Knight of La Mancha and his squire. Of all the Crusades, the most profitable to France was the one really odious one, the Crusade against the Albigeois. It was really a war of the North on the South, a struggle between two incompatible civilizations, the feudal, Frankish fighting nobility of France, and that Romania, now sunk in a corrupt if brilliant decadence, which still preserved the traditions of antiquity. The Albigeois were a pretext perfectly sincere, for orthodox Catholicism could not tolerate the perverse and aristocratic sect which perpetuated the most dangerous theories of the Gnostics. True, we know the doctrines of the Albigensians, chiefly from the account of their enemies and persecutors, the Cistercians. But this account coincides exactly with the teaching of those half-Oriental, half-Slavonic apostles of pessimism, whose demoralizing speculations permeated the heresies of the Middle Ages. They held that the world is evil, and said that since God is all good, this visible, tangible world is not his work at all, but the creation of some vile competitor and demiurge, whom we abet when we enter the realm of action, if we marry, or work, or enroll ourselves in a church. And they said, but in secret, that the Christ who was born visibly in an earthly Bethlehem was an evil spirit, but that the real Christ had never eaten, nor drunk, nor appeared to human eyes, for he had been born and died for us in a new and invisible sphere. And to that sphere, only after 7 lives of penance and renunciation, endured successively in 7 earthly incarnations, only so may at last the pure and the perfect attain. The Middle Ages took their religion very seriously, and doubtless the spread of these speculations filled the pious with a holy horror. The theories of the Cathares, the pure, seem to have reached the south of France, especially Toulouse and Albi, at the very beginning of the 11th century, and to have spread all through Languedoc to Poitiers and even to Champagne, rooting themselves in those half-mystical, half-sensual literary cliques and courts of love, where the troubadours had prepared the ground for them by the elaboration of an extraordinary tenuity of sentiment. To them also the invisible and the unpossessed was dearer than all that we can touch and own and know. They too said that marriage was incompatible with passion, and the Countess of Champagne proclaimed as a law, amorem non passe suas inter duos conjugales extendere vires. Full of ultra-refinement and unreality as they were, these little courts of Provence, of Languedoc, and of Champagne were none the less important to the future. Their subtle, mystic, sentimental lore prepared the way for a greater poetry, for a still more mysterious feeling, the love of Dante for Beatrice in heaven, the sonnets of Petrarch to his absent Laura. All through the 11th and 12th century, Albi, Toulouse, Béziers, Carcassonne had been centres of a brilliant civilization. Luxury, elegance, poetry, political independence lifted them into another sphere from the rude feudalism of the north. There was a curious antipathy between the two races, the long-haired, rustic Frankish warriors and hunters, and these men of the south with their music and their manners, shaved like actors with their smooth short hair, their ridiculous pointed boots, men without faith or law, the vainest and lightest minded of the human kind, as Rodolphe Glauber described them in the 11th century. He said, too, that the laxness of their morals corresponded with the heresy of their religious views, and this mutual dislike and distrust persisted from age to age, so that at last in 1208 the enemies of the Southerners united against them. The papacy resolved to exterminate the Manichees, the feudal barons, jealous of the riches and the culture of a chivalry too different from their own ideal, the king, desirous of an effective suzerainty over the south, still foreign in laws, language, manners, customs, from the France beyond the Loire. The crusade was declared against the Albigensians, and the war was without pity. In July 1209, 50,000 Frenchmen marched against Béziers, and 15,000 persons in the town and district alone were put to the sword. The Count of Toulouse, one of the 6 fundamental peers of France, was dethroned, like the lords of Béziers and Narbonne. Little by little the King of France annexed most of their possessions, with the provinces of Aunis, Poitou, Périgord, and the Limousin. Before 20 years were out, the monarchy had conquered all the south of France, west of the Rhone, to within 4 leagues of the city of Toulouse. The royal authority stretched from the Channel to the Atlantic coast. France was one that hitherto had always been twain. There was no longer any Romania in Gaul. The separate civilization of the south had perished. The gay science was no more. But in dying, the poetry of the troubadours and all that went with it fertilized the literature of the conqueror, and mingling there with another new and strange element, the Celtic spirit, produced a wonderful efflorescence, one of the most extraordinary revivals of art and letters that the world has witnessed. We know how to trace the influence of the South, but whence came that sudden invasion of the Celtic spirit? Whence drifted into France that subtle, mystic, sentimental charm? There are few greater problems in literature. Our doctors disagree. Gaston Paris opines that the Arthurian legend penetrated into France from England and the Anglo-Norman poets of the English court. Vettelin, Fürster, and Joseph Bédier believe that the French courtly poets heard of Guinevere and Lancelot, of Tristan and Iseult, from the ragged wandering harpers of Brittany and Wales, who roamed from castle to castle and from fair to fair, chanting to their tiny rote or harp in their uncouth foreign tongue tales that charmed away the dullness and the chill of medieval winter. Is it not likely that the story of the Round Table filtered down from above, welled up from below simultaneously? To the Romain de Renard, the strolling foreign harper says to Isengrin the wolf, Je vous savais bon les Bretons, et dit Merlin et dit Faucon, del roi Arthur et dit Tristan, et sais-tu le lait d'Amicet? Yai, dit-il, God is tué, God is to wit. But the great ladies in their fine tongue told the same tales as the wandering minstrels from overseas in their abominable jargon, since we know that Chrétien de Troyes owed the inspiration of his story about Lancelot, La Charette, to the Countess of Champagne. The poet leaves us no doubt on the subject. Matière et sens sont dans les livres, la comtesse, et ils sont trémés, de penser si que rien n'y met, que sa peine et sa tension. It was probably at the learned literary courts of Eleanor of Aquitaine, Queen first of France and then of England, and of her two charming daughters, Aélise, Countess of Blois, and Marie, Countess of Champagne, that the civilization of the South fused with the Breton legends imported from England, and produced that marvellous explosion of poetry and romance. Those elegant and amorous little courts had each its laureate. Gautier d'Arras lived and wrote at the court of Blois. Chrétien de Troyes was the glory of the court of Champagne, and Chrétien was a really considerable poet, something akin to Tennyson and Racine, and what is more, after all these years, a really interesting poet. All our conception of the Arthurian legend can be traced to him. He it was, even more than Geoffrey of Monmouth, who turned the savage Breton heroes and queens into feudal knights and ladies who speak finement and love finement, as people spoke and loved at the court of Marie de Champagne. In his romantic poems, Chrétien is the creator of the French psychological novel. There is but a step between his Charette and the Princesse de Clèves. He wrote with a colour of sentiment, a delicacy, a sense of style hitherto unknown in the rustic Roman tongue. The nature of French literature is already defined. Its keenness of observation, its interest in things as well as in persons, its sentimental perspicacity, its subtle analysis, its purity of expression. If in Chrétien there are passages that seem to foreshadow Racine, there are in a contemporary novel in verse, L'Escouffle, descriptions of fashionable life, portraits of places, elegant interiors, oddly mixed with psychological hair-splitting that suggest Paul Bourget. After the poets came the master builders. This renaissance of the 12th and 13th centuries is the heroic age of the French cathedrals. First, a style of grandeur and simplicity, a transition from the pure Roman, or as we say Norman architecture, to early Gothic. Long rows of tall pillars, cloistered columns in the clerestory overhead, slender towers of many stories, a great impression of nobility and charm. Then, in the 13th century, an ever-increasing richness, a huge mass of extraordinarily varied life, a people of statues, 550 in the portal of Rheims, and all living, smiling, praying, brooding, full of significance and truth. Deep cavernous porches full of shadow, and the mystical rose of the central window, streaming with colour and symbolic imagery and wonderful light. Vaulted naves and choirs 100 feet high, under whose solemn loftiness man sinks to an insect's stature. The real poetry of the French Middle Ages is builded and carved in stone. But in kind and style and period, its progress still keeps step with that of the written word, and the Cathedral of Laon is to the Cathedral of Rheims just what the Chanson de Roland, restrained, severe, sublime, is to the poignant, mysterious, pathetic romance of Tristan or of Arthur. End of section 11. Section 12 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, Chapter 5, The 100 Years' War, Part 1. At the end of the First Renaissance, France was fairer, richer, freer than she had been for 1,000 years, full of liberties, poems, and cathedrals. The sons of the burghers had their seat in council in face of the nobles and the clergy. Never since Charlemagne had the king been so powerful. Peace and order, industry and commerce, art and letters seem so firmly established, the country appears so quietly and naturally outgrowing the system of feudal society, that we might imagine for the morrow the France of Francis I, when suddenly there breaks out the Great War, the 100 Years' War, and behold all Western civilization replunged in the abyss. Yet as we look closer into that waste of carnage and ruin which is the French 14th century, we find in it, none the less, fair and promising spaces. We find in it, above all, the source of two streams of tendency which will augment with every reign and continue to modify the future. They will contribute to the growth of France, and to discover them is our object in this chapter. But first of all, let us explain the sudden lapse into barbarism. Of all the abuses of feudalism, the most disastrous was the doubtful and varying law of female succession, different in every country, almost in every province, and directly responsible for most of the French wars in this and the succeeding century. Let us say nothing of our own Empress Maud, who bequeathed Normandy to her son Henry. That son, Henry II of England, married in 1154 the divorced wife of the King of France, Louis VII. When King Louis, that monk enthroned, returning from a 5-year-long crusade, discovered that his wife had beguiled the time of his absence too agreeably in Paris, and forthwith repudiated his queen, he was more mindful of his honour as a husband than of his duty as a king. For Queen Eleanor was a great heiress. She owned nearly half the south of France, and took with her to the arms of Henry of England Aquitaine, Poitou, Saintonge, Périgord, Auvergne, and Limousin. Henry inherited Normandy from his mother, Anjou, Touraine, and Maine from his father, and he married his son to the heiress of Brittany. Here was a fruitful source of conflict, augmented in the following century, when the daughter of Philippe le Bel, King of France, married the son of King Edward of England. The 3 sons of Philip le Bel all reigned and all died young, leaving no male heirs. In 1328 the throne was empty. There were 2 claimants, Philippe de Valois, cousin german of the last 3 kings, nephew of Philippe le Bel and grandson of Philippe III, and Edward III, King of England, a grandson of Philippe le Bel. Which was the nearest in succession, the son of Philippe's daughter, or the son of the daughter of Philippe's son? The question is nice. We know how the Assembly of Senlis decided in a similar conjuncture. They plumped for the Frenchman and let the lawyers say their say. Though Edward of England had accepted the hard fact of his kinsman's accession, and had even done him an unwilling homage for his French fief of Aquitaine, yet he continued to brood over his rights and his wrongs. For there can be no doubt that Philip VI, jealous of Edward's claim, put many a spoke in the King of England's wheel, both in Scotland and in Flanders. The fatal day dawned when a long smouldering enmity broke into a flame. On the 12th of July, 1346, Edward landed on the coast of Normandy with an expeditionary force of 32,000 men. He little thought that with pauses and abatements, the war with France would last 100 years. At Crécy, the first onslaught of the English was terrible. Inferior in numbers to the French, the English forces were an army, disciplined, armed, and acting in concert, while in the eyes of the chivalry of France a battle was a tournament, in which every knight fought for his own glory and his own hand. The English set their archers in the first line of battle with the knights well behind, much as in our days the artillery prepares and covers the onslaught of the infantry. The French in theory adopted the same disposition, but in the heat of combat the foolhardy French heroes rode down their own bowmen to get the quicker at our cool islanders, and massacred their own infantry in their eagerness for some marvellous exploit. They fell in their masses, 1,200 knights, 30,000 infantry, until a number equal to the attacking force of England lay there dead upon the ground. For the English fought at Crécy like professional soldiers, well equipped with the munition of the time, their arrows rained fast as snow, and for the first time in history cannon were employed to stay and strengthen the bowmen's impetuous attack. No words can tell the scorn, the anger of the French burghers, who had thought to find in their turbulent and tyrannous nobles at least an inexpugnable defence. Crécy rang the first knell that tolled the end of chivalry. The French nobles had no better luck 10 years later, in 1356, at Poitiers. Here the French king was taken prisoner, Jean le Bon, the son of Philippe VI. As we read of him in our Black Prince in Jean le Bel or Froissart's chronicles, of their gentle courtesy and chivalrous courage, their self-reliance and self-sacrifice, our hearts beat high to hear of such noble knights, as worthy as any hero of antiquity in Plutarch's Lives. The accomplished chivalry of the French made, as it were, an aureole round their defeat. We see them in London feasted like guests in their noble ample prison, and feel how far more akin they were to any knight of England than to any churl of France. And the churls of France felt that also, and in their matter-of-fact and simple reckoning they calculated that a chivalry in captive exile, however gracious, was a luxury that they could do without. The full price of that luxury they paid at Bretigny in 1360, when the English king exacted the whole dowry of his ancestress Queen Eleanor, Aquitaine, Poitou, Périgord, and the rest, with Calais, Guisnes, Montreuil, and Ponthieu in the north. In vain the population of these provinces protested. "We may own the English with our lips," said the citizens of La Rochelle, "never with our hearts." And for a whole year they refused to open their gates to Edward's army. The States General were summoned and met in Paris in 1356. Etienne Marcel, the mayor of Paris, was one of the deputies. He was a draper or cloth merchant, the head of the Democratic party, a man of experience, courage, and public spirit. Chiefly through his influence in that hour of rout and defeat, when the chivalry of France had failed her, when the king was in a foreign prison, the States General assumed the burden of government, meeting 4 years in succession, forming the mind of the young Prince Regent. It is in some degree owing to Etienne Marcel that Charles V. was to prove one of the best kings that France has ever had. Unfortunately, these two rulers, heads of such different factions, the Regent with his traditions of chivalry, Etienne Marcel with his new dim conceptions of a representative government, fell out, naturally enough, and came to blows. Marcel, who had fortified Paris, bought and installed the Hôtel de Ville, instituted a permanent commission of reforms, forgot that the man who means to go far goes slowly. He countenanced a revolution, sought to intimidate, if not to imprison, the Regent, and was assassinated in 1358. But he has left a name in history. Had he succeeded, had the States General been summoned at frequent intervals, had the king been compelled to consult with them, France would have conquered her freedom. But going too fast and too far, he disgusted the monarchy with a means of government which had opened the door to revolution. Charles V., who, if he was Etienne's opponent, was also Etienne's pupil, will summon the States General again in 1363 and 1369. But after his death they will meet but 15 times in the 400 years that separate the closing 14th century from the reign of Louis XVI. And more, the kings of France will love their own good pleasure in contradistinction to the conscience of their subjects. Milon de Dormay, Bishop of Beauvais, Chancellor of France in 1383, could write the golden sentence, "Though they should deny it 100 times, kings only reign through the suffrage of their peoples." The words rang true enough in the times of Charles the Wise. They would have appeared rank heresy to Louis XIV. In the midst of that forlorn French 14th century, the reign of Charles V blooms out like an oasis. The war with England continued, with armistices and interludes, but the king contrived to control the civil quarrels and fights of the feudal nobles, of whom so many fortunately were prisoners in England, and he rid the country of still more dangerous customers by sending away to fight the battles of France and Portugal the companies of professional soldiers whom a truce with England left unemployed, and who generally, in the interval between two campaigns, ravaged and battened on the unfortunate country that employed them. When war flared out again, the king collected the wealth and population of France in her fortified towns and camps, and left the already devastated country defenceless to its fate. The English marched through this desert hungrily, found no grange to plunder and no bone to pick, until, tired of starving, they recrossed the Channel, discouraged by their bootless raid. They had scarce seen the face of a Frenchman. If the letters of Petrarch and the ballads of Eustache Deschamps show us how miserable were the abandoned fields and vineyards of France, the towns gorged with stores were by no means unprosperous. They were the hope of Charles. He showered grants and privileges upon them, privileges so enviable that one by one the French cities conquered and held by the English king slipped from his grasp and offered themselves to their own country, until by 1380, of all their Gallic conquests, the English retained only a few ports and seaboard towns: Calais, Cherbourg, Brest, Bayonne, and Bordeaux. For a moment the invasion seemed stopped. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, Chapter 5, The 100 Years' War, Part 2. But war and trade were not the sole concern of Charles. He was a student and a lover of ideas. To any young historian in search of a job, I would recommend The Growth of Intellectual France under the Reign of Charles the Wise. Justice has scarce been rendered to the movement and spread of ideas in France between, say, 1360 and 1380, and but for those wars and battles by which we date our histories, yet which, rightly considered, are often merely interruptions to history, the splendid outburst of art and letters which glorified France 150 years later might have quietly succeeded to the rule of the wise king. The Paris of Charles the Wise was little less occupied with antiquity than the Paris of Francis I. It was not quite the same antiquity. Aristotle, Boethius, Seneca were the names to conjure with. Humanists, translators, geographers, historians were the darlings of the court. The intellectual contact with Italy was established, and an Italian, Christina of Pisa, was one of the great French authors of her time. If I insist on these apparently unimportant details, it is because in this court of the wise king the seed was sown of moral and mental influences which will more and more affect the growth of France. Everyone knows that France went hungry during the 100 Years' War, that fields were fallow, villages in ruin, roads overgrown and made a wilderness. It is surely as important to date the rise of that half-romantic, half-stoical temper, which more and more will seem to us peculiarly French, and to trace to their source those political and moral ideas which then emerge from the doctrines and dogmas of the Middle Ages. The notion of the state, on the one hand, a passionate conception of its unity and absolute authority, on the other hand, a no less passionate affirmation of the rights of the private persons who compose it. The rights of man, l'université du commun peuple, is a twi-fronted ideal that preoccupies and divides the mind of France. In the pages of Gerson, Christine de Pisan, the monk of Saint-Denis, and their contemporaries, there is a warmth of conscience, a sense of political ethics, which has caused an American historian, Miss Maudie Temple, to compare the philosophers and historians of the reign of Charles the Wise with our own Victorian radicals, J.S. Mill and his followers. For several centuries thenceforward, we shall watch the great political parties, which then begin to disengage themselves, gradually arrive at their perfection. Absolutists and democrats, fighting at first as it were in masks or in mufti, feebly essaying their principles under a disguise as Armagnacs and Burgundians, or as Catholics and Huguenots, while their inner significance gradually deepens and spreads until they learn what they really want and what they really mean, until at last each party in turn possesses the whole of France, to essay its final experiment, the one with the autocracy of Louis XIV, the other with the Great Revolution. And then the wise king died, and France, so near recovered, fell back again into the bottomless pit. For the successor of Charles the Wise was Charles the Mad. The 100 Years' War broke out anew. The marriage of Charles VI to Isabeau of Bavaria brought up to court a wave of German bad taste and worse morals, and it was not for another century that the sense of culture, art, ideas revived and formed the great Renaissance. The chief feature of this second period of the 100 Years' War was the civil conflict which complicated its horrors. The Mad King had a brother, Louis, Duke of Orleans, a man infinitely subtle, gifted, amorous, and cruel. He was the head and front of the aristocratic party, that party which was permeated with the new ideas that from Italy had drifted into France, theories of despotism, of the divine right of princes, apologies for the absolute authority of autocrats. The Duke had views of his own on Italy. He had married the daughter of John Galeazzo Visconti, the despot of Milan. He was at the head of the party which first was called Orleanist and afterwards Armagnac, the party of the rich, the party also of the South, those whose ideal was imperial Rome, as opposed to those whose half-conscious ideal was the democratic cities of Flanders. This upholder of the divine right of princes, this head of a strong aristocratic party, would fain have carved for himself a kingdom in Italy, that kingdom of Adria, whose phantom history I once meant to write, and though nothing came of his dream, yet because of all the intrigues it entailed, the court of Louis of Orleans was a centre for all Italianate influences in France. Such was Louis of Orleans, tristi faire, tristi est pourtant, et tout fuit joli, trop sembloit il mélancolie, qui le cuer a plus dur que fer, as Burcharius describes him. Over against him we must set his cousin Jean Sans Peur, John Dreadnought, Duke of Burgundy, a small ugly man, barbu, brun et bien aimé, says Burcharius. Blunt and brutal as a bulldog, restless, violent, demagogic as a burgher of Ghent, the blood of his Flemish mother ran hot in his veins. And the burghers and people of France, says Monstrelet, adored this Duke of Burgundy, because they believed that if he undertook the government, he would put down throughout the kingdom all salt taxes, imposts, levies, and other dues and subsidies with which the people were charged in excess of their conventions. Already the king had begun to transgress the budget of the States General. 25 years after the death of Charles the Wise, there was no trace left of the prosperity which the wise king had conjured up amid the desolation of war-ravaged provinces. "Say not the land of France," complains the rector of the University of Paris, whom we know by his Journal d'un bourgeois de Paris, "say not the land of France, but rather the terre déserte." There was not a village in France but the two factions split it in twain. Men looked askance at their neighbours and flung at each other's heads the deadly accusation Armagnac or Bourguignon. In order to have a man killed, says Juvenal des Ursins, it was necessary to say, "Celui-là est Armagnac," and almost every rich person was supposed to be an Armagnac. Louis of Orleans came to a violent end. On the 20th of November 1407, his cousin of Burgundy had him murdered in the streets of Paris as he was riding home one night after a supper with the Queen, that sister-in-law of his with whom his relations were the subject of so much Burgundian scandal. But the disappearance of the leader had only inflamed the passions of his party. In the ardour of conflict, Burgundians and Armagnacs alike forgot the English invader, less odious than the hostile fellow countryman. In 1413 Jean Sans Peur occupied Paris and took the Bastille. With the butchers of Paris on his right, they were the richest corporation in the city, and the University on the left, eager to fight his battle either with bludgeon or with pen. Jean Sans Peur feared no one, but set a butcher on horseback. The inevitable defect of the French reformer is to go too fast and too far. Just like Etienne Marcel, the butchers got cross. They sent the Armagnac spinning, but it was the other burghers of Paris who soon tired of their revolutionary tyranny. They recalled the Armagnac, who re-entered the capital in 1414. No one seems to have given a thought to the English, and 1415 is the date of Agincourt. When on the eve of battle the burghers of Paris offered 6,000 crossbowmen from their communal trained bands to the Duke of Berry, "What do we want with the shopkeepers?" exclaimed one of the Armagnac leaders. Yet on the 25th of October, 1415, the Battle of Agincourt was the third act of the feudal tragedy. After Crécy, after Poitiers, here was another triumph for the crooked stick and the grey goose-wing. The English yeomen with their bows and arrows vanquished again the tempestuous knights of France. 10,000 Frenchmen lay prone upon the field. But the victorious army was too exhausted to pursue its advantage, and made its way to Calais, only to return to England. The Dauphin of France and the Armagnac leaders were to fight the Englishmen's battles as effectually as any yeoman of the shires. And indeed, from the first, the people of Paris laid the whole blame of this immense defeat upon the Armagnacs. The Duke of Burgundy and his party had not fought against the English at Agincourt. His prestige was intact. It was he who negotiated with the enemy. Had he been in power, said the populace, and regretted the violence of the butchers. In June 1418 there was a terrible rising of the masses in Paris, and all who bore the name of Armagnac were slain. More than 1,000 persons in 24 hours. The Dauphin of France fled to Melun and thence to Loches. Once more Jean Sans Peur of Burgundy entered the capital amid the enthusiastic clamours of the people. Meanwhile, the English, restored, refreshed, and alert, had taken Rouen and were marching on Paris. When Jean Sans Peur proposed a peace, the English king, our Henry V, answered, "Yes, with the French king's daughter given in marriage, and her dowry shall be Aquitaine, Normandy, Brittany, Maine, Anjou, and Touraine." Burgundy hesitated, for this was more than that dowry of Eleanor which for so many centuries had rendered the unity of France impossible. What was to be done against an enemy in power and so preposterous? The only possible course was to spin out the negotiations and gain time, which Jean Sans Peur did to the best of his ability. In the face of the possible abolition of France, Armagnacs and Bourguignons agreed to bury the hatchet and act together in a sort of sacred union. The chiefs of either party, Jean Sans Peur and the Dauphin, consented to meet on neutral ground and draw up the tenets of their coalition. A solemn interview took place on the 10th of September, 1419. The two princes, each attended by 10 gentlemen, met on the bridge of Montereau, their several armies ranged behind them at some distance along the different banks of the river. What happened will probably always remain uncertain, although we know the names of the persons present and all the details of the scene. It is difficult to understand what it was that made a serious and courtly conference, in so grave an hour of national disaster, suddenly change and darken into a stormy skirmish. The Dauphin, the young heir apparent, was but a child of 16. His father was mad, and he himself of a nervous constitution. When he saw in front of him the avowed murderer of his uncle, that Jean Sans Peur whom all his partisans painted blacker than the devil, did the lad make some inconsiderate, frightened gesture which his followers interpreted amiss? There was a struggle, a cry of "Kill, kill, tuez!" One of the Dauphin's men took his young master in his arms and carried him off the bridge. When, a minute later, the mass of hurtling figures disentangled, Jean Sans Peur of Burgundy was discovered dead, his skull cleft by a blow from an axe. The tragedy of Montereau proved a profitable victory for the English. In their wrath, their loathing for the Armagnacs, the whole Burgundian party flung itself into the arms of England, and concluded with the invader that shameful Treaty of Troyes, whereby the Dauphin was declared unapt to wear the crown, and the Kingdom of France bequeathed, after the death of its mad monarch, to Henry of England, by virtue of his marriage with the Princess Catherine. A year later the son of that union was born, heir to a double throne, and while he was still in his swaddling clothes his father departed this life, Henry the Victorious, King of England, and his grandfather, Charles the Mad, King of France. And the disinherited Dauphin fled to the further side of the Loire, where the provinces of the south greeted him as a hero, called him the Avenger of Orleans and the Vanquisher of Burgundy, lauded him to the skies, and made his exile seem a triumph. End of section 13. Section 14 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, Chapter 6, Deliverance. The chivalry of France had failed the country at Crécy, at Poitiers, and at Agincourt. But a knight was on the road who should redeem their errors, rout the English out of France, and restore the king. The people of France, mad with wrath and shame, had risen against the knights in ill-combined revolts and insurrections which in no wise harmed the English, but lacerated the martyred body of their country. And now a daughter of the people arose to bind those wounds, to breathe life into a dying frame, to bring peace from without and peace within. This maiden knight, this saviour of her country, was, of course, Joan of Arc. She transformed her king as she transformed her country. She made of a downhearted, decadent prince the wise organizer of the monarchy. For France and the French are of such a nature that when they are confident in their right and might, no miracle of bravery or success is difficult to them, whereas if you rob them of that intimate self-assurance, their defeat is a foregone conclusion. For the first 5 years after the swift following deaths of Henry V of England and Charles VI of France, the war remained at a standstill, the English predominating north of the Loire and the party of the Dauphin in the south. At Windsor, the King of France and England was a little boy, a babe of 9 months old, when 2 crowns fell into the cradle. The child's French mother married a squire from Wales, one Owen Tudor, and thus became the grandmother of Henry VII. She had little influence with her son Henry VI, who was in all things the ward and pupil of his English uncles. The other king of France, the Dauphin, reigned in Berry. Men called him the King of Bourges. He was a melancholy and disheartened youth, kindly, gentle, pious, interested in books and in experiments, a patron of the new artillery, but to all appearance essentially a private person. His spirit had been broken by the ambush of Montereau and by the ensuing treaty with the English, wherein his own mother had declared him inapt to reign, preferring in his place his sister Catherine, now the bride of Owen Tudor. What wonder if the young man pondered in his heart if he were not base born? His mother's reputation made the thing likely enough. He seemed no redoubtable rival for his infant nephew at Windsor. The people murmured that there was no getting sight of him, and in fact by choice he lived sequestered in his beautiful castle of Mahon-sur-Yèvre, one of the wonders of the French Renaissance, stored with the pictures, the coins, the library, the treasure which his uncle, the great collector Jean de Berry, had united there. He lived among these curiosities like one of those courtly connoisseurs, some Count of Blois or of Champagne, whose enlightened patronship proved so important in the annals of culture and of so little account in the history of France. During those 5 years a division of France appeared imminent, with the Loire for the frontier line. That Loire which still appeared a suture feebly sewn, which any quarrel, any effort might rip open. South of the Loire the Armagnacs were all for Charles. North of the Loire the Burgundians inclined to England. In those difficult years we see all the latent dualism of France, that uneasy marriage of North and South, of Frank and Roman, of federalism and unity, of the democrat and the autocrat, on which the succeeding centuries will play a score of variations. But then, as more than once before and since, a foreign invasion conjured the peril of civil war. One day the English regent awoke to the fact that his hold south of the Loire grew weaker day by day, and he remembered that his little nephew claimed the south no less than the north. The south, the veritable heritage of Eleanor of Aquitaine. In an evil hour for them, the English crossed the Loire and attacked the Dauphin in his vital parts. they opened the campaign by the siege of Orleans. We know that which follows, how at first all went well with them. The 60 forts they built round Orleans town. The blockade continued through the winter and spring of 1428. The hunger and despair of the unfortunate townspeople, and how they offered to surrender, if not to England, at least to Burgundy, and how the regent refused that proposal, saying that English blood had won the town, and it was the due prize of English valour. The Dauphin made no effort to come to the rescue, and mused instead upon his own retreat, hesitating whether to prefer Provence or Scotland. For Orleans it appeared the very crack of doom, and yet the town was saved. For the second time in the history of France, a village lass of 17 repulsed a horde of terrible invaders. Joan is indeed the very soul of her nation, all France incarnate in the bright face of a girl. As first she emerges from her enchanted oak wood, full of fairy rings and holy wells and mysterious voices, she seems to us another Veleda, a druid princess, but the pious maid who saves her country by virtue of her faith, of her hope, when no man hoped in France, and of that fervid charity we call compassion. The Maid of Orleans appears the sister of Geneviève, the Gallo-Roman girl who repelled the Huns, and the young knight in armour who rides to aid the king, vowed to a great and desperate emprise, is surely akin to Roland, or to Galahad, or to some knight of the Arthurian tales. And alas, on the market-place of Rouen, the murdered maid, the martyred saint, is it not Blandine, who died of old at Lyons? It is the most wonderful story in the world, since that more than earthly story which came to a close on Calvary. I have neither time nor skill to tell it here. Who has not read it in the account of Joan's trial, or in Michelet, or Quicherat, or in Vallée de Vireville, or in Siméon Luce, or again in the recent pages of Anatole France, or of our own Andrew Lang, or the prose poems of Charles Péguy. No need for me to write of Joan of Arc, but the briefest survey of the history of France would be incomplete without its passage in her honour. Her courage and impulse, her gaiety, her faith and her innocence fell like dew on the parched and perishing spirit of king and country. She went to the doubting Dauphin, secretly afraid to count himself his father's son and rightful heir. "Sire," she declared, "un homme Dieu, c'est vous, et non autre." She said she knew it from her heavenly patrons, St. Louis and St. Charlemagne, both kings of France, and in the eyes of the maid, one was as true a saint as the other. Thus, with a more than royal touch, she healed her prince's secret evil. When the troops saw that virgin riding in their midst, seated on her grey charger, her lance at rest, armed at all points as a knight, her black tresses falling thick and short round her pensive oval face lit up with a heavenly certitude of victory, they thought her a knight out of paradise, some herald angel sent to France. Semble chose toute divine de son fait, et de la voir et de l'ouïr, wrote the Sire de Laval to his mother. As she waved her troops across the Loire, bidding them charge the invader with all their might and main, her instinct affirmed the road to victory for any French army, that is to say, attack, fury, sacrifice of self, and absolute faith in a leader. The spell of terror and hopelessness which had hung like a fog over France was dispelled by the innocent magic of her courage and faith. On the 8th of May, 1429, Orleans was delivered. A little later the King of Bourges was crowned at Rheims, and acclaimed by a triumphant army King of France. The English cause was lost, but the English are obstinate. It took another 20 years to drive them into the sea. Fresh troops poured across the Channel. On the 23rd of May, 1430, the Maid herself was taken prisoner at Compiègne. We know how she was carried to Rouen, tried there by our countrymen for a witch, handed over to the tender mercies of the Church as a heretic, and how on the 30th of May, 1 year later, and 2 years since that happy May when she had entered Orleans delivered, the Maid was taken to the old market-place at Rouen, her shaven head crowned with a paper cap on which was written, "Heretic, apostate, idolater, tied weeping to a stake and burned alive, and the very ashes of her body thrown into the Seine." Like Plato's just man, reviled, thrown into prison, scourged, blinded, and put to death, yet still enviable, salutary to the state, Joan on her Calvary ensured the salvation of France. In 1435 the Duke of Burgundy concluded a treaty with King Charles. Soon after, Paris rose suddenly against its English garrison and declared for France. 12 years later Rouen followed suit. In 1450 the loss of Cherbourg left England not 1 foot of Norman ground, and the following year deprived her of her last hold on the south. By 1453 the 100 Years' War was at an end. Calais alone remained to the invaders of all their French possessions. Calais, not Normandy, Maine, Anjou, Paris, Bordeaux, with that land of wine and corn, rich Aquitaine. Calais alone consoled the defeated English. France was now a great power, united, strong, no longer an anarchy of isolated atoms, but organized into a whole. Of all the miracles of Joan of Arc, the greatest was that she wrought in the heart of her king. The gentil Dauphin, the King of Bourges, the despondent, decadent Prince of Mahon-sur-Yerres, was to be a great monarch and the inaugurator of a new order of things. When the English burned alive the flower of chivalry at Rouen, something came to an end in France and something began. We may place there perhaps the close of the Middle Ages. A French historian, Victor Duruy, takes the last years of Charles VII to mark the opening of the modern epoch. The France which existed from the time of Clovis and Charlemagne had borne many fruits and done many a deed. That France had elaborated the feudal system, had launched that great enterprise of the Crusades, had instituted chivalry and all the poetry of knighthood, had invented scholastic theology, had built the great Gothic cathedrals. That France is now at an end. The France that begins, the constituted monarchy, will have perhaps a less touching, a less vital originality, but it possesses an incomparable dignity. Magnus ab integro saeclorum nascitur ordo. This new France, with its organized army, its centralized power, its system of taxes, its new conception of the state, this France, which more and more will efface that elder France of chivalry, fiefs, communes, provinces, this France, which, with every successive monarch, gains something in power and grace, from Charles VII to Louis XV, this almost modern France is obviously not only the elder daughter of the Church, as is her boast, but the heir of the Roman Empire in its dangerous tradition of supremacy, of monarchia. End of section 14. Section 15 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Centralized Monarchy. Chapter 1. The Renaissance. Part 1. There are seasons in history when the human spirit seems to bud and blossom. Great inventions, glorious discoveries start into life, and fresh horizons open at every turn. Nations have their Aprils, when the world seems to flower with a fortunate novelty. Such a springtime, such an Easter, pervaded all Europe in the last half of the 15th century. Inventions, discoveries, retrievals and revivals combined to fill the times with new notions, fresh ideas. If Charles VII was able in so few years to reorganize the whole system of his armies, suppressing the feudal companies and communal train bands, inaugurating a national army and a state artillery, it was those new cannons that had seemed such toys at Crécy which enabled the king to centralize his forces. The bombards and bullets of the siege of Orléans were already powerful engines of battle. A little later, the generalization of portable firearms favoured the increase of regular troops. The knight-errant with his lance, the feudal lord, plated from top to toe, and followed by his men-at-arms, even the terrible archers of England, were vanquished by anticipation. No longer a living dread, but a curious survival, powerless in front of the heavy artillery of the state. A greater invention than gunpowder did still more to inaugurate the modern age. At Mayence on the Rhine in 1456, a printer named Gutenberg, improving on the discovery of a Dutch inventor, Laurent Caster of Haarlem, gave to the world, as the result of patient experiment, a Bible, printed with movable metallic type and a new sort of press. The printing press awoke in Europe an enthusiasm which we may compare to that which in our own times greeted the automobile or the aeroplane. Whole families from generation to generation gave themselves up to the perfection of the wonderful mechanism. At Venice in 1494, a professor of Greek and Latin founded the famous Aldine press. At Paris in 1502, a young French nobleman, Henri Etienne, tarnished his ancestral shield with a smear of printer's ink, and though his father cut him off with a shilling for it, turned tradesman, founding that illustrious dynasty of the Etienne, which has made his name forever dear to book lovers. It was good in those days to be a printer, for one had plenty to print. The fall of Constantinople, taken by the Turks in 1453, had dispersed and sent out into exile the learned Greeks and Byzantines who still continued the tradition of antiquity in the shadow of St. Sophia. They fled for shelter and protection, first to Florence, then to France, bringing their sheaves with them, sheaves of priceless manuscripts, the writings of Plato, of Aristotle, of the great classic dramatists. Aristotle had filtered down to modern times through the perversions and translations of his disciples, the Arab philosophers of Spain. But Plato came almost as a revelation. In the end of the 15th century, one Marsilio Ficino of Florence translated into Latin the works of Plato and of Plotinus. It is impossible to overestimate the influence of this new learning on the religious ideal of France. This new world of inventions and ideas was doubled by a material new world. On the 12th of October, 1492, Christopher Columbus discovered, as he thought and intended, the eastern coast of Asia, but it was America. In that voyage and two others, rapidly succeeding, he brought into human ken, and under the sway of Spain, a new world, the West Indies, as America was called at first. I have read in a very early printed pamphlet, an incunable, as we book lovers say, of the new discovered land beyond the Ganges, and in fact Christopher Columbus, on sighting land, supposed that he had reached the further side of India, which is why we still call the indigenous race the Red Indians. So great a discovery meant a readjustment of all that preceded it, and by its immense increase of Spanish wealth and Spanish power, the voyage of Christopher Columbus disturbed the balance of power in Europe. In the 16th century we shall find the great rival and enemy of France to be no longer England, but Spain. There is, however, an interlude between the rivalry of France and England and the rivalry of France and Spain with the Empire, which interlude was occupied by several successive French invasions of Italy, expeditions which did but little from the point of view of territorial aggrandisement, but which exercised the greatest possible influence on the development of art and life in France. Italy was in those days the very fount of beauty, the reservoir of all that remained of Greece and Rome, ideas and relics. And certainly it was not in view of completing their education that for 30 years and more, from 1493 until 1525, the armies of France streamed across the Alps in recurrent floods, but the diffusion of classic culture was after all the chief result of all their battles. The France we know would not have been the France we know but for those madcap expeditions. After 100 years of waste and carnage, France had swung back to the intellectual position which she had occupied under Charles the Wise. Then, too, Italy, antiquity, had occupied her. Then already Aristotle, Augustine, Boethius, and Seneca were names to conjure with. That spirit, half romantic and half stoical, which more and more as times go on we shall associate with what is most characteristically French. And then came the 100 Years' War. In fact, those revolutions and wars by which we date history are often not landmarks, but obstacles to history. Still, as a river sometimes flows underground for a portion of its course, emerging undiminished, the trend of thought which had taken its rise in the court of Charles V was merely lost to sight during the succeeding century. That preoccupation with the idea of the state, that conception of social unity, the desire of a general education and amelioration for l'université du common peuple, all that sense of mind and morals and rational progress was not wasted, but was indeed the distant, the unapparent impulse which set in movement the reforms of Charles VII and his son King Louis. To the average English playgoer, Louis XI is a personage of a grisly yet comic odiousness, something like a French Hunchback Richard. But to the student of history, this unamiable individual appears as a great king, the precursor of modern royalty, in fact, one of the monarchs that France could least have spared. An ungrateful and rebellious son, a neglectful and indeed a cruel husband to that unhappy poetess, Margaret of Scotland, a false friend, a treacherous guest, a hypocrite, an egoist, a hypochondriac and a miser, and with no grace of mind or person to carry off and compensate so many disadvantages, for this great prince was, to look at, the merest lout, with shabby clothes all wrinkled round his crook-kneed spindle legs, and a battered slouch hat throwing a friendly shadow on his long coarse nose. Still, Louis XI was a person of parts and a man of power. He was patient and wise, and knew how to draw the maximum of profit from every disagreeable experience. As heir to the throne, he had been the friend of the feudal nobles, and had raised more than one revolt against the centralizing government of his father, Charles VII. But when his time came to reign, he turned his coat with a vengeance, and so much so that his outraged associates of yesterday, incensed by his cynical apostasy, banded themselves together in an alliance oddly misnamed the League of Public Weal. But in the end, Louis got the better of them all. The universal spider spread his web. It is the name given him by a Burgundian chronicler, l'universelle araignée. And in his tangle of wars, treaties, matches, and marriage contracts, last wills and testaments, contracts and bargains, he caught all the glittering flies of French feudality and sucked them dry. And one by one he added their possessions to the crown domains. Between 1472 and 1482 he thus accumulated Armagnac, Alençon, Nemours, part of the great turbulent province of Burgundy, the towns of the Somme, Artois, Roussillon, Franche-Comté, Anjou, Maine, Provence, and therewith the rights of the house of Anjou to the throne of Naples. Louis XI was the master builder of French territorial unity. Nor did he neglect the wise administration of the kingdom that he builded. He instituted 3 new parliaments at Grenoble, Bordeaux, and Dijon, which brought the king's justice within reach of the people and kept in check the local pretensions of the feudal lords. He created a central postal service, a thing that seems so necessary to civilization that we can hardly imagine a world without it, but there had been none in France since Charlemagne, who had for a while revived the postal service of the Romans. Louis XI, in 1464, established on all the high roads of France, at stages of 4 leagues apart, a series of post houses with relays of 4 or 5 swift horses and a postmaster in each. But the jealous king reserved the system for the royal service. He opened countless roads, canals, mines, founded many manufactures, markets, fairs, attracting to France the cleverest craftsmen of the neighbouring countries. He established a printing press, not only in Paris, but at Lyons, Caen, Poitiers, Angers. He instituted the provincial universities of Valence, Bourges, Caen, and Besançon. In fact, he prepared the meagre and convalescent kingdom which he had inherited for a great outburst of prosperity and culture. And when in 1483 he died, always privately execrable and publicly execrated, he had lifted France into the front rank of nations. End of section 15. Section 16 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 1, The Renaissance, Part 2. Louis left behind him 2 children, a daughter of 21, a son of 13. He had a great opinion of his girl and left her regent of France during the minority of her brother. Anne of Beaujeu was a type of Frenchwoman who has been frequent in every age: managing, masterful, economical, prudent, devoted. She married her little brother to the heiress of Brittany in the teeth of the bride's opposition. And so, as a peasant farmer adds field to field and vineyard to vineyard, the father and daughter between them compacted the kingdom of France. The son was of a different type. Men called him Charles the Affable. He was the harum-scarum young Frenchman we so often meet, ugly, expressive, pleasant, friendly, brave, and eager for romance. He had lived all his life far from his father's court, reading the Rosiers de Guerre and countless romances of chivalry in his castle of Amboise. Of all his father's inheritance, that which appealed the most to this vivacious yet dreamy, unpractical young man was just that one item by which the prudent Louis set no store: the claims of the house of Anjou to the crown of Naples. In 1494 the king, 24 years of age, crossed the Alps in a tumultuous rush, dragging over the mountains with him 40 of those new cannon, which were as strange and terrifying to the Italy of his times as the German Zeppelins or the English tanks are to our own. What a surprise to the Transalpine princes, accustomed to the leisurely, methodical battles of their condottieri, as regular and almost as harmless as a game of chess. What a terrible revelation was this mad, destructive inrush of the French. They called Charles the Affable the scourge of heaven. The invasion of Italy appeared even to contemporaries a miracle. The young king, ill-advised, without generals, without money, leading the impromptu army of a moment's whim, traversed hostile Italy as glorious as Charlemagne. A horde of young barbarians they must have seemed. We know how the French soldiers shied stones at Leonardo's statue of Dux Forza at Milan, and broke the priceless masterpiece to bits. But if they were rough and rude, if the Italian tyrants who so long had coquetted with France deplored their advent, the common people everywhere welcomed the army and cried, Benedictus qui venit in nomine Domini. The women brought their jewels to pay the troops, the men threw open the gates of the cities. Every difficulty was overridden, for, says Communes, touched with the grave exaltation of the hour, God himself was our leader. Dieu monstreux conduire l'entreprise. At our first arrival, he goes on, the people honoured us as saints, supposing all faith and virtue to be in us, but this opinion endured not long. For there reigned a great wickedness in the beautiful cities of Italy, and the people took the French for an army of deliverers. Let us take not only the testimony of the French, but out of a cloud of witnesses the words of Marin Sanudo, the Venetian secretary. There is no city in Italy, says he, not Rome or Naples, not Milan, Florence, Bologna, or Ferrara, nay, not my own Venice even, that is holier than the cities of the plain. But how beautiful were Sodom and Gomorrah! What angels painted in the chapels of Florence, where Savonarola in the pulpit welcomed with his fiery eloquence the coming of the French! And Milan, with the frescoes of Leonardo fresh upon the wall, and Ariosto at Ferrara, and Venice, where the girl Madonnas of John Bellini were not yet all begun. And the Pope at Rome was Borgia, and the preacher at Florence was Savonarola. Among all this strange extravagance of beauty, vice, and virtue, the King of France moved like a quaint elfin child. A quite uninstructed person, wrote the Milanese Corio, though none the less able to address his soldiery in such telling terms that they rushed upon the enemy crying alive or dead, and the young French lords innumerable who accompanied him and all their soldiery made a wonderful progress to Naples, where Charles was crowned King of Naples, Emperor of the East, and King of Jerusalem. The ugly, bright-eyed youth projected a crusade. But a rumour of an anti-Gallic league of those very states which had welcomed the French so fervently sent Charles and his army back across the Alps. That was the first of several French invasions of Italy. A few years later Charles was to die of an accident at tennis. His cousin and successor, Louis XII, remembered his grandmother Valentina of Milan, and led another army into Italy in pursuance of the French claim to Milan. And the same fantastic claims led his heir, Francis I, more than once into Lombardy, where he scored a great victory in 1515, and 10 years later was taken captive at Pavia. The reverses and the successes of France and Italy were alike ephemeral. What really mattered, what really contributed to the growth of France, was the impression of Italy that the French brought away with them, an immense enlargement of the moral and artistic faculties, the one stimulated by the beauty and the science of Italy, the other shaken and awakened by the spectacle of a shocking example. For the very same great lords who bought Leonardo's pictures and Ariosto's poems were poisoners, employers of paid assassins, adept in unnatural vices. It was borne in upon honest France that there is something worth more than all that fairyland can show. As Rabelais wrote, voicing the sense of his time in immortal words, Science sans conscience est la ruine de l'âme. Knowledge bereft of conscience is the ruin of the soul. The 30 Years' War which France waged on Italy did more for the mind of the nation than the 100 Years' War with England. The English occupied France without modifying it. The French kings brought back with them personalities of such genius that they grafted new conceptions on the stock of France. When Francis I invited to Fontainebleau the master painter Leonardo da Vinci, sculptor, architect, physicist, engineer, writer, musician, and when he turned his French manor into a wonderful Italian palace, with Andrea del Sarto, Benvenuto Cellini, primaticio for its decorators. When he founded the College of France and welcomed there the humanists and scholars left shelterless by the fall of the Republic of Florence, when he married his son to the Pope's niece, Catherine de' Medici, the Florentine, when French authors translated Petrarch, Tasso, Boccaccio, Machiavelli, the gods of the Italianate court, the invasion of France by Italian culture became complete. Those old, vain raids on Milan had been, after all, more important than many a successful war, and in a mood of fancy we might suppose that the snake uncoiled upon the shield of the Visconti had renewed the temptation of the primal serpent. France, at its bidding, like Adam, had eaten of the fruit of the tree. And as in the earlier Renaissance, this invasion of foreign germs produced a marvellous blossoming of native genius. This is not the place to write of the French Renaissance, but I must at least, in passing by, salute two great names. Could one write of Elizabethan England and never mention Shakespeare? Rabelais' Life of Gargantua is an orgy of life, inexpressively coarse and yet full of poetry, a foul and glorious paean in praise of the energy of nature. The French, who are so fine, so delicate and exquisite, are yet sometimes coarse with a surprising coarseness and unexpected filth that the English imagination boggles at. But Rabelais is their master in this line. Yet so great was his love of life, so deep and hearty his pagan philosophy, so ardent his wish to liberate the intelligence of man, to enfranchise his instincts and ensure his freedom and his happiness, and so contagious is his rollicking laugh, that as we shut up the book we murmur to ourselves, "Whom have we here? Is it Falstaff, Caliban, or Prospero?" Rabelais' story, like Cervantes' Don Quixote, was begun as a skit upon an old medieval novel. The story is nothing, the stuff of no importance. The priceless value of the work lies in its embroidery. All the rushing, gushing, incoherent welter of fun, philosophy, learning, wit, imagination, in a magical medley of words. The revolt of nature against grace, the claims of the body as opposed to the soul, the belief in a beauty and a harmony immanent in all the natural courses of life, the hatred of what he calls antiphysie and what we perhaps might call metaphysics, have never been expressed with a more unconquerable conviction. Rabelais was a medical student for years before he became Curé of Meudon, and his genius keeps the marks of the sawbones and the apothecary. The discursiveness, the scepticism, the egotism of Rabelais are present in the other great name of his age, Michel de Montaigne, who, feeling that he had so much to say about life and things, very wisely gave up any attempt to tell a story, and merely gave us his views and meditations, inventing a new form, the essay. Montaigne was a man of free and meditative mind, as little trammelled by custom and superstition as Rabelais himself. Like Rabelais, something of an anarchist, much of an Epicurean. But unlike Rabelais, he finds something superior to the beauty and harmony of nature, and that is the mastery a man may gain over his own mind and over circumstance and fate. In fact, Montaigne, the soft and slack Montaigne, as Pascal calls him, the loose and lax Montaigne, as we are all inclined to think, was, in his deepest heart, a Stoic. It is, I think, this mingling of free philosophy and natural grace, with something firm and stoical at bottom, which makes him so characteristically French, and, to my humble thinking, one of the most delightful authors in the world. But Montaigne has always been beloved in England, owing perhaps to the fact, as I think Sir Sidney Lee was the first to point out, that Lord Bacon's elder brother settled at Bordeaux, was an intimate friend of the French philosopher, his works passed early to our English thinkers' hands, and Montaigne's essays gave the pattern to Bacon's essays. The marvellous translation of John Florio soon rendered the Frenchman almost as popular in England as at home. There can be little doubt that Shakespeare studied him, and from that day to this, it is doubtful if any foreign author has had in our studies and among the meditative, solitary sort a more appreciative public than Montaigne. The character of the philosopher is akin to our phlegmatic, liberal English temper. He declared himself our cousin, and inclined to think that the original équièmes of Montaigne were immigrants to Bordeaux from our isles. End of section 16. Section 17 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 2, The Wars of Religion, Part 1. France could not continue to linger in the school of Italy. All her energies for the next 200 years will be absorbed by her struggle, a real life-and-death struggle, with Spain and the Empire. The difficulty of understanding the development of France during this period is that her foreign policy and her home policy were almost constantly contradictory. She is like one of those machines whose wheels turn, some in one direction, some in another. One would think it ought to stand stock still, like two rams butting one another. Yet the machine works. And this difficult period is one of constant growth for France. Despite its wars and its catastrophes, it embraces, in a first act as it were, the reign of Francis I and the reign of Henri IV, and then what we must call, after Voltaire, the century of Louis XIV. In this chapter I shall deal merely with the 16th century and with that earlier rivalry of France and the Empire, which came to an end in the triumph of France on the accession of Henry IV. But Richelieu, Mazarin, and Louis XIV will still have 3 long lives to spend in stamping out the ashes of those ill-extinguished fires. Indeed, from early in the 16th century till the beginning of the 18th, the great affair not only of France but of Europe was, which shall be the leader, France or the Empire? The Empire was, of course, the Empire of Germany, the Holy Roman Empire of Germanic nationality, much less German than Austrian, for although nominally elective, the Empire was in fact for many hundreds of years a fief, as it were, of the House of Habsburg. When in 1519 the Emperor Maximilian died, his grandson and natural heir was Charles V, the youthful King of Spain. But the Empire was still supposed to be elective, and in fact a form of election was regularly gone through, candidates presenting themselves with a great flourish of credentials, and though the farce always ended in the choice of a Habsburg, the election of an Austrian was not absolutely a foregone conclusion. And the election of a King of Spain, to a throne which already controlled both Germany and Austria, Lorraine and the Netherlands, Flanders and Alsace, with claims to Milan, Naples, Navarre, and Burgundy, such an overwhelming preponderance accorded to one royal house would so evidently upset the balance of power in Europe that the election of 1519 promised at least to be serious. 3 kings presented themselves, all young, the first of their rank in the world, for the consideration of the 7 princely electors. They were Henry VIII of England, Francis I of France, Charles V of Spain, and the German princes chose Charles of Spain, the Habsburg. Now let us open a map and see how the possessions of this new emperor surround and stifle France. To the east, from the Channel to the Alps, reach the Netherlands, Flanders, Franche-Comté, Lorraine, Alsace, all Charles's, with at the back of them the German Empire. He contests the Italian frontier. On the southwest he owns Spain, and in right of his grandmother he is claimant to Burgundy, Artois, and Flanders. France lay in his grip. Let us suppose that in the present age, by some strange chance, an emperor of Russia, already king of Poland, with rights and pretensions to the crown of Italy, should be elected president of the French Republic and king of Belgium. Even so, the Central Empires of 1917 would not be as closely surrounded by their arch-enemy as 16th century France was by the heir of the Habsburgs. This one glance at a map explains all the foreign policy of France. Compelled to intrigue with the Turk, the arch-enemy of Austria, to coquette with England, to approach the Protestant princes of Germany, in fact, to invent and elaborate a great liberal league in order to counterbalance the immense orthodox forces of Austria, Spain, and the Empire. The friends of France abroad are the Turk, the heretic, and the infidel. And yet France is a great Catholic power, distraught with her own heresies, a house divided against herself. In the middle of the 16th century, at least 1/5 of France was Protestant. In some provinces, far more. 1/2 of Burgundy, and 3 parts of Béarn. And the effort of the French kings was to reduce these Protestants by every form of battle, murder, and sudden death, to exterminate these heretic subjects, who were in France almost a separate republic, a state within the state, and yet who were of the same religion as the foreign allies of France. The very sovereign who negotiates an alliance with Henry VIII. Or Queen Elizabeth, or a treaty with the Lutheran princes across the Rhine, is in his own country the enemy in arms of the upholders of the Church of his allies. The situation appears inexplicable, unless we remember that what we call the wars of religion were in fact political wars. The monarchy had grown very strong in France under Louis XI, very splendid under Francis I, and also, by reason of the frequent invasions of Italy and the constant infiltration into France of Italian culture, the monarchy had grown Italianate. The son of King Francis married a Florentine, and for 50 years at the court of Catherine de' Medici, Italian culture reigned. Gradually around her there was formed a sort of Italian kernel to the court, an inner council from beyond the Alps. There was Gondi the Florentine, who became Duc de Retz. There was the Milanese Birago, the magistrate who became Chancellor of France. There was also Strozzi, the Queen's cousin, ready to conduct her armies, and Gonzaga, son of the Duke of Mantua, who by his marriage became the French Duc de Nevers. All these and many more were the ardent adepts of the absolute Italian theory of government. Machiavelli was their great man. We know that Catherine's son Henry listened every night to a chapter of The Prince read aloud to him ere he slept, as good Huguenot listened to a chapter of the Scriptures. And doubtless his mother was no less well informed. Not only in the great Florentine, but in all their Italianate jurists and legists, they found material to nourish their conception of a king. It was the old Roman conception of the monarch as the supreme, almost divine expression of the state. The king can do no wrong. His will is law. He is the soul of his people, and they exist to serve him. None shall worship at another altar than the king's, nor think any private or public duty so sacred as his good pleasure. No property of any individual, no privilege of any province, no liberty of any city, had any rights or sanctions save his Majesty's consent. Against his express command, his subjects could have no defence and no redress. Such theorists saw little difference between a heretic and a rebel. And in truth, a Huguenot was often, if not a rebel, at least a constitutionalist. There is a deep republican instinct in the soul of Protestantism. At least for the most part, the Huguenot held that if the monarchy degenerate into a tyranny, it is the duty of subjects not to submit, but to warn their sovereign of his excess and to correct the error of his ways. Like Milon de Dormont, 200 years before them, they said, "The king reigns not by a divine right, but by the suffrage of his people." If we wish to see their point of view, let us open the books of their poet and leader, Agrippa d'Aubigné. His Tragique, at any rate, may, I believe, be bought for a very small price. At every page of his memoirs we shall find some weighty sentence. The king and his subjects owe a duty to each other. The prince who breaks his faith to the people forfeits thereby his right to their allegiance. The power of the prince proceeds from the people. Thus d'Aubigné and the Huguenots opposed to Machiavelli the old Gallican theory of monarchy, indigenous to the soil. In the ears of Catherine de' Medici's Italianate council it rang with the sound of treason, and in perfect good faith autocratic Catholics and democratic Huguenots massacred each other as debasers of the moral currency of the state. I do not deny that the Huguenot gentlemen who swung from the balconies of the castle at Amboise were martyrs to their faith. But they died chiefly because they had failed in an attempt to kidnap the young king. It was a plan that Coligny avowed, and other Huguenots would calmly have taken the crown from the Valois to place it on the brows of another Bourbon, their leader, the Prince of Condé, for whom they struck a medal with the inscription Roi des Fidèles, King of the Faithful. Not only were the Protestants naturally republican, or at least constitutionalist, not only did they profess, as Jurieu, their jurisconsult, was soon to formulate it, que le peuple est le premier souverain et que la souveraineté y demeure toujours non seulement comme dans sa source, mais encore comme dans son premier sujet. In addition to this inherent instinct of democracy, we must not forget the suspicion which attached to the Protestants on account of their supposed affiliation to the Anabaptists of the Low Countries. So in our own times, in a country under autocratic government, a liberal movement might, by a not unnatural confusion, be suspected of nihilist tendencies and persecuted on that account. In perfect honesty on either side, a civil war, in fact as political as our war of the Cavaliers and the Roundheads, devastated France for more than 30 years, usurping the name and the principles of religion. The horrors of the 100 Years' War were renewed. Ô France désolée, ô France sanguinaire, non pas terre, mais cendre, writes Agrippa d'Aubigné in his Tragique. And he records how he saw in a vision his country France, bearing in her arms 2 twin brothers, who fight like deadly foes and lacerate their nursing mother's breasts, spilling her kind milk, tearing her tender flesh, until the anguished martyr cries, "I have no milk to give you, only blood." Yet there were those in France who deplored the struggle that knit the sons of France in so deadly a grip. Catholics like Ronsard, who bewailed the stains and smirches on his crucifix, "Un Christ empistolé, tout noirci de fumée." Protestants like Henry of Navarre, who fought for their faith, and yet held that the fairest of victories was for brethren to dwell together in amity. There was a Montaigne, with his wise and meditative mind. There was a Michel de l'Hôpital, who denounced civil war as wicked and unnatural. Nay, the very Queen Mother herself, Catherine de' Medici, aspired to peace and harmony. In 1570 the reign of concord seemed at hand. The struggle with Spain was acute, and naturally sent the French government to the further swing of the pendulum toward England and Holland. There were great negotiations for marrying one of Queen Catherine's sons to Elizabeth of England. The young king, Charles IX, took for his mentor the Protestant chief, the Admiral de Coligny, and Catherine married her daughter to Henry of Navarre, the Prince of the Huguenots, who after her own 3 sons stood next in succession to the throne of France. Pope's niece though she was, Catherine was no bigoted Catholic, no martyr for her religion like Mary Queen of Scots. She was an unfanatical Italian, doubtless like that other Italian, Caesar. She thought these Gauls too much addicted to religion, and certainly she deplored the appalling waste and ravage of her children's property, the Kingdom of France. These ruined provinces no longer paid their expenses. The Queen had, if I may say, household cares. The annual cost of the kingdom was 17 millions, and the incomings not quite 3. Doubtless, if by raising a finger Catherine could have delivered the country from Protestants and Catholics alike, that finger would have been raised. She sought at least to play the two parties one against the other, leaning now to this side, now to that, in an impossible attempt at equilibrium. But the violence of the times was too great. She could be sure of neither party. In August 1572, when most she appeared to incline to the Huguenot faction, at that time assembled in Paris to celebrate the marriage of their prince with the young king's sister, she seems to have been suddenly startled by some rumour of a Protestant plot to capture the king, and trembled anew, demoralized by terror. At that moment, I imagine, she must have cast her eyes on the book that was the political Bible of the Medici, Machiavelli's Prince. Or did she need to open it, knowing it so well by heart? Therein she could read the danger of such a system as that which she had recently applied, the perpetual shilly-shally between irreconcilable interests. The doctrine of Machiavelli is not unlike that which has inspired the Kaiser in the war of 1914-18. It is the apology for absolute power, the right of a king to exercise cruelty in order to enforce obedience. In fact, the theory of frightfulness. It is a theory which has a certain unholy fascination in print. But when applied, well, we remember the effect on Europe of the German ravages in Belgium. Catherine, too, is doubtless taken aback by the result of her recipe for good government, when no longer meditated in the study, but put in practice on flesh and blood. End of section 17. Section 18 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 2, The Wars of Religion, Part 2. Machiavelli maintains that cruelty is legitimate on the part of a prince if it be employed in the interests of order, and only once, in a single stroke, by a coup d'état intended to secure the direction of affairs. The blow must fall sudden and dreadful, must teach by terror, vanquish by victory, and never need to be repeated. And it must be succeeded by a long and mild sequence of public benefits, which follow after the thunderstroke, like the gentle fertilizing rain. It is, as I say, the policy of the Germans in the invaded provinces of Belgium and France. In our father's time it was the policy of Napoleon III, and a modern writer has been found to advocate this opération de police un peu rude. But no man, not even the Kaiser, ever applied it so thoroughly as that trembling mother, that weak woman, Catherine de' Medici. Her utter devotion to her sons gave her a great influence over them, and her terror made her eloquent. She persuaded her half-mad poet of a son, the King Charles IX, that his friend Coligny had a plot against him, and indeed, who knows? That may have been true, for had not Coligny plotted to kidnap the king's elder brother Francis II, the husband of Mary Queen of Scots? And then, out of fear and falsehood and a woman's mad impulsiveness, the appalling order was given to massacre the admiral and his 600 gentlemen and their servants and followers, some 2,000 people in all, and as many more as might be of the Protestant professors. doctors, tradespeople, and mechanics, at that moment more than usually at their ease in Paris, on account of their prince's wedding and of the new friendship between Coligny and the young king. That unimaginable crime was ordered and executed, more or less, for, though some 20,000 were slain in Paris and the other towns of France, yet many escaped, and among them Henry of Navarre, the future Henry IV, the future idol of the French nation. The massacre was applauded by the King of Spain, the national enemy, and almost accepted by the Queen of England, who protested, it is true, yet stood godmother in the following year to a French royal babe, and resumed her negotiations for a possible marriage with a French royal prince, who was to turn Protestant before his wedding, and bring with him, wrested from Spain, the Low Countries as a dowry into England. The Inquisition struck a medal of the St. Bartholomew to commemorate the great and glorious event, and the Huguenots, naturally seeing the construction to be placed on peace, broke out again in war. And the king died within 2 years of sheer horror and nervous collapse, muttering to his old nurse, his old Huguenot nurse, "Blood, blood, que de sang." But on the whole, when we peruse the documents of the time, we are astonished rather at the slight effect of an event which has never since ceased to thrill the world with horror and loathing, which has injured so desperately the fair fame of France, and left so deep a mark in history. I suppose if you were to ask the man in the street what he remembers of French history, he would reply, Joan of Arc, the massacre of St. Bartholomew, Versailles, the French Revolution, and Napoleon. Yet this capital event brought about no great result, unless it were to sicken the country with civil war. No country can go mad for more than a certain time. A dozen years of battle had ruined France. Thousands of villages were reduced to ashes, the grass grew over the rutted, disused roads, the 2 broken halves of the fractured bridges appeared to lift up their arms to heaven in protest, and the streets were full of the halt, the maimed, and the poor who begged their bread from door to door and slept among the tombs in the cemeteries. The end was not yet, and not for many years. But already between the 2 extremes of public passion a new party grew and increased, the moderates, the politique. Did not the wise Montaigne affirm to the historian de Thou that Henri of Navarre was no Protestant and Guise no Catholic? The time came at last when it was for France a question of peace or death, when both the king, Henry III, and his heir, the King of Navarre, were bent on peace, and yet the land, distraught by too many rancours, could not settle down in quiet, but went maddeningly on in its insensate vendettas. And then a strange thing took place. The Catholic party, the party of absolute monarchy, forsook the king. Henry III had no direct heir. His successor-in-law would be Henry of Navarre, the murdering Protestant, as they would say in Ireland. And in view of so dire a consequence, the ultra-Catholics formed themselves into a league. From 1586 to 1596, France was really governed, inasmuch as it was governed at all, in the north and in the big towns by this league, and in the federalist home ruler south and west by the organization of the Protestant cause. France seemed in danger of separating in twain. The doctrines of the League out-Huguenoted the Huguenot by their political audacity. The Leaguers wrote to the Pope, "We are jealous of the honour of God and of the antique glory of France. We are born Frenchmen, not slaves, Catholics, not Calvinists." And just as passionately as Agrippa d'Aubigné, they argued that the king was only king en vertu du consentement de tous. They maintained that there exists a tacit contract between the sovereign and the nation, a pact which at any moment may be revised. And just as the Protestants struck a medal for Condé with the inscription Roi des Fidèles, So the Leaguers offered the crown to another prince of the royal race, that Duke of Guise, who had organized the massacre of St. Bartholomew, and after his assassination proposed to seat in his stead on the throne of France a daughter of the King of Spain. So deep in the mind of France abides the conception that kings only reign by virtue of the will of the people. What would have happened if France had then abandoned the principle of an hereditary monarchy? Would France have become a dependence of Spain? The charm, the prestige, the natural authority and grace, the timely conversion of Henry of Navarre saved the situation. France may well idolize the memory of Henri IV. He brought into that bedlam of senseless strife such a breath of good sense, gaiety, courage, stoical endurance, love of realities and happy moderation, as showed France in a vision her own true image, and chased the fanatics and the phantoms afar. It seems strange indeed that this most human and most humane of princes should have been the cousin and the contemporary of those morbid, half-mad, ghastly sons of Catherine de' Medici, and great-great-grandsons of Valentina Visconti. The King of Navarre, gay, prudent, economical, brave, practical, alert, seems separated from them by a gulf of centuries, seems in fact a Frenchman of today. His book of devotion was not Machiavelli's Prince, but a manual of country life and rural economy, the Théâtre d'Agriculture of Olivier de Serres. Every day he listened to it for half an hour. We know his wish, the wish of a poor man who had often gone hungry, that every farmer in France should have a fowl in his pot a Sundays. He loved the land, and he loved the common people, and would have said, as Sully, his friend and minister, said, "The pastures and the ploughland are the two breasts of the state." No landscape in the world, said he again, is so fine a piece of scenery as a field of corn at harvest time, ripe for the cutting. Essentially realistic, Henry IV put the substantial facts of this world before whatever charter or map his fancy and his faith had drawn of the invisible sphere beyond. When he found that as a Protestant he could not, despite his claims and titles and his right divine, make himself acceptable to the majority of his subjects, he did as Clovis had done long before. He entered the church of his people. Paris is worth a mass, he said. Paris vaut bien une messe. But he did not forget the old faith in adopting the new. He showed himself the grandson of the tolerant, gracious, free-minded Margaret of Angoulême. By the Edict of Nantes, if he proclaimed the supremacy of the Catholic Church, he secured the liberties and rights of Protestants. Henceforth the disabilities of dissenters were removed, and they were admitted to the charges of the state. Was not Sully himself an Huguenot? There was a sort of home rule for Protestants. They had their seats in Parliament, their towns and castles governed by their own principles. And wearied out, ruined, devastated by 30 years of civil war, the nation accepted peace. Henry IV had only now to conquer Spain. There, too, he was successful. The Spaniards, allied with the ultra-Catholics of France, the League, had sought to wrest the crown from Henry and to place on the throne of France a Spanish princess. But just 10 years after the defeat of the Armada and our own English triumph, and in the very year of the Edict of Nantes which established peace in France, the French king in 1598, victorious over all his enemies, forced the Spaniards to sign the Peace of Vervins, and terminated, by a transaction in which France had distinctly the advantage, a rivalry that had lasted 80 years. In the age-long duel between France and the House of Austria, this is the end of the first act. The principle of absolute authority, the reign of Rome, the domination of the Inquisition, restrained and controlled in France and England alike, seemed henceforth relegated to the Central Empire. in France, England, Holland, in Scandinavia, and in the Lutheran states of Germany, freedom should reign. Henri IV had the vision of a confederation of fortunate states united in amity, balancing Spain, Austria, and the Empire, those great reservoirs of absolutism, by the prosperity of their trading democracy. He imagined the United States of Europe. And this perhaps was his most striking originality. Nations in those days were goods and chattels. They were given with a daughter's dowry, bequeathed to a son with his inheritance. It seemed quite just and fair that France should ask for Navarre and Milan, England make good her rights to Aquitaine, Spain rule in Belgium, Austria in Burgundy. Henry first saw the life of peoples with an unprejudiced eye. This child of nature discerned the full iniquity of the claims of kings. His new project was to respect nationalities. He said, "Let the Spanish-speaking countries belong to the Spaniards and the Germans to the Germans, but I want all the French." And he cast a longing eye over Lorraine, Savoy, Franche-Comté, which ought to have been his, evidently. No hegemony, whether of Austria or of another, no universal tyrant, but a society of nations, such was the dream of Henri IV. And had he lived, the thing might have come to pass. So great was the force of attraction that radiated from a king whose good sense was almost genius, whose cordial kindness was little less than charity. He hoped to force the Austrian to evacuate the Netherlands, forming in his stead a republic of the Low Countries. He planned another commonwealth in Switzerland, a third in Venice. Genoa and Tuscany should fuse in a fourth. These four democracies should be balanced by 5 hereditary kingdoms: France, England, Spain, Sweden, and Lombardy. And there should be 6 elective sovereignties: the Empire, the Papacy, Denmark, and the frontier states of Hungary, Poland, Bohemia, Europe's bulwark against the Turk. Meanwhile, in a few years, he restored the finances of France and her well-being. The roads were rebuilt and planted with trees. Even now the fine old centenary elms are called des Sully, in memory of Henry's minister. He established mills and works and furnaces for the manufacture of glass, carpets, cloth, and especially silk. If the silk trade of France brings in today some 400 millions of francs in the year, it is a legacy of the brave, gay, practical monarch, so besotted with the welfare of his people that he planted even his gardens of the Tuileries with mulberry trees for the silkworms, and gave up a part of his palace of the Louvre as a permanent exhibition or palace of industry, in which to show the latest inventions in machines, with lodgings for such artisans as should come from the provinces to show their models. He built the Place Royale, today the Place des Vosges, whose porticos were originally destined to exhibit a permanent show of silken manufactured goods. He built the tapestry mills of the Gobelins. He built the Pont Neuf, where his statue still stands, and all the streets of the Marais, and the Place Dauphine, and how much else of the Paris we admire. He was scheming and building the foreign prosperity and peace of France, when the dagger of a mad fanatic, one Ravaillac, crazed by the sermons of embittered priests, cut short the king's career. Total eclipse of all the schemes and projects of that brilliant reign. The heir to the throne, Louis XIII, was 8 years old. The Queen Regent, another Medici, and without the brains of Catherine. Her minister, a priest, him who we know as Cardinal de Richelieu. France turned her coat, left the paths of pleasantness and peace, left off farming and spinning, began fighting again, and indeed to some extent renewed her civil wars. France was no longer democratic nor liberal. Yet so imperious are the needs of a political situation, which indeed is often the result of a geographical situation, that her aim, no less in the 17th than in the 16th century, will be the abasement of the House of Habsburg, the limiting and lopping of the empire, and above all the struggle with Spain. Richelieu and Louis XIV, absolutists and ultra-Catholics, will pursue this task no less perseveringly and no less arduously than Henri IV. If not by the same paths, they tend to the same goal. And that goal they attain. France will be covered with ruins, having paid in war loans and taxes and indemnities over and over again more than she possessed. But France, ragged, mutilated, will at any rate rise from the struggle triumphant. Her foe breathes no more. Considered as a political entity, Spain thenceforth is dead, and France the leader of the world. End of section 18. Section 19 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 3, The Century of Louis XIV, Part 1. The murder of Henry IV appeared at first to secure the triumph of Austria and of Spain. His widow, the Queen Regent, as an Italian, was naturally subject to the influence of the Italians, so plentiful at court. Her foster sister, Eleonora Galigai, Concino Concini, Maréchal d'Ancre, and Gonzaga, Duc de Nevers. Although she at first protested her resolve to carry on her husband's policy, her sympathies ran in an opposite direction. The Florentine banker's daughter was not bold enough to daunt the German emperor and the Habsburg king, and the pious Catholic was timidly anxious as to the spiritual welfare of a sovereign whose allies were Lutherans and heretics. Therefore, despite her fair words to Sully, Marie de Médicis soon veered her ship. In 1611, Sully was sent from the helm. The Queen broached anew an old project which her husband had rejected, of marrying her son Louis XIII, 9 years old, to a Habsburg princess, and giving her daughter to the heir of Spain. At the same time she promised no longer to harass the House of Austria, de ne plus troubler les princes d'Autrichiens dans les affaires d'Allemagne. Meanwhile, in France, the great feudal lords broke out in revolt against the feeble sovereign, who soon made peace, or rather bought it, paying out by the million those gold coins which the economical Henry had stored in the Bastille. The States General were summoned to debate and decide the affairs of the kingdom. This was in May 1614, the last month of liberty. They will not meet again until 1789. The most memorable result of their convocation was the bringing into note of a promising young prelate who will make for himself a name outside the Church. This was Armand Duplessis de Richelieu, Bishop of Luçon. The assassination of Concini soon left him in sole power. At first blush, Richelieu appeared eminently a man of the Queen's party. The future cardinal was not only a prelate, but a believer. He was a partisan of Concini. He appeared the champion of the Church. And no doubt he lent himself rather freely to this interpretation, partly because his private and personal convictions were not unlike those of the Zealots, and also because he was anxious to secure the support of the majority. But his sole aim was the grandeur of his country, by whatever means that best might be attained, and he was soon convinced that the advantage of France lay, abroad, in the humiliation of the Catholic powers, and at home in reducing the Protestants to the common measure of the kingdom. They possessed in the west, at La Rochelle, a sort of metropolis, which served as centre to what was virtually an Huguenot republic, a state within the state, much as a Protestant Ulster might be, safeguarded from the home rule of a Catholic Ireland, an idea nowise distasteful to our modern minds, nor indeed to the federative principles inherent in the west and south of France, but abominable in the sight of that downright absolutist and Unitarian Richelieu. So he laid siege to the Protestant capital and demolished La Rochelle. The Huguenots had to surrender their free towns, though they were permitted to enjoy their religion. And then, having scotched the Protestant at home, Richelieu steered his ship toward the Protestant abroad, renewed the entente with the Lutheran princes of Germany, with the Scandinavian courts, and bestowed in marriage, not on the Spanish infant, but on the Prince of Wales, the king's sister, that young daughter of Henri IV and Marie de Medicis, Henriette Marie, whom we English know as Henrietta Maria, mournfully predestined to return one day to France and seek at Saint-Germain an austere and tragic refuge as the widow of King Charles I. Thus having parried, as he thought, a possible danger from Protestant federalists at home or Catholic imperialists abroad, having squared both the Reform and the House of Austria, Richelieu turned his mind to the administration of the kingdom. The provinces were each in the charge of a royal governor, a sort of viceroy, with great local powers and prestige. These governors, chosen from the feudal nobles, were a danger to the crown. Richelieu set someone to watch these guardians, to control these controllers. He established a system of intendants, shall we say prefects or proconsuls, generally of bourgeois origin, who transmitted the king's orders, surveyed their execution, informed his ministers as to local interests, and generally secured both the obedience of the provincial authorities and the centralization of affairs. Thus, in all directions, he prepared the glories of the succeeding reign, aye, even in letters, for Richelieu was himself a writer, thought himself indeed the peer of Corneille, and founded the French Academy. The reign of Richelieu was the foreshadowing of the reign of Louis XIV. I say the reign of Richelieu, for the dull, grave, pious Louis XIII had as a king this one great merit, that recognizing in his minister a man of genius, he left affairs entirely in his hands. They reigned then together for 18 years, and in 1643 they died within a few weeks of each other, leaving France to a monarch, Louis XIV, 4 years old. In 1626, Richelieu, then at the height of his power, told Louis XIII that in a short while he hoped to re-establish France in the prosperity and peace which he had enjoyed under his predecessor. Mills and works and shops should again enrich the towns, the fields should flourish, religion unite men and not divide them, the poor should no longer stagger under the burden of tax and war loan. So said the great man, meaning all he said. But no man, however great, can reach at the same time two goals placed in opposite directions. Richelieu had turned his back on the France of Henry IV. He was leading the way to the France of Louis XIV. Farewell, then, that silk-weaving, farming, tolerant France, that liberal and in some degree self-governing France, of which between 1590 and 1610 we have enjoyed too brief a vision. It was a France akin to England and to Holland, happy, wealthy, free, but soon abandoned for an ideal of splendid unity and military glory, and a theory of Catholic supremacy and centralized absolute power. If we might at will turn back the course of history, would we? The reign of Louis XIV was in its way one of the great magnificences of the world, the crown and glory of its century, the Golden Age, the classic period, when France in its full effulgence radiates a grandeur and a glory that no state has known since the splendours of antiquity. Sad that the two ideals should apparently exclude each other, that we cannot walk in the paths of pleasantness and peace, plan that great concert of the United States of Europe, live sparely, dream greatly, and frame the common happiness of all, as was the aim of Henry IV, while at the same time floating our flags over conquered provinces, stamping our image on all time in an ineffaceable impression of grandeur and authority, elaborating an elite of warriors, poets, sages, and orators, whose glory appears rather to reflect than to add to the supreme effulgence of the throne, while the Sun King himself seems an emanation of the divine radiance, a symbol of deity, a visible sacrament, superior to all the laws and orders of our mortal sphere. France, which had flung herself exhausted at the feet of Henry IV, glittered and flashed like a flaming sword in the grasp of his grandson. At first the king profited by the accumulations of his economical grandfather, and by the long and wise administration of Richelieu. The France of Richelieu, indeed, handed Louis his sword, just as France of the Revolution forged the sword of Napoleon. But Louis was a reckless spender. His peace no less costly than his wars. His balls and his palaces ran to as much as his battles. The king's great enterprises were a ruinous expense. So many wars and so much glory, a camp full of heroes, a court full of poets, a church full of orators, among the greatest the world has known, with on all hands such marvellous fairy palaces, Fontainebleau, Vaux, Versailles, a score scarce less splendid, and the exquisite politeness and mastery of daily life which make the least vestige of those days, the private letters, the memoirs, even the state papers, immortal and precious as relics of an unrivalled culture. All this leaves the impression of a France superior to the daily round and common task of humanity. But look below the surface. On the surface is that exquisite, shining veneer. Now there may be much virtue in a veneer. Musicians say that the tone and quality of a violin are entirely regulated by the nature of its varnish, and as tone and quality, the age of Louis XIV was admirable. But underneath that brilliant polish, the very substance of which the instrument was made appeared in danger. The wood had got the dry rot. Under Henry IV, king and peasant were friends, the king entirely without splendour, a brisk, shabby, gifted little man, who had known what it was to go hungry for lack of a dinner, the farmer happy in his new-found prosperity, which he owed to the king. Their interests were the same. But what could bring together the Sun King in his glory, and the starved, brutish tillers of the soil, those sun-blackened human cattle whose portrait La Bruyère has drawn immortally? Not in Russia, not in Ireland, can we see aught so poor as the peasant's miserable mud hovel. His clothes are rags, for wretched as he is, fear and avarice make him seem more wretched still, lest my lord's land agent, suspecting some secret hoard, should add to the rent and redevance that the farmer has to pay. He is ignorant as the ox in his plough, and the chances are 10 to 1 that he knows scarce a word of that fine French language they speak and write so well at court. Very few words, and those in country dialect, are sufficient for his needs. These poor serfs, or rather subjects, supported the chief burden of the state, for the nobles and the clergy paid neither taxes, rates, loans, subsidies, nor subvention of any sort or kind. The king was constantly adding to the list of these fortunate exempt ones, so that the swarm of nobles was immense. And the burden of the state was very heavy on those who bore it unhelped, on account of the court, on account of the wars. The wars are splendid and successful. France frees the Low Countries from the yoke of Spain, adds town after town, province after province to her possessions, snatches from the empire Lille, Metz, Toul, Verdun, Alsace, Franche-Comté, Flanders, Artois, becomes the uncontested leader of Europe. But all these wars take men, take money, and someone must pay the bill. Hodge, in France we call him Jacques, paid the bill. It must not be supposed that the magic of glory, the enchantment of a great art, blinded all the eyes in France to the dangers of the over-splendid and over-centralized monarchy. There was throughout the reign a constant undercurrent of opposition, and at the very beginning of it, before the king acquired his full prestige, there had occurred a real revolution, a something very like our Long Parliament. It was called the Fronde. The weak point of a hereditary monarchy is the risk of a regency. The history of France is full of stormy regencies. If once or twice the regent proved wiser than the monarch, as when Charles V ruled for his father Jean le Bon, or Anne de Beaujeu for her brother Charles VIII. Still, as an axiom, we may say that a regency is the triumph of misrule. France had experienced the truth of the saying in the regency for Charles VII, in the long domination of the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, and again during the minority of Louis XIII, when Marie de Médicis was regent. But the stormiest of all, perhaps, was the minority of Louis XIV. During those same years which troubled the order of England and inaugurated our great revolution, there was in France an echo of the same tumult, a light, laughing echo, as full of gaiety as of carnage, a medley of masquerades and massacres, of ladies and lances, such fine ladies and such free lances, where the generals were the beautiful Madame de Longueville, Madame de Bouillon, and the Grand Mademoiselle. One of the actors in the drama, Retz, has left us the liveliest picture of it, and shows us the Hôtel de Ville in Paris, where two lovely duchesses had their military headquarters. A medley of blue scarves and ladies and cuirasses and violins, a sound of drums and of trumpets, an atmosphere as of romance of chivalry. So writes Retz. But there was a method in the madness, and a logic underneath the laughter, as indeed there nearly always is in the great, gay, tumultuous quarrels of France. The manner was different, but the matter of the conflict was the same on either side of the Channel. It was the struggle of Parliament and Prince, of a constitutional government and an absolute monarchy, of Jesuit on the one side, of Gallican, Jansenist, and Protestant on the other, the eternal conflict of authority with freedom. Voltaire is right enough when he says that these madcaps of Frenchmen, with their madrigals and their mistresses, pursued exactly the same aim as their serious neighbours overseas, when they cut off the head of their king avec un acharnement mélancolique et une fureur raisonnée. Where Voltaire goes astray is when he supposes that the Fronde, like the English Parliament, attained its end. The Fronde was defeated absolutely. For it is as well to undertake seriously so serious a matter as the reform of a national constitution. The Fronde had to wait 140 years before this time, seriously enough, it resumed its heroic effort in 1789. For the moment, the autocracy of the king was absolute. 1 year after the defeat of the Fronde, the Parliament was required to enregister a certain necessary war loan. Now nothing is more difficult than to believe that one is dead. The Parliament, its blood still tingling from the recent battle, ventured some poor show of criticism or remonstrance. They were in full debate when the young king strode into the house, dressed in his hunting clothes, his horsewhip in his hand. "Gentlemen," said he, "we all know what troubles have lately ensued on your debates. I have a plan to prevent any return of the annoyance. I order, therefore, that these debates shall stop. Monsieur le Premier Président, I forbid you to suffer these assemblies, and you, gentlemen, I refuse you the right to attend them." Thus was the Parliament dissolved. In England a similar act produced a revolution. In France it inaugurated the era of absolute obedience. Our Western civilizations, France and England, are by now so thoroughly imbued with democratic theories that we can barely admit what would seem so evident to a contemporary German, that Louis XIV. Honestly believed that he was furthering the social progress of his country by turning it aside from the goal of democracy. He saw no tyranny in thus dissolving Parliament, no hardship in levying taxes at his will on an unrepresented people. He was the fount of law. His royalty was independent of the consent of the governed. His standard of values were other than ours, but just as logical and coherent. His aim was power, not peace. And since the nation best fitted to wield the sovereign power is that whose citizens submit to a central discipline accepted by all, he proposed to his subjects an ideal of order, not freedom, of might, not right, of faith, not truth. He praised not justice, but sacrifice, authority, not reason, and all this was set in a radiance of national honor and military glory. This was the Sun King's object, which well may not be ours, yet it is one of the two greatest conceptions of a strong society. Such as it was, no doubt, the military progress of France was ensured by his refusal to accept anything short of absolute centralization, monarchy, and unity. There is in the French character a vein of uncompromising logic, a determination to push a proposition to its conclusion, which makes French history invaluable to a student. During a long reign, or at least through more than 50 years of it, Louis XIV. Showed us in action the theory of absolute monarchy. And if he left his kingdom ruined and in rags, he left it not only grander and larger, but far greater than France had ever been before. The King of France was the leader of Europe. The King of England was his humble pensioner, and his grandson, his son's son, was one day to reign on the diminished throne of Spain. Already in 1664, John de Witt, speaking to the States General of Holland, found France alone in Europe really great. The empire, said he, is a skeleton, whose dry bones are strung together, not with living nerves and sinews, but with links of wire. Spain is a broken reed, and England, under Charles II., a servant and pensioner of Louis XIV. End of section 19. Section 20 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 3, The Century of Louis XIV, Part 2. On the morrow of the Fronde, the king had celebrated his accession to power by a medal struck with the inscription "Order and Felicity," and the people had believed they were to see again the prosperous days of his grandfather Henry IV. But he brought them no peace but a sword. War upon war inflated France with an atmosphere of glory and grandeur. The Peace of Westphalia left vanquished the Empire. The Peace of the Pyrenees humbled Spain. In 1670 the king occupied Lorraine. 2 years later he conquered Holland, took Franche-Comté, again attacked the Empire, and soon decided to wage 2 wars at once, against Spain and against that old enemy of Spain, our England. War is the king's sport. He loves war for war's sake as well as for the praise and the profit that it brings. Henry IV thought of the country. Francis I thought of his knightly honour. Louis XIV thinks of history and the world's admiration. His eye is always on the gallery. The words fame, renown, posterity are never absent from his mind. His letters and memoirs are eloquent in this respect. I envisaged with pleasure the idea of these 2 wars as a vast field of activity, whence at any moment might arise opportunities and great occasions for distinguishing myself and answering to the brilliant expectations which I had already excited in the public. I ruminate in my mind the plans which I have conceived, plans not impossible, how fair they seem. I determined, as more advantageous to my plan of campaign, and less common from the point of view of the glory to be gained, to attack at the same moment 4 places on the Rhine, and to command in person the 4 besieging armies. I hope none can say that I have disappointed public expectation. And in fact, in 4 days, between the 4th and 7th of June, 1672, the 4 besieged fortresses fell. The pomp and splendor of these armies was worthy of a prince in a fairy tale. Every campaign ended in a sort of royal pageant. Coaches of crystal and gold, horses draped in cloth of gold, courtiers and conquerors dazzling with diamonds, ladies all silks and plumes and laces. Solomon and Darius were outdistanced, writes Coligny, in describing the campaign of Flanders. And to our mind, the small size of these armies is as remarkable as their magnificence. Probably Louis XIV never possessed more than 200,000 soldiers. In 1672 he invaded Holland with 172,000 men, divided in 2 armies. It was the first time in modern times that so great a concourse had ever been assembled, and all Europe felt its peace and its equilibrium threatened by such a preponderance of force in the hands of so ambitious a prince. The cost of these campaigns was immense, and it is marvellous that France resisted during 50 years the continual drain of men and money. But Louis had been no less fortunate than his father and his grandfather in his choice of a minister. He drove the car of the state with a pair, Louvois, who organized his armies, and Colbert, who helped him to govern his kingdom. Neither one nor the other was a prince of the church like Richelieu and Mazarin. Colbert was the son of a merchant of Rheims, the very incarnation of the burgher spirit, regular, hard-working, economical, a hater of waste and profusion. The letters of Colbert to his king are an excellent commentary on the history of the reign. In 1665 he begins with his protestations. "I have fancied that your Majesty was beginning to prefer amusement and pleasure to any other thing." Colbert was a marvellous administrator. In 10 years he doubled the king's revenues. But his factories and model farms, his canals and his colonies, his fleet, his finances, could not bring money in as fast as Louis spent it. Colbert kept the king's accounts. He directed himself no less than 6 ministries, was Chancellor of the Exchequer, Minister of Agriculture, Director of the Board of Trade, Chief Lord of the Admiralty, Home Secretary and Colonial Secretary. Colbert worked 16 hours a day and every day in filling the treasury of France. But the king, with his wars and his mistresses, his pleasures and palaces, spent 24 hours out of every day and night in emptying that golden hoard. Already in 1670 the expenditures exceeded the receipts by 3 million livres. By 1680 the deficit almost reaches 35 million. If but the king would limit his expenditures to suit his revenues! But Louis had never cut his coat according to his cloth. Sa Majesté n'a jamais consulté ses finances pour résoudre ses dépenses. Would he but consent to confine himself to a budget of 60 million, 3 fois autant que Henri IV et jamais dépensé, and the indefatigable minister promises that the country shall support the strain. But Louis's thoughts were elsewhere. He is thinking of his projects, qu'ils sont beaux. He is dreaming of the praises of history, which are, he says, exquises. And Colbert begins to speak of the ruined provinces, of the difficulty of setting in the taxes, mutters something of a universal bankruptcy, till having, at 64 years of age, no longer the strength to support a tension never relaxed and a hopeless disappointment, he dies, so to speak, at his desk. Thenceforth the affairs of France go steadily and rapidly downhill. Louvois, uncompensated by the prudent Colbert, spent vast sums in reorganizing the military strength of France. The fiscal system was deplorable, and Colbert, with his sincere love of the working class, his interest in commerce and agriculture, was no longer there to correct by a wise supervision and protection the abuses that the system entailed. The poor were more and more oppressed. In the preceding century, when France was more than half ruined by the wars of religion, Henry III, as a last desperate expedient for raising a considerable sum of ready money, had farmed out certain taxes for a sum paid down to certain financiers who were to collect them at their own risks and pocket the difference. This odious system was now efficiently organized. The Crown, with its desperate deficit, sold its taxes dear. The landlords, at Versailles or the army, were in 9 cases out of 10 absentees. The peasants of France were therefore at the mercy of the tax collectors, who squeezed them hard and strong. These farmers general, or crown agents, were as a rule men of no birth, no gentle or noble tradition. A large proportion of them had risen from the servant class, had been lackeys or butlers in noblemen's houses, then stewards, and so had obtained, through their master's influence, some small receipt of taxes, from whose profits they purchased in time an agent's office from the Crown. Such were Gourville, Paul Poisson, Lange, Delisle, etc. The list is long of the multimillionaires who began life in the servants' hall and lived to marry their daughters into the old nobility. Not all were such. Many of the fermiers généraux were enlightened patrons of the arts, and some were cordial, kindly souls, like that cousin of Madame de Sévigné, Monsieur d'Arouis, who was, says Saint-Simon, le meilleur homme du monde et le plus obligeant, et ne savait que prêter de l'argent. But these, as a rule, came to grief, and we know that Arouis died in prison. As a rule, they were hard, clever, industrious financiers. Such men, says La Bruyère, who saw them in their splendour, are neither kin nor kind, neither citizens nor Christians. They are hardly men, they are just rich people. The literature and memoirs of the times are full of references to the cruel hardness of the collectors of taxes. Evictions, forced sales of household goods, fines, imprisonments followed regularly in their wake. The reports of the intendants, a sort of royal prefects instituted by Richelieu, are full of compassion for the victims of a system they are compelled to uphold. This way of gathering in the taxes is too cruel, writes the intendant of Amiens in 1688. Of all these taxes, the most hateful was the salt tax, and as it was comparatively easy to evade, dreadful punishments were meted out to the fauçonniers, that is to say, to all such as used, procured, or sold any kind of salt, save that to be bought from the king's officers. Men were deprived of their liberty for having boiled their cabbage in a little sea water to give it a savour. At Caen in 1678, others were kept for years in prison, half starved, on the mere unverified charge of fauçonnage. In 1684, the intendant of Soissons, visiting the prison at Guise, found there 11 wretches, men, women, and children, for 5 of them were under 13 years of age, who for the last 15 days had been crowded in a dark cell not 12 feet square, which they were none of them allowed to quit on any pretext. 7 of whom were charged with smuggling salt, and 4 with evading the tobacco tax. At Vern, the salt frauders were kept at the bottom of a dry well, quite dark, save for that one glittering star of the unattainable free daylight overhead, to which a ladder gave access, which was removed after the prisoner's descent. At Saumur, on one occasion, some salt smugglers, kept too long in a dungeon under the moat, died on the staircase that led them to the light, suffocated by the first free blast of living air. The salt tax was heavy, the tax being 12 times the value of the substance taxed, and obligatory, since persons were not left free to say they had no taste for the condiment. A minimum of purchase was imposed. Add to this royal mulcting of nature's natural manna the many local taxes on wood, water, forage, and such like. Consider the exactions of the nobles who levied a tax of their own on the manorial mill and on the manorial oven, which alone were entitled to grind the farmer's corn and bake his loaf, for it was illegal to possess a mill or baking oven of one's own. Remember the obligation of stocking one's cellar with the landlord's vineyards, and we see how the current flows which is bearing France to ruin and revolution. Let those who would learn more on these matters read Vauban's Dîmes Royales, the Correspondance des Contrôleurs Généraux in Depping's edition, or Beaulieu, Les Gabelles sous Louis XIV. Meanwhile, at Versailles, the king in his splendour reigned in a palace such as the world had never seen, glittering with mirrors and gold, paved and lined with precious marbles, decorated with paintings representing the battles and the triumphs of the great monarch, and looking out over an immense park whose perspectives, whose alleys and bosquets were peopled with bronze and marble statues and reflected in vast sheets of artificial water, where lovely fountains played. The king lived there in a perpetual feast of music. He was personally an excellent musician. Adulterous love, gaming, hunting, conversation, and religious worship. Versailles, which broke the heart of Colbert, for it helped that general bankruptcy he dreaded, and cost around 70 millions of francs, which we may assess at 300 millions of our times. Versailles had this further effect, that it isolated the king from the nation as no king of France had hitherto been separated from his subjects. Versailles is a world away from that oak tree of Vincennes, beneath whose boughs Saint Louis used to sit and judge the quarrels of his people. The last years of the Roi Soleil were not happy. The sun set in a bank of ominous clouds. The king, who in his youth had shown a certain quality of sound good sense and natural moderation even in his excesses, was soured and hardened by the abuse of power. He sacrificed all reality and nature to an artificial conception of unity and authority. He could not endure that any of his subjects should venture to differ from his view of things. In 1685 he revoked the Edict of Nantes of 1598, by which his grandfather had conceded liberty of conscience and certain humble and fragmentary freedoms to the Protestants of France. The France of Louis XIV must come into the king's pattern. After odious persecutions and more than medieval cruelties, the bolder spirits, fleeing from forced conversion, death, or the galley slave's hopeless oar, escaped when escape they might, for this resource was officially forbidden them, and yet slipped away innumerably into England, Scandinavia, Switzerland, Germany, and added in a few years 1/3 to the population of Berlin. 250,000 members of the Reformed religion are said to have quitted France in consequence of the revocation. Thus the king, who had raised his country to such a pinnacle of glory and grandeur, mulcted her not only in money but in men. Louis lived to taste the bitterness of defeat. More than once France was invaded, vanquished. Paris was threatened. And though when things seemed darkest a great French victory flung its weight into the scales and set things straight again, so that the ensuing Peace of Utrecht in 1713 left France still the first power in Europe, with a French prince on the throne of Spain, still the victorious country was exhausted, impoverished, and generally hated by her neighbouring states. The future loomed dark. Already in 1709 the king at Versailles had listened to the angry cries and threats of the famished citizens of Paris. Already France had left behind her the great, proud, pompous, glorious, august century of Louis XIV. Already people began to murmur of justice and freedom. There was the first raw breath of revolution in the air. The experiment of absolute monarchy had been tried and had failed. We have raced through this admirable 17th century and seen but little of all that made it great, as we may on a hurried journey cross the Alps by night, or pass the Italian lakes invisible and wrapped in mist, having no time to delay even to see the world's wonders. Science, that change in the point of view which suddenly transformed the small, neat, anthropocentric universe of the Middle Ages into the infinite cosmos, the silence of whose endless spaces terrified Pascal, science, with its discipline of doubt and the consequent reaction of passionate natures more than ever insistent on the need of sacrament and cross, Descartes and Pascal, Bossuet and Fénelon and the saints, Francis of Sales and the greater Vincent de Paul, and the poets, the greatest France has known between the Chanson de Roland and Victor Hugo, Corneille, the prophet of honour, courage, and man's indomitable will, Racine, the tender, cruel interpreter of a broken heart in all its subtlety and feigned restraint, Molière, with his inextinguishable laugh, his appeal to nature and reason, La Fontaine, with his exquisite simplicity, another child of nature, and, like Molière, in his last reaction, under all the fun and frolic, infinitely sad. We must leave these great geniuses and others, though they illustrate and explain the century of Louis XIV, and are indeed as much an integral fibre of modern France as Shakespeare and Milton are of modern England. Yet we must leave them behind us for sheer lack of time and space. End of section 20. Section 21 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 4, The 18th Century, Part 1. When we leave the 17th century for the 18th, we seem to quit a noble hall, admirably proportioned, majestically grand, but not exactly suited to any purpose of modern life, and to find ourselves in a maze of small and pretty rooms, often disgracefully dirty, but charmingly decorated, commodious, and well lighted. The grand old Christian ideas of the preceding age, eternity, the supreme importance of the human soul, faith, loyalty, the sacrifice due to king and country, the beauty of unity, seem suddenly to have dropped sheer out of existence, as though, like notes too much thumped on a piano, the last generation had hammered them mute. It is but a few years since Bossuet preached, to the edification of all the court, how God had permitted the English Revolution, civil war, and the death on the scaffold of King Charles I, in order that Henriette of England might die in exile a Roman Catholic. To even the dawning 18th century this point of view appeared as remote as the Middle Ages. Bayle, in the great dictionary of history which heralded the modern period, already makes his mock of those who say that great calamities are heaven's means of purifying the souls of princes. The public, says he, se passerait bien de tels bains. For the point of view has changed. Science and nature become the passion of the hour, and when once we get down to the bedrock of nature, there is no such immense difference between man and man. We consider them in their generation and their death, and we wonder why one should be the sun king and the other a starving serf. A new tenderness for the poor, a sense of human equality, a desire to dispose the state in accordance with reason and justice, instead of continuing the reign of tradition and privilege, such were the signs of the times that from the very first years of the new century began to startle minds accustomed to the absolute rule of king and church. Between 1707 and 1712, an archbishop, Fénelon, a marshal of France, Vauban, and a magistrate made known their separate schemes for sweeping reforms which, had they been adopted, might have saved France the expense of a great revolution. But Louis XIV was deaf to the voice of the charmers. He disgraced the Marshal, who, being tender-hearted, as old soldiers often are, forthwith died. He kept the Archbishop in exile and banished the magistrate. But he could not banish their ideas. Louis XIV survived by 15 years the century that bore his name. In 1715 he died, and left the throne from which he had reigned for 72 years to a child of 5 years old, thenceforth Louis XV. The situation was tragic, for France was bankrupt with an annual deficit of 65 million francs, and no man in the kingdom had so deplorable a reputation as the Prince Regent. This was Philippe d'Orléans, the late king's nephew, a curious, witty, intelligent, irresolute creature, a chemist, a would-be reformer, and a debauchee. There was scarce a crime of which men did not publicly accuse him. Because he was the doting, foolish father of a bad young woman, they whispered of incest, and said aloud that he had no prejudices. Because, mysteriously enough it is true, the Dauphin, the Dauphine, and one of their sons had all died suddenly in the space of a few weeks, they murmured, who was the next heir? The Regent, of course. For the great poison trials of 1676 and 1680 were still fresh in the public mind. Even Fénelon, the wise and the just, even Fénelon, who loved the Duke of Orléans, lent an ear to these terrible suspicions. And Louis XIV, though his robust good sense qualified his nephew, a braggart of imaginary crimes, enfant féron de crime, secretly modified the provisions of the Act of Regency, so as to protect the person of the babe who was his heir. We who know the Regent, by the masterly full-length portrait of him, which fills many volumes of the memoirs of the Duc de Saint-Simon, and by the more intimate, familiar jottings of his mother's correspondence, we may feel sure enough that this gifted and good-natured libertine, impressionable and sometimes base, was yet not quite Macbeth. No Richard of Gloucester either. No wicked uncle scheming to assassinate the babes in the wood. We have witnessed that bursts of tears, that uncontrollable sob with which, to Saint-Simon's surprise, he greeted the news of the first Dauphin's death, though it removed from his path a hostile kinsman. Many of the great memorialist's immortal pages are still moist with Philippe d'Orléans' droppings of warm tears. We therefore know him for what he was, a man of feeling, the first of a type frequent enough throughout the 18th century, a man of impressions and curiosities, utterly unprincipled, sometimes perverse, yet full of the milk of human kindness, disinterested, amiable. Diderot, Rousseau have traits in common with him, but then the type was new, and those who judged the Regent by the standard of the intolerant, noble, cruel 17th century supposed him a man ambitious of power, and knowing him for an atheist, thought it natural that he should be a monster and a murderer. The Regent's first act was to pronounce himself the champion of reform, to restore to the Parliament its long confiscated powers, affirming in a phrase borrowed from Telemaque that though his hands were bound to keep them from doing evil, an allusion to the late king's secret codicil, yet he would leave them free to accomplish good. Now for the successor of Louis XIV, when opening Parliament, to quote Fénelon, and especially Telemaque, is as though the Tsar had suddenly spouted the most reprehended pages of Tolstoy to the Duma. Such a quotation is a programme in itself. But when it came to the point of actual reform, to the question of deciding how to pay off the national debt and restore the finances of the kingdom, that programme became vague. One party, headed by the Duke of Saint-Simon, proposed to repudiate the debts of the crown and start with a clean slate. But what sort of reform is that which commences with a national bankruptcy? The Regent's curious, investigating mind, always open to a new idea, preferred to accept the suggestions of a Scottish financier, one John Law of Lauriston. John Law was an inventor in finance. As is the way of inventors, he failed and left an unenviable reputation, while later experiments took up his ideas, gave them a twist here and a turn there, and so renewed the world. For John Law invented the system of credit. The standard of value was gold. John Law recommended the concentration of the moneyed wealth of a nation in a central bank, no private person being allowed to keep in his house more than 20 pounds in gold, and the conduct of affairs by a system of letters of credit. For what is a bank note but a letter of credit signed by a name universally known and respected, the name of the state? Each state, according to his system, ought to possess a central bank, which should be at the same time an inland revenue office, receiving dues and taxes, and thus dispensing with the onerous services of the tax farmers. No doubt, but in his system he was inspired, as Voltaire declares, by his remembrance of the Bank of England and the English East India Company, but he pushed his theory to an extreme. The central bank, continually renewed and replenished by the revenues of the nation, was to obtain the privilege of issuing a proportion of paper notes, guaranteed by the state, accepted by the public for their nominal value, but representing in reality only 1/4 of their worth in gold. Law actually founded his bank with a capital of 6 millions, divided into 1,200 shares, payable for 3/4 in state-guaranteed banknotes. The success was prodigious. By the exercise of credit and the issue of paper money, the difficulties of the financial situation appeared dissipated. The state, continually in receipt of taxes, was a security not to be despised, and commerce revived. The regent, ever in love with new and bold ideas, was enchanted. In 1718, 2 years after its foundation, he dubbed Law's Bank the Royal Bank of France. The farmers general were dismissed and in many cases compelled to disgorge. Law was appointed the supreme controller of finance. He was made master of the mint. Already in 1718 he had been conceded the monopoly of French trade with India, with Senegal, and also with the Mississippi. The shares in his West India Company were the fever and the passion of the hour. The public, tired of poverty and economy, speculated wildly. Shares in Law's Bank worth 500 livres, or francs, at their emission, rose to the extraordinary price of 20,000 francs. It is a question whether Law's system might not have answered had the public jobbed and speculated with a less fantastic fury. Despite its ultimate disaster, it undoubtedly stimulated trade, industry, and the circulation of wealth. We must remember, before we judge the schemes of Law, and that English echo of them, the South Sea Bubble, that in 1720 nations had still before their eyes the example of a power which had, in actual fact, grown fabulously rich by speculating in American trade. Spain, so mighty in the 16th and 17th centuries, was at last too weak to maintain her clutch on the gold and the spices of the New World. Law's company might have been successful had he, instead of speculating, perfected the means of transport. The cotton, the sugar, the quinine, the tobacco, the chocolate, the coffee, and the indigo of the West India Company would have found purchasers in France had they come to hand. It is unfortunate that the Royal Bank was solidary with the company. A sudden mysterious panic precipitated the crisis. When it was known that the bank would pay no more than £10 on any single account, an example followed by all the banks of France in the autumn of 1914 with no ill results, the public lost its head. On the 17th of July, 1720, 16 persons were killed in the crush before the gates of the establishment in the Rue Vivienne. The Parliament refused to renew the privileges of the West India Company, and those envied treasured shares sank to the level of waste paper. Law fled for his life to Venice. The regent alone could not stem the tide of events. though he never quite lost his faith in the clever Scotchman, and his last project was the recall of law. In the general consternation that followed the crash, the new measures stood condemned. The farmers' generals were recalled, and the finances of France resumed their accustomed, more leisurely pace on the road to ruin. End of section 21. Section 22 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 4, The 18th Century, Part 2. The dearest illusion of the regent was that in his person his illustrious great-grandfather Henry IV lived again. He had cast himself for the part and intended by much the same means to restore France to prosperity. The reform of finance was the first step, and here we have seen he tripped. The second way was to change the direction of the kingdom's foreign policy. For the last 100 years the tides of France had set toward Spain, toward Austria, and her policy had been Catholic, and, if I may use a modern term, conservative. As Louis XIV had said when his grandson ascended the throne of Spain, "The Pyrenees are abolished, il n'y a plus de Pyrénées." That was in 1700. A score of years later the regent was inclined to re-establish that range of mountains, and instead to abolish the Channel. He exiled the Stuart pretender, drew closer to the Hanoverian King of England, concluded a triple alliance between France, England, and Holland, and in all things attempted to institute a liberal policy. But Philippe d'Orléans had none of the grit, the pluck, the tenacity of the little Béarnais. His good nature, his facile vices, his wit, his liberal ideas may have been a legacy from the great ancestor. What he lacked was the endurance and constancy that sees a thing through. As his own mother said, 6 fairies were invited to his christening and endowed him with all manner of gifts and graces, but a 7th fairy, whom they had forgotten to invite, added this proviso, that none of them should be of any use to him, or we may add to any one else. He had not, in short, that spice of grim earnestness without which the ship's captain seldom weathers a storm. And the liberal policy failed, just as the financial reforms had failed. And in fact, England was the worst enemy of France throughout the 18th century, sweeping her colonies one after the other into the Tom Tiddler's ground of perfidious Albion, taking Madras, burning Pondicherry, seizing all that Indian empire which Law had planned, which Dupleix and Le Bourdonnais had conquered, snatching Senegal by surprise, next leading her armies to the New World, annexing Canada, Quebec, Montreal, Acadia. The Mississippi was no longer French. New Orleans alone remained, the isolated relic of a ruined dream. Scant wonder if at the end of the century the French fought with gusto to help the Americans shake off the yoke of the English pirate. I can only see one good thing that fell out, and that in the most casual, inconsequent way, in consequence of the regent's change of policy. When France broke with Spain, the government sent back, as a piece of returned goods, the little Spanish princess already imported and being saved up for Louis XV, and married the young monarch instead to the daughter of Stanislav, King of Poland. Kings of Poland are seldom lucky. This one, as usual, lost his crown, and his young son-in-law of France felt himself in honour bound to wage war upon the German emperor in order that the crown might be restored. The two monarchs came to an arrangement, happier at least for France. King Stanislav did not recover his Polish throne, but he was made for life the Duke of Lorraine, on the understanding that at his demise the duchy should be added to the realm of France. Stanislav had a romantic and beautiful adoration for his one child, his daughter, the French queen, and he spent the rest of his days in rebuilding the city of Nancy, making it the most graceful, if not the most beautiful city in Europe, so that his dying bequest might at last be worthy of her and of him. This Duchy of Lorraine was indeed a great acquisition, protecting France on her weak exposed northeastern frontier, and bringing a rich mineral region and a keen, valorous population into the national fold. But it is the only piece of political good fortune which happens in all the long reign of Louis XV. The regent had been carried off by a stroke of well-earned apoplexy in 1723, which is the least interesting, the least noble, the least fruitful, I mean from the political point of view, in all the history of France. There was an almost total absence of organized political life. At the close of the reign, France was no longer the first kingdom in the world. England ruled the seas, and in Europe, two new states, Prussia and Russia, by their rapid rise, ambition, and importance, threatened the balance of power. France was a charming, inconsiderable state, mighty only in the realm of intellect and art, but there admittedly supreme, and looked upon by other nations as a sort of earthly paradise, where life, at least in polite circles, was happier than elsewhere. The scheme of things will last as long as I, said Louis XV, and after me the floods will sweep it away. Après moi, le déluge. The age of Louis XV was not an age of glory. Contrasted with the reign of Louis XIV, we see the ugliness of its absurd contrasts and the monotony of its dull frivolity. And yet it was undeniably an age of progress. Not in territory and not in wealth. It, too, contributed to the growth of France by the general diffusion of knowledge and the gradual constitution of a public mind. The form of national life was changed. King and court were nowhere, Versailles of no account. And the real king of France, in exile, was perhaps Voltaire. At any rate, Paris had seized and kept the whilom supremacy of Versailles, and in the capital the Orléans princes kept up an increasing rivalry with the crown. In the eyes of the Parisians, who never forgot how the regent had transferred to their city the seat of power, they and they only were the real descendants of Henri IV. Versailles appeared to them at once odious and old-fashioned. While France remained attached to the monarchy as a principle, the dissolute, ignorant king, in his person, seemed the degenerate monster of an antediluvian period to those circles which, grouped round the Duke of Orléans and the great financiers, were occupied in elaborating the conceptions of the future. In 1750, Paris is again the centre of France, and the intellectual fashions and passions of the hour emanate from a few salons round the Seine. A sort of league for the common weal binds together the farmers general and the great bankers, who possess the material wealth of the nation, and the men of letters and philosophers who are forming its mind. Round the supper tables of the rich financiers, the thinkers of France are already preparing a revolution. What is our constitution, asks Voltaire in his Siècle de Louis XV? A tissue of contradictions. Wherever we cast our eyes we meet incoherence, harsh cruelty, incertitude, and arbitrary caprice. The feudal anarchy exists no more, and yet its laws and usages subsist, so that French legislation is in a state of intolerable confusion. There are as many sorts of jurisprudence as there are towns in France. The man who has gained his suit in Brittany may lose it in Languedoc. If there be some semblance of a clue in the maze where the provinces are subject to Roman law, let us not forget that there are 40,000 Roman laws, without counting the commentaries. But what shall I say, he proceeds, of those unfortunate provinces which are subject not to law but to local custom? There are 540 different customs in France, if we count all the provinces, towns, and even villages which are exempt from the principal jurisdiction of the kingdom. A man who should travel through France in a post and chaise changes the law he is governed by more often than he changes horses. Customs of a barbarous antiquity maintain the force of law, and the ignorant Parisian who shall hire and inhabit for a year and a day a house in Franche-Comté finds himself, to his consternation, a slave, a serf, main mortable, incapable of bequeathing his own fortune to his own kith and kin. I ask pardon for so long a quotation, but how could I show more plainly in so short a space the confusion of French law, the dissatisfaction of the public with its hopeless chaos, and that universal cry for unity, for order and liberty, which, little by little, will bring about a revolution? In this age, says Voltaire, we are lovers of perfection. Let us try to perfect the laws under which we live. In such a questioning, sceptical, libertine age, one might have supposed that the nation, continually oppressed by the weight of its ill-administered finance, would have called to account the authorities responsible. But such was the prestige of the monarchy in France, that for 30 years the Fronde of the intellectual party, the intelligentsia, as they would say in Russia, remained, so far as practical politics were concerned, purely theoretic. Montesquieu, in search of liberty, remains almost a conservative. Voltaire was in no wise a democrat, but a constitutional monarchist of a conservative type. It was religious liberty, it was free thought, for which he was ever ready to break a lance. It was in the realm of ideas that he was a revolutionist. In his youth he had been exiled to England, and he returned bringing with him something of the spirit of Newton, Locke, and Shakespeare, exalting, recommending, and occasionally translating the works of these great men, throwing broadcast that fertilizing seed of English poetry, English thought, English experimental science, English constitutional ideas, which filled with so vast a harvest the second half of the 18th century in France. Voltaire was a renewal rather than a revolution. He spent, in fine, some 60 years in saying in exquisite terms, "Be clean, take your tub, open free baths for the poor. Be kind, don't burn witches, don't hang Protestants, and if a girl have an illegitimate baby or a soldier desert in time of peace, judge them as ye would be judged. Keep well, don't have the smallpox. Believe me, if you are inoculated, it is quite unnecessary." Such were the commandments of M. de Voltaire. The society he dreamed of would have been a perfectly well-regulated and disagreeable despotism, much as M. Fagé has observed, like the first French Empire with all the glory left out, a world in which the sole important things would be good health, success, and power, excellent things in their way. Louis XIV would never have believed that for 30 years you could openly and publicly call in question the existence of God while continuing to respect the government of the king. Yet it is only towards 1750 that the constitution of the monarchy is seriously and definitely criticized. 50 years ago, writes the Marquis d'Argenson in his memoir, the public took no interest in politics. Today, even in the provinces, everyone reads the Gazette de Paris, everyone has an opinion. And again in 1759 he says, "A philosophic wind of free anti-monarchical government has stirred us all, and it is possible that this government may take form in our minds and come into actual being on the first opportunity. Perhaps the revolution may take place with less opposition than men have supposed, nay, on the contrary, be greeted with applause." Meanwhile, Voltaire records, "Towards 1750 the nation, tired of literature, of the opera, of Jansenism, began to take an interest in the Corn Laws." About the same time, in 1755, appeared the first pamphlet to fall from Rousseau's pen, the Discourse on Inequality among Men. This last is indeed a date. If the 17th century has been named the Century of Louis XIV, we might well call the 18th century the age of Voltaire and Rousseau. Voltaire, the apostle of reason, Rousseau, the prophet of nature. Voltaire had the advantage of knowledge and length of days, but the little man from Geneva was the master of the age. Instead of attempting Voltaire's mild reforms, he sought to reorganize society on a different system, in fact, to shatter it to bits and remold it nearer to the heart's desire. All is good, said Rousseau, when it leaves the hands of God. Man is born virtuous. The social convention has corrupted him. We must therefore destroy society as it exists today. It is but a pact made between men for their convenience. Since it is no longer convenient, let us renew the social contract. Rousseau was a native of Geneva, the descendant of French Huguenots, who in the 16th century had been compelled to flee their country for conscience' sake. We might almost say that Rousseau's contrat social was their revenge. It is the result and the résumé of the political theories elaborated by the Protestant jurists of Geneva. More than once in these pages I have drawn your attention to the deep republican marrow of the Reformed religion. The Huguenots in exile wrought their theories to a finer point, and while French Catholicism, more and more Italianate with the process of centuries, arrived at an absolute conception of government, an autocratic monarchy which regarded the people merely as a possession and attribute of the king, the jurists of Geneva declared equally absolute the sovereignty of the people. The idea that the real fount of all authority springs from the people is a very old idea in France. Kings reign by popular suffrage, so Milan de Dormont, Chancellor of France, had laid down the law in 1380. Nam et sicentiae legent, reges regnant suffragio populorum. End of section 22. Section 23 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 5, Louis XVI, Part 1. France had despised and condemned its sad and dissolute old monarch, Louis XV, who once had been Louis le Bien-Aimé. But the country still remained attached to the idea of royalty, and Louis XVI was welcomed with enthusiasm. The people saw in their young prince a possible saviour. Even the radicals did not dissociate the scheme of revolution and the monarchical system. They hoped to seat on the throne another Henry IV, or still better, a constitutional king like Farmer George across the Channel. For despite political rivalry, all that was English, from kings to turnips, and from a representative parliament to the new swimming plough, maintained its full prestige in France. Those immediately about the court conceived less lofty expectations. The young king had an excellent disposition, but very little mind, and the court exaggerated his slow dullness, which was not devoid of good sense. So much so, that when on his marriage to the lovely Princess of Austria, the poet Marmontel suggested a wedding mask derived from the fairy tale of Beauty and the Beast, in French, La Belle et la Bête. The minister of the Menu Plaisir had hurriedly interrupted. Oh no, the public would think it an allegory. The court, perhaps, not the public. They knew that their young prince was brusque, sometimes even rough in his manners. They knew also that he was moral, sincere, and kind. They said that he resembled the Duke of Burgundy, Fenelon's pupil, who had died young, 80 years agone, depriving France of a crowned reformer. They liked Louis no less that he was so little of a courtier, that he spent his days at a locksmith's bench when he was not hunting in the forest, that he liked talking to the common people, and was awkward and shy with the wits about the court, and that he was indifferent to all the race of women, even, it was said, to his own exquisite bride, and that for obvious reasons was a pity, knowing no passion so strong as the desire to serve and to save his suffering people. The truth lay somewhere between these two extremes. "The king is the honestest man in the world," said an Englishman who knew him, Arthur Young, "with but one wish, which is to do right. Yet he too laments Louis's lack of foresight and decisive parts, and that hesitating irresolution, born of too strong a conscience and too weak a mind, which make him ever the prey of the last opinion heard, unstable as water, constantly tacking and trimming a course which could not keep one constant goal in sight. Easy and lethargic, and sometimes so supine that he seemed merely stupid, one cannot imagine a character less congenial to the French. But Louis XVI resembled his German mother, the Princess of Saxony. Really well-meaning, amiable, full of human kindness, he had yet the most extraordinary sense of his own royal superiority. That right divine which his people had begun to question was transparently evident to Louis XVI. Although sincere, indeed ingenuous to the point of candour, he was not always truthful, and this occasional dissimulation sprang from nothing mean. He considered himself so far above his subjects, not by his personal worth, but through his kingly office, and so responsible to heaven for them, that he practised with them sometimes for their own good an economy of truth, as grown people must in their dealings with little children or with sick people. Intensely conscientious and utterly devoid of tact, constantly vacillating, sometimes he would suddenly crystallize into that terrible nervous obstinacy which the French call être buté, and was then as impervious to argument or reason as any hysterical woman. With all this, kind to the core, human to an extent that made all who approached him love him, and yet exasperating to deal with. For no man could count upon the king, despite his love of right, his real moral worth, because of that weakness of mind in him and that still more fatal weakness of will. It is unfortunate that after some years of complete indifference, the lethargic king awoke to the fact that he was married to the most lovely and the most charming princess in Europe. "The most beautiful woman I saw at Versailles," says Arthur Young, while Horace Walpole wrote in ecstasies of the liquid grace of her every movement, the poetry of motion. Her brilliant, soft complexion, her sweet, long blue eyes, and the abundance of her thick blonde hair made her a dazzling apparition to all northerners, while French observers, always great sticklers for regularity of feature, remarked the too long oval of her face, the prominent under lip that spoke of the Habsburgs, yet admitted that she possessed in perfection la grâce plus belle que la beauté. When at last the Bête discovered his belle, his subjection was complete, and the revenge of Marie Antoinette for years of conjugal indifference was a complete ascendancy. The king and she were in politics on different sides of the hedge. Despite his exaggerated ideas of royal rights, Louis XVI was at heart a liberal monarch. He firmly meant to guide his people into an area of comparative freedom and popular prosperity. The queen had none of her mother's political ability, she was the daughter of the great Maria Theresa, but a head full of the most violent aristocratic prejudices and disdains. Again and again Louis would swear fidelity to the new planned constitution. 5 minutes' conference with his adored queen, and he was planning to abet the intrigues of the ultra-royalists. All this was not, of course, immediately apparent. For years the queen took no part in politics. She was a spoiled child who thought of nothing but her pleasure. Her German idea of Gemütlichkeit and the fashionable theories of Rousseau made her abhor the restraint, the ceremony, the absence of all private retirement, which hedged in the life of a French queen. She was expected to live, move, eat, dress, even bear her children in public. Marie Antoinette rebelled. She would have a life of her own. and in taking this innocent pleasure she managed to displease all parties alike. The old nobility, to whom the Queen was a sacred thing, almost like the crown or the flag, were horrified to watch her gadding with a young brother-in-law to the balls of the opera, or the risky little theatres of Paris, or even, as the old Marquis of Mirabeau complained, flitting about the gardens and galleries of Versailles in a little frock and apron, fit for a farmer's wife, with neither page nor lackey in attendance, and glad to accept the arm of any fellow in a frock-coat, polisson en froc, that is, not in court dress, when she wishes to descend a flight of steps. Meanwhile the people resented yet more bitterly the selfishness of the Queen's uncontrollable expenses. The country was ruined, the possibility of a national bankruptcy the theme of every serious conversation, but the Queen's high play, her passion for precious stones, her debts, her bets, her dressmaker's bill — she did not always wear the little cotton frock — her daily conferences with Madame Bertin the modiste, and the extravagant fashions that she launched, the vast sums, too, that she lavished on her bosom friends and favourites, gained for her the reputation of a heartless frivolity. The people called her Madame Déficit before they dubbed her l'Autrichienne. But that was 10 times worse. The day was to dawn when Frenchmen would begin to suppose that their beautiful young Queen betrayed the country of her crown for the benefit of the country of her cradle. Louis XVI alone might have weathered the storm. His wife was a cargo too precious to cast overboard, whose dead weight would sink the royal ship. Perhaps the first faint rift between the Queen and the nation may be placed at the date of the Anglo-American War, 1778-83, when the whole French public, eager to avenge its wrongs on England, and enraptured to find a country overseas inspired by its own new liberal ideas, flamed up in a sudden enthusiasm for American independence. Liberty was the generous frenzy of the hour, Franklin, with his wise head under his Quaker's hat, the idol of Paris. But while Lafayette led his expeditionary force across the ocean to fight for the insurgents, the court hung back. Franklin had won from Louis XVI a treaty of alliance. Yet now that the blows fell thick, now that the cause of revolution prospered, the King and Queen of France began to feel that odd kinship, that intimate freemasonry between sovereigns which is deeper than any national hate. The King listened impatiently to the popular praise of Franklin. He said nothing, but to one lady of his court who sang those praises too constantly, he presented a portrait of the transatlantic reformer, painted on the inside of I will not say what chamber utensil. The Queen, on the other hand, was loud in her regrets of the shabby trick that France was playing her English cousin, by assisting the rebellion of his insurgent subjects. She did not conceal her hostility, and at the signing of that peace of 1783, which established the freedom of the United States, she affected to treat the English as her dearest friends. While all Paris was seething with the new ideas of liberty, social and political equality, the rights of man, while the Peace of Versailles, which restored to France her colony of Senegal and 4 of her lost Indian cities, was filling the country with the still richer joy of hearing herself acclaimed the fairy godmother of a liberated world, the Minister of War, Ségur, or rather in point of fact the court, in the very wantonness of brutal opposition, revoked an old edict of Louis XV, already in force for more than 30 years, which permitted men of less than noble birth to take rank as officers in the army. According to this new edict, no officer might now attain the grade of captain unless he could prove 4 generations of noble forefathers, or show himself at least the son of a chevalier of Saint Louis, nor, should he enter the church, could he hope to rise beyond some village vicarage. The French provinces were full of comfortable and cultured families, a little less than noble, a good deal more than humble, in which for the last 30 or 40 years the eldest son had inherited the family manor, the next had risen to distinction in the army, the third was doubtless abbé of some comfortable benefice, for the fourth his parents had bought some post in the magistrature, while the fifth made his way in the office of some intendant or financier. Imagine the consternation of the generation of young Frenchmen who attained their 20th year about 1780. Men born in cultivated yet laborious homes, accustomed to a prolonged effort, capable of working, if needs be, 12 hours a day. By reason of their education and experience, these young bourgeois were generally in advance of the sprigs of nobility. At the examinations of the artillery school, it soon became a proverb that the competent were not noble, and the noble were not competent. Let us imagine the chagrin, the rancour of men of talent and character, men such as Laclos, I was going to say such as Bonaparte, but he was noble, men such as all Bonaparte's generals, men such as Barnave, Carnot, Danton, an energetic race, conscious of their own superiority, full of ambition, capacity, and energy, yet condemned in every career to take the lowest room, and to contemplate with heaven knows what barely stifled rage the young half-sharp of 16 quarterlings, who, because he had taken the trouble to be born, assumes himself a natural superior. And of course I do not mean in that age of all ages, whose nobility was so rarely gifted, so open-minded, so generous, and so gracious, that the Duke was, by reason of his birth, mentally inferior to the doctor. Not at all. A Liancourt, a La Rochefoucauld was equal to the best. But the time had gone by when the government might assume in the noble a natural capacity, in the man of the middle class a natural incapacity, for any post or any art, even the art of war. Nothing, wrote Rivarol, not the taxes, nor the lettres de cachet, nor the laws, nor the abuse of authority, not the despotism of the provincial intendants, nothing irritated the nation so sorely as the prejudice of noble precedents. C'est le préjugé de la noblesse pour laquelle elle a manifesté le plus de haine. End of section 23. Section 24 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 5, Louis XVI, Part 2. Anger against a government which wasted the public fortunes of France, rancour against an aristocracy which barred all the avenues to fortune save those of finance, these were the sentiments with which the middle class greeted Ségur's edict. They asked a fair field and no favour, and equal taxation for the men of every class. The common people had their own grievances. The working class was organized in guilds or corporations, the number of whose members was fixed and might not be exceeded. Even as today the Royal Academy in England, the Stock Exchange in France. And as the sons of the master workmen generally succeeded to their fathers in the exercise of their craft, it was difficult for an apprentice, born with no silver spoon in his mouth, to rise from the ranks. It was even hard enough to enter those ranks as an apprentice, for the number of apprentices was also fixed and formal. The workmen asked free access to their craft and the abolition of the guilds. But the farmers and peasants had most of all a pressing need of reform. They were more and more conscious that their life was little better than a state of servitude. The king's taxes and the parson's tithe ate up the profit of their harvests. They were compelled to labour for their landlords so many days in the month or year without pay, to lend them on all occasions their carts and horses, to offer them as a present certain portions of their crops and stock, to bake their own bread at a fixed tariff in the landlord's oven, to buy their own wine at his press, with other vexations which once had been conveniences, or at least due reward for service rendered. What angered the peasant with a slow, sullen, dangerous ire was that he was beginning to perceive that in exchange no service was rendered. His corvée and his redevance had been part of his rent, and he paid the rent as well. The money and goods he expended had been in exchange for military protection, and the nobles no longer protected him, were incapable of protecting him, had no right to attempt it. For the system of government had changed, while his dues and debts alone remained unchanged. In fact, he was keeping up two distinct governments, a feudal system which had long ceased to exist, save in its abuses, and a centralized monarchy no less oppressive. For every 100 francs he gained, he had to squeeze out 53 for the necessities of king and country. Another turn of the screw wrung 14 for the landlord's dues. Then the church came, exacted another 14, and left the poor man crushed with how much remaining for his rent, for his daily bread, and the nurture of his family. Wonderful thrift of France, there was still sometimes a sou in his stocking. But the fear of the fisc made him hide it like a crime, exaggerate even the appearance of his most real misery, lest the tax-gatherer should come and take also the 1 ewe lamb. If the land was so exorbitantly taxed, there was an excellent reason to account for it. Only the poor paid toll. Those alone who had nothing to spare supported the immense expense of state, army, law, and church. The thing appeared iniquitous to the conscience of the age, and the first reform that Tiers Etat meant to exact was the abolition of the privileges of the nobles. When Arthur Young travelled in France on the eve of the Revolution, he told the peasants, as it were a fairy tale, that we in England have a great number of taxes, but the poor do not pay them, they are laid on the rich, and what is more, we have in England a tax paid by the rich for the relief of the poor. Sure, those poor people had never heard of such a topsy-turvy land. Most of the miseries of their distressful country sprang from the opposite system. Only the poor were required to pay, who could not pay, and the rich, who wanted for nothing, were in nothing mulcted of their affluence. Thus, since the reign of François Premier, every year the King of France had spent more money than he received, and had tried to annul the deficit by heaping a further burden on the poor peasant's back that was already broken. By the accession of Louis XVI, even a minister of finance could see that this process would yield nothing further. Louis had had some of the best ministers and some of the worst in French history. He had begun with a man of genius. His name was Turgot. Il n'y a que Monsieur Turgot et moi qui aimons le peuple, said the king. Only Turgot and I really care about the people. Turgot had attacked the sacrosanct system of the nobles' privileges, and had begun by abolishing the corvée, the forced labour of peasants. He was a free trader, and had attempted to reform the corn laws. But great was the ire of the lords and landed gentry, and the weak Louis, against his will, had abandoned his minister. His successor, Necker, the father of Madame de Staël, a Swiss banker of English origin, had not the bold, wide views of Turgot the reformer, the first free trader, but he was a wise financier, a cautious economist, a clear-headed, painstaking administrator. He had already found some sort of a clue in the chaos of French finance when some court cabal — the court had no relish for economy, and disliked Necker for his bourgeois stiffness, for his foreign origin and his Protestantism — again turned the king against the servant who might have saved him. This time the finances of France were entrusted to a man of the world, M. de Calonne, who gave satisfaction to everybody with whom he came in contract. His talent appeared prodigious. The poor king owned that he had never been so tranquil. His long confabulations with Turgot, and especially with Necker, had sometimes fatigued him. But such was the facility of M. de Calonne that the maze of financial difficulties appeared illuminated. No trouble in the present, no anxiety in the future. Son travail avec le roi n'était qu'un jeu, Marmontel. And the people at court were just as pleased as the king. Unlike that bear of a Necker, unlike the cold, proud Turgot, M. de Calonne never refused to grant a favour or to do a kindness. No wonder if he were the most popular man, if not in France, at any rate at Versailles. Unfortunately, when after 4 years in place M. de Calonne looked carefully into his accounts, he found there was a deficit of 115 millions of francs. This was the verge of bankruptcy. Arthur Young, who was travelling in France that year, 1787, remarks how in every serious conversation that topic of a national bankruptcy would occur, with the further question, he puts it in italics, would a bankruptcy occasion a civil war and a total overthrow of the government? The king was obliged to recall Necker. But Necker was no magician, and though at the news of his return the French loan rose some 30 points, all he could do was to advise poor Louis to convoke the States General, that is to say, to unite the members of the 3 orders of France, nobility, clergy, and tiers état, in order to ask them to furnish forth the funds which must redeem the debt. The States General had not met since 1614, since the majority of Louis XIII, and the king knew well that they would not meet simply to find a way out of his financial difficulties. They would insist upon reform, all sorts of reforms. They would exhume old abuses and make bad blood. The king himself was not so much opposed to a certain measure of enlightened reform, but his youngest brother Artois, he who was afterwards Charles X, and especially the queen, would be violently, passionately against it. The king knew well that he would be asked to abolish the privilege of the nobles and the clergy, and partly from conviction and a sense of honour, but partly also from what I dare hardly call the dread of a row with his wife, the king did not mean to consent to any such abolishment. The States General met at Versailles on the 5th of May, 1789. Thanks to the influence of Necker, a double representation, as it was called, secured the tiers état, which stood for 98% of the nation, as many deputies as the 2 other orders. From the very first hour its superior ardour and energy were manifest. Those young men who had found no outlet for their powers in the army, in diplomacy, in the church, were there in crowds. There were 1,100 deputies of the States General, and half of them belonged to the tiers état. There they were, members of the States General, or spectators and encouragers of its proceedings. They, with their wounded vanity, their relentless logic, their burning utopian dreams. Nothing is so dangerous as the logician who is also a dreamer. He may be Laclos, he may be Robespierre, he may be Bonaparte. In any case, he is sure to be an uncomfortable neighbour. Such silent and concentrated ambitions were not rare in 1789, when success was a privilege of birth or royal favour, when unprotected genius in a modest rank was frequently compelled to eat its heart out unremarked, when the issues were closed in front of a proud spirit, when humiliations were frequent and anger mute. At last the floodgates were opened. Like the barons of our King John, these young men asked of the king that which France had never possessed, a written charter, a constitution. They demanded the suppression of privileges. They decided that the States General should be called the National Assembly, that its members, all equal, should no longer be divided into orders. They declared the equal rights of man born free admissible to all careers. They maintained that no sealed letter of the king's could ravish from them this, their own inherent freedom, but only the judgment of the law. They decreed the sovereignty of the people. They pronounced the abolition of privileges and the equality of all men before the tax-gatherer. The king should no longer demand a sum fixed at his own good pleasure. It was the deputies of the National Assembly who henceforth should decide what moneys they would vote, and over the expenditure of these moneys they would keep a right of control. So far, so good. The king fretted and fumed. To one of the royal proposals, the Duke of Orleans objected that it was illegal. "Legal enough, since I wish it," cried Louis, voicing in his pettish discontent the very principle of autocracy. "Si, c'est légal, parce que je le veux." He spoke of his divine right, his good pleasure, and his absolute power, and then sank into his plump and smiling apathy, ending invariably by granting what indeed he had no longer the power to refuse. The National Assembly was intoxicated with its own success. Admirable so long as it was occupied in framing a permanent constitution for the future, it lacked discipline, experience, tradition. Would it show itself equally adequate to the crucial difficulties of the present? The Assembly was now the sovereign of France. The king, though king in name, had lost all executive power. Can we blame Louis XVI that he sought to evade this sad position of a fainéant king? He appealed to his troops to maintain his authority. In his horror of civil war he imagined that the foreign mercenaries, Swiss and German, which the government kept at its disposal, would be less inflamed and angry than the French, and doubtless also he thought that they would be less easily converted by the enthusiasts for liberty. He summoned them all. And soon, round Paris on all sides, at Charenton, at Saint-Denis, at Courbevoie, at Sèvres, at La Muette, on the Champ de Mars, a complete ring of troops, some 25,000 strong, French and foreign, surrounded the capital. Paris lay in the midst of them like a beleaguered city. This move of the king's, or as the people supposed of the queen's, and especially his appeal to the Germans, exasperated the Parisians. Bread was already cruelly short. Did the king mean by a set blockade, by the argument of fire and famine, to refute the rights of man? False rumours flared up like wildfire that the king and Artois had a plot to poison the king, young, that the German dragoons were massacring the people in the Tuileries Gardens, Marmontel, and the knowledge that the capital was unprovided with either food or firearms added the keen tip of fear to the popular anger. On the morning of the 12th of July, Paris learned, and this time the news was true, that the king had dismissed Necker and all the liberal ministry. A sombre wrath smouldered all day in the mind of the people, that flared up at night on the boulevards into a great fierce blaze of indignation. Next day the mob attacked the Hôtel de Ville and the Invalides, demanding arms. If the king meant to fight, they too would show him what Paris could do in that line. Especially the public feeling incriminated the queen. No doubt but Paris imagined itself in the snare of a second Catherine de' Medici. The lion roared its wrath of her feminine treachery. The people surged in the streets, sleepless by day and night, shouting arms and bread. By a miracle, the city, which possessed no soldiers, found in its every citizen a soldier equally able to obey or to command. The sack of the arsenal and of the Invalides supplied a certain insufficient quantity of arms, and on the morning of the 14th of July, ever memorable date, henceforth the national holiday, the people of Paris, dragging with them the cannons of the Esplanade, marched on the Bastille, the king's fortress, the bulwark of the monarchy, the immense frowning keep, which for 400 years had thrown the gloom and threat of its colossal shadow across the popular quarter of Saint-Antoine. The Bastille was part of the fortifications of Paris, but above all it was the state prison. It was to Paris what the Tower was to London. Its 8 vast towers, with the cannon on their platforms, seemed to menace the seething Faubourg at its feet. Down, dog, crouch, be quiet. The governor of the Bastille had neither garrison, munitions, nor food to withstand a siege, and doubtless he feared to bombard the unruly capital. He had no orders to destroy Paris. And so, like a young lion in sport, in the course of a summer's day, Paris tore the great mass to pieces. By the end of the afternoon the king had no Bastille. Today the tranquil waters of the canal of Saint-Martin cover its ruins. When the Duke of Liancourt broke the news to the king at Versailles, "C'est une révolte," said Louis. "Nay, sire," replied the Duke, "it is not a revolt, it is a revolution." End of section 24. Section 25 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 6, The Fall of the Monarchy, Part 1. We now begin 10 years which loom so large in history, we scarcely can believe they merely were 10 years. The Revolution, like a fiery plough, cut through France a fertilizing furrow, deep and unspeakably cruel, yet on the whole salutary. It buried out of sight all that hitherto had caught the eye and glittered, while it lifted out of the depths, in a supreme upheaval, fresh beds of virgin soil full of growth and unsuspected vigour of production. In those 10 years, what an edifying dance of the whirligig of time! The Revolution did not at once define its aim, which was the combination of liberty and unity. When a new idea comes into being, it seldom springs full-fledged from the nest. The first conception of the men of '89 was a federation of provinces, each retaining its own essential life and character. They saw the state as a community of communities. It was the medieval pre-Renaissance view. But all the modern democracies still were federal. Switzerland, with her concert of cantons, the United Provinces of the Netherlands, and those United States of America which France had helped to liberate, and which, naturally enough, appeared especially a model to copy. And there were others in the state who admired the supple strength of the British Constitution and recommended it for imitation. The French Republic was to be like none of these, but forged in tyranny and terror to such a degree of unity and patriotic energy as the world had not yet witnessed. Those men of '89 will for the most part die on the scaffold, accused of federalism as though it were a crime, the blackest form of treason, as perhaps indeed it was at that moment. The history of France is full of coups d'état, brusque transformations of the government by means of an extraordinary stroke of policy. But the great Revolution did not spring like a bolt from the blue. The cloud had hung on the horizon, threatening, for more than 50 years. When it broke at last, it was with no sudden thunderclap, but in heavy spots, falling one by one, and in approaching rumblings, leading up to the unimaginable and shattering crash of the tempest unchained. And threat followed threat, with intervals so promising that even now we wonder whether a firmer conduct on the part of the Crown might not have averted or at least diminished the full catastrophe. On the 5th of October, 1789, some 8,000 women of Paris marched on Versailles. They were angry at the continued shortage of bread, half-starved, and persuaded that the king meant to starve Paris into submission, convinced, too, that the queen meditated some traitorous coup d'état. Louis had unwisely summoned the regiment of Royal Flanders to Versailles. Like so many of his actions, it was at once too much and not enough. A whole army might have inspired terror and respect for the crown. One foreign regiment was a senseless provocation. And the court had played the fool and made matters worse. The king's bodyguard had given a banquet to royal Flanders, while Paris was without bread. The royal family had attended, the band had played "O Richard, ô mon roi, l'univers t'abandonne," and the well-known air had excited a paroxysm of royalist sentiment. 5 or 6 soldiers of royal Flanders had torn from their caps the tricolour cockade, and had stuck a white ribbon in its place. All this was known in Paris on the morrow, commented on and magnified. So the women of Paris set out for Versailles at the head of a mob of insurgents. The Garde Nationale, that volunteer, non-uniformed militia, which had come into being on the 13th of July by a process of spontaneous generation, in order to save the capital from some mysterious, wholly imaginary St. Bartholomew which the Queen was supposed to meditate, the Garde Nationale then forced its general, Lafayette, to lead these valiant hungry shrews on their wild mission. And this at last he did, in the hope of protecting the royal family from their rough caresses. But who has not read in the romantic pages of Carlyle or Michelet the wonderful tale of the women's raid on Versailles? No page in the history of France is better known than the story of their mad endeavour and its success. The king left Versailles at their bidding, stipulating only that he should take with him his wife, his sister, and his children, whom in truth he dared not leave behind, knowing himself to be, in spite of all, so much the most popular personage of them all. It was a wrench at his very heartstrings, a plunge in the abyss. Louis knew that henceforth he would be, at least for a time, the prisoner of Paris. Would he win the hearts of his unruly subjects like Henri IV, and find his true glory in his arrogant capital? For the last 100 years no king had dared to dwell in Paris. Was this step a leap backwards to the popular rule of the little Béarnais? Versailles was the very symbol of absolute monarchy, the visible emanation of Louis XIV. For the king who quitted it sadly, it was more than this. It was the scene of all his life. Hunting was his one passion, and here were his woods. Metalwork his one pleasure, and here was his forge. Here were all his friends, his habits so dear to an indolent and lymphatic nature. In these high galleries he had first neglected and then adored his spirited, undisciplined queen. For one long moment Louis hesitated. If he must quit Versailles, it was still possible to escape through Trianon to Rouen, or to make a dash for Metz, as the Queen advised and urged. But flight would mean civil war. Who knows? Perhaps a crown for his constitutional cousin, the Duke of Orleans. So Louis went to Paris. Let the shrieking, dishevelled Maenads carry him off. Through his carriage window he saw the dancing mad women, brandishing yellow poplar boughs snatched from the autumnal trees. A wild cohort they looked, escorting the coach of the king. And through this moving wood a gleam of metal showed, where the soldiers' pikes lifted in the air the loaves of bread conquered from some sacked bakery. But 2 of their pikes supported the murdered heads, still dripping, of the royal guards who had died to save their king. He saw that. He must have heard the ghastly threats howled at the Queen sitting by his side. "Give me her entrails to make a fine cockade." "No, I'll take her legs," and so on, in obscene jest and threat. Yet when, after 9 hours of that terrible journey, they arrived in Paris, Louis exhibited that automatic and uncanny cheerfulness which he showed in all the tragic moments of his life, disconcerting our sympathy by its inappropriate good humour. They reached the Tuileries by torchlight. Supper was served at 10. Louis astonished all beholders by his prodigious appetite. The king looked radiant, writes a witness. The Queen had on a little black cloak, a hood, no rouge. She has lost her fixed eagle gaze and the proud carriage of her head. The Assembly lost no time in following the king to Paris. The great affair of both was the new constitution. Louis was as well persuaded as any revolutionary of the need for reform. Had he not tried in vain for 15 years to govern his kingdom? He had begun with a liberal minister, Turgot, and Turgot had found the task too much for him, giving as his excuse, "La France n'a pas de constitution." And then Louis had tried a conservative premier, but M. de Calonne had made a far worse mess of it, and had finally declared the kingdom impossible to govern. We have seen in a preceding chapter what Voltaire thought of the French constitution, its tissue of contradictions, its incoherent jumble of laws. France was an agglomeration of duchies and provinces, acquired in differing conditions at differing times. Some were pays d'État, represented by their own provincial states or chambers. Others were pays d'administration, governed directly by the crown. North of the Loire there were pays de droit coutumier, whose legal system was based on feudal law and barbarian tradition. Each town, each province had its own variety, while south of the great dividing river the country was pays de droit écrit, and its jurisdiction a modified survival of Roman law. Some of these provinces succumbed beneath the load of their taxation, while a few miles off a neighbouring district would be almost enfranchised from the general expenses of the state. The first task of the constituent deputies was to break up all this muddle, and to reduce to some sort of rule and order and unity the incoherence and the inconsistency of France. Their work was far from perfect, and yet they did wonders. They sketched the first rough draft of the France we know today. The revolution was to draw up 6 constitutions in the space of 11 years. They all followed in essentials the plan of the constituent. It began with a clean slate. The provinces, with all their discrepancies, were abolished. France was divided into 83 departments, each with its subsidiary districts and cantons. In every canton a justice of the peace, in every district a county court, in every department a court of assize, and in Paris a court of appeal. The same law was administered from Flanders to Provence and from Lorraine to Brittany. A magistrate was no longer an official who purchased his place and bequeathed it with his other property to his son. The law was henceforth above all privilege. The king might no longer, by virtue of his sealed orders, lettres de cachet, send a man to prison at his own sweet will. The nobles had no longer their private courts and their rights, even in some cases of life and death, over their subjects. The clergy were forbidden to incarcerate the erring nun and the disobedient priest according to a system of their own. The law was universal and equal. France was not yet free, but a great blow had been struck for equality. It would have been well, perhaps, if the revolution could have stopped here and have henceforth developed by a process of evolution. The king was generous, humane, and much less of a fool than is generally supposed. But too many passions and interests were engaged. The financial question was too involved, the army too disorganized and deliquescent, owing to the long abuse of privilege. And Louis himself, it must be owned, though a good creature, had neither the genius, the constancy, nor the intellect which alone could ride the storm. His position in the new constitution was ambiguous and ill-defined. He might propose no law. The laws were voted by the Chamber, but he had a right of veto. That is to say, he might delay, suspend, retard the execution of any law voted by the Chamber for a term of 5 or 6 years. The Assembly was to be renewed by election every 2 years. The king might suspend the law till the next legislation but one. If after that time the deputies stuck to their text, he must needs recall the veto. But as a matter of fact, the rebellious, resentful nation contested every application of this right of veto, which was to prove, as we shall see, the undoing of the king. He had, in addition, the right to declare war and to choose his ministers, that is to say, the nominal right. But woe betide him if he called to office an unpopular premier, and the first war he declares, it will be with tears in his eyes, for the people's enemy is the king's ally, Austria. The unfortunate Louis seems to us a king log. If he had been more of a king log, it might have been well for him. But he took the Constitution seriously, learned it by heart, attempted not to overpass the limits of his restricted sovereignty, which must have seemed so humble to the grandson of Louis XV, and used in all good faith the kingly rights which were set down in the Charter as his due appurtenances. The king and his family passed a melancholy year in Paris, prisoners or almost, in their half-dismantled chambers of the Tuileries. If any ray of hope as summer came again shot across the gloom of their long confinement, it was not the result of the plots and plans of the venturesome royalists who, when so many emigrated, followed their sovereign to Paris and set up house, so to speak, in the very jaws of the lion. The bright eyes of the royalist ladies who, covered with white favours and Bourbon lilies, came and went temerariously, and promised help from Coblentz, Condé, Cobourg, Brunswick, Pitt, all quarters of the compass, these were not the dispensers of comfort. But for one summer's day the king believed that he and his people had sworn a covenant, that peace reigned between them, and that the days of Henri IV had dawned again. It was on the 14th of July, the anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. A great public festival was to commemorate the event and to celebrate the still unterminated task of the Constituent Assembly. Every little town in France was to send its delegates, chosen from the volunteer militia of the provincial municipalities, while Paris was to assemble all the bodies of the state to witness the solemn conjunction of monarch and nation. A year later, in a mood of bitter resentment, when Louis drew up the manifesto which explained the reasons of his flight to Varennes, he reverted with a sudden tenderness to the memory of that one halcyon day, les moments les plus doux de mon séjour à Paris, and to the attachment and devotion which the citizen militia of France had then shown to his person. They had come in their cohorts, these bourgeois volunteers, from all the towns and villages of the kingdom. By their spontaneous adhesion they reconstituted France, and in the midst of sceptical, dissatisfied Paris, they represented the mass of the nation, enthusiastic for freedom and the king, and seeing between their two idols no incompatibility. For their congregation, the great bare field of the Champ de Mars had been surrounded by tiers of grassy steps or benches, arising in an amphitheatre occupied by 2,000 Parisians. In the middle of the plain rose the altar of peace, l'Hôtel de la Patrie, foursquare, with at each corner a group of 100 priests, their white surplices barred by a tricoloured sash. At the altar itself, Talleyrand, Bishop of Autun, said Mass, while 1,200 musicians played military music. And all round in the free space between the altar and the amphitheatre moved the 14,000 volunteers beneath their innumerable banners. In front of the altar for the king was placed a solitary throne. The Queen, the royal family, the National Assembly were seated on a grandstand. The Mass over, 40 cannon voiced their hoarse reverberation. The king rose, he and the nation swore their solemn covenant. All day it had rained, but at that solemn moment the sun came out in a sudden ray. Countless voices in a paroxysm of hope and enthusiasm sent up the cry, "Long live the citizen king!" The delegates of Turenne presented Louis with a ring that had belonged to Henri IV. In that moment the vision of a monarchy renewed, a popular and prosperous reign, dazzled the eyes of the prisoner of the people. The Queen herself forgot her cold and arrogant hostility. She sprang forward, lifting her little boy in her arms. "Here is my son. He and I share all the feelings of the king." Tous généralement sont ivres, d'amour pour le roi et la famille royale, wrote a spectator 2 days later. But alas, even in that hour of enthusiasm, a rift in the ground, which was soon to become a yawning chasm, divided the king and the country. End of section 25. Section 26 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 6, The Fall of the Monarchy, Part 2. The principal reason of the revolution had, after all, been financial. The king had summoned the States General in order to avert imminent bankruptcy, and so far they had bestowed on the country not prosperity, but the promise of liberty for all and equality before the law, magnificent gifts, but perfectly compatible, it seemed, with ruin. The unjust and unequal pressure of taxes had been removed, with the result that the country was poorer than ever. The emigration of the aristocracy had in great measure dried up one possible source of wealth. Another remained. The Church possessed 1/5 of the entire national territory. The Assembly, with ruin staring them in the face, proposed nothing less than to confiscate the estates of the Church, undertaking in exchange to distribute a suitable pension to priests and bishops, and to maintain their establishments for the relief of the poor. In the first enthusiasm of the Revolution, all ranks of the Church were not entirely opposed to this measure. The forfeiture of the Church lands, compensated by regular salaries, was to be a levelling measure, mulcting heavily the great ecclesiastical lords and rich abbots, but bringing ease and relief from care to many a poor parish presbytery and village convent. The fortune of the Church had long tempted the needy governments of France. It was no revolutionary, for it was Louis XIV who wrote in his memoirs, Les rois sont seigneurs absolus de tous les biens, tant des séculiers que les ecclésiastiques pour en user comme sage économie selon les besoins de l'État. It is a theory which the Revolution was to adopt and expand. Its first requisition, and the Church was not to be alone in learning that any form of absolute unity implies confiscation of private property. The State then declared the Church lands forfeit to the country. But who, in that hour of need and upheaval, would purchase these great estates? Who would consent to despoil Mother Church on his own responsibility? The government decided on a plan ingenious enough, though in the end it almost ruined France. The State decided to use this vast mass of property as the guarantee for an emission of paper money. Each bank bill was, so to speak, a plot of ground, and might at any time be exchanged for it. Here was no bubble scheme, no South Sea figment, but solid property, so much vineyard or meadow or cornland, which a man might go and see, on which he held a sort of mortgage or preference share. The towns subscribed for immense quantities of these assignats, as they were called, because they were assigned on a given piece of land. 400 million francs worth of them were set in circulation. At first all went merrily as a marriage bell. The country appeared to emerge at last from the slough of poverty. The notes were popular. They seemed to have a double guarantee, that of the municipalities and that of the real estate behind them. And all would have been well, perhaps, had the government known moderation. But in the space of 7 years it issued bank bills to the amount of 45 milliards of francs, of which not 1/10 part was covered by the Church lands, and the assignats lost 99% of their value. In 1796 a bill for 100 francs, accepted in the spring of 1790 for its full worth in gold, had fallen to the ridiculous equivalent of 50 centimes in silver. And an inextricable system of brokerage and stock jobbing absorbed the energies of French finance. This is glancing ahead. In 1790, the forfeiture of the church lands seemed an issue from the dreary maze of national debt, violent indeed and unjust, yet which the conciliatory Pope, Pius VI, might have been brought to accept if any one had taken the pains to conciliate him, since in fact it was on this self-same basis that the Concordat was founded in 1801 between his successor and Napoleon Bonaparte, first consul. But that sectarian fury which has so often misled France led the government to attack Rome, not only in her material possessions, but in her spiritual privileges. Without approaching the Vatican, the Revolution reconstructed the inconvenient and unequal diocese of France into 83 brand new bishoprics to suit the 83 new departments, and decreed a civil constitution of the clergy, which made the state, not the Pope, the head of the Church, and the priests, as civil functionaries of the state, were ordered to take an oath of allegiance. A day was set apart for the solemn vow, but to the surprise, indeed the secret consternation of the government, nearly all the bishops and more than half the clergy refused to bow down the knee in the house of Rimmon. They awaited, they said, the decision of the Pope, to whom they had appealed. But the most painful dilemma of all was the king's. Louis was a strict Catholic. He was not, like the Queen, essentially hostile to the Revolution and all its works. Bred and born in the theory of autocracy, he was nevertheless intermittently haunted by the idea that, like Henri IV, he might one day reign over a happier France renewed, which should issue as from a lustral bath, from years of discord and distress. He really admired the great undertakings of the Constituent Assembly, the creation of the departments, the unification of law, the abolition of feudal privilege. Louis had a long head for detail, much good sense, a certain administrative capacity, and a unique experience of the difficulties of government. He was not like Marie Antoinette, a creature of instincts and prejudices. He really desired, at any rate at this moment, to collaborate with the Assembly. But he was a devout and loyal Catholic, far more profoundly than he was a constitutional king. He dared not sanction what appeared to him a sacrilege, an abjuration. Neither dared he exercise his nominal right of veto. He wrote to Pius VI, imploring his assistance and indulgence. He sought to gain time. But ministers bade him not to resist the will of the sovereign people. But the Assembly harassed and harried him to promulgate the thrice odious law, and the Pope reserved his answer. And finally, after a month's hesitation, the reluctant king, on the 26th of December, 1790, most weakly gave his consent to the decree and to the civil constitution of the clergy. 3 months later, the Pope solemnly repudiated the law. Many of the clergy who had so far conformed resisted now, and were suspended from their functions and emoluments. In front of these heroic nonjurors, the poor king felt the remorse of Peter. He felt ill with remorse and nervous fatigue. "I had rather be king of Metz," he declared to his wife's friend Feschin, "but this state of affairs cannot go on much longer." The Roi Très Chrétien felt himself a schismatic. His ostensible chaplain was a conforming priest. Louis would not accept the sacrament from his hands. Easter was at hand, and the question of the king's communion became an affair of national, of European importance. Would he approach the altar with the friends or with the enemies of the Revolution? The unfortunate monarch hoped to escape to his palace at Saint-Cloud for an Easter holiday, and there make his peace with heaven unobserved. But on the 18th of April, 1791, as the king and his family settled themselves in their royal coach about noon on a fine spring day, happily disposed for departure, an extraordinary popular fermentation seethed in an instant all round the Tuileries. In vain Lafayette enjoined on his National Guards to clear the road. The soldiers joined the people, declaring the king should not pass. For an hour and 3/4 there he sat, immovable, smiling, bland, while the queen fumed at his side. At last Lafayette had to come very hangdog and tell the royal pair that they could not, with any hope of safety, leave the palace. "They won't let me go," said Louis. "Eh? They won't let me go? Well, then I must stay." And he repeated 3 times this sentence, murmuring that it was strange indeed that, having given liberty to France, he should not himself be free. The queen turned her blazing eyes on Lafayette. "At least now you will admit that we are prisoners," she exclaimed. That evening she sent a secret message to her brother the Emperor, and from that hour Louis listened to the plans of escape which the queen was constantly preparing. He considered himself a captive in durance vile, and as such released from the obligation of sincerity. A consent wrung by coercion is not binding. Only Louis was too prodigal of his acquiescence. When, for instance, on the very morrow of this scene, he surprised the Assembly by a friendly call, in which he assured the deputies of his determination to maintain the constitution, including the civil constitution of the clergy, it is impossible to acquit the king of a natural turn for double dealing. That very Easter, April 1791, the Pope for the second time rejected the proposed reform of the Church, the creation of new bishoprics, the dissolution of monasteries, the confiscation of Church lands, and the supremacy of the state. Great was the fury of the leaders of the Revolution. The government revenged itself on its unhappy hostage, Louis says. They insisted that he should confess himself to a conforming priest. He confessed. That on Easter Day he should receive the sacrament at those desecrated hands. And he approached the holy table. They told him to write to all the courts in Europe, stating that he was under no constraint, and he assured the sovereigns of his liberty, though doubtless he sent other letters by other ways. The king, bland, acquiescent, appeared dazed, fallen into a second childhood. But his mind was really busy working out a plan of escape. He saw all the difficulties of the situation. Unlike the queen, so much more a queen than a Frenchwoman, unlike his Austrian wife, Louis did not desire the armed intervention of Austria and Prussia. He remembered Poland, and he was quite aware that any foreign army would require its price in the form of territory. He distrusted Austria, Prussia, Russia, and England most of all. He distrusted his brothers. He knew that the émigré meant to declare him incapable of reigning, to proclaim his son under the regency of Monsieur. He was therefore really averse to a foreign invasion. That was the forlorn hope, the last grimmest expedient of the desperate. On the other hand, Louis could no longer endure his prison of Paris, where neither his life, his family, nor his conscience was in safety. "I had rather be the King of Metz," he had said to Count Féchin, and his project was precisely to escape to Metz, where the army grouped on the eastern frontier under the command of the Marquis de Bouillé was supposed to be still devoted to the crown. Surrounded by these faithful troops, he would march on Paris, and without need of any Austrians or Prussians at his heels, would make peace with his rebellious subjects generously, magnanimously, à la Henri IV. "Revenez à votre roi. Il sera toujours votre père, votre meilleur ami. Quel plaisir n'aura-t-il pas à oublier toutes ses injures personnelles et de se revoir au milieu de vous, lorsqu'une constitution qu'il aura librement acceptée fera que notre sainte religion sera respectée," exclaims Louis, in the extraordinary farrago of puerility, shrewish recrimination, justice, and common sense which he left behind him, pinned, so to speak, to his pincushion in the form of a letter addressed to all Frenchmen on the night of his escape. For on the night of June the 20th, 1791, in the disguise of an upper servant, a sort of steward, the king passed through the gates of the Tuileries. The queen left separately. She had been out in the town all afternoon, and about 7 o'clock had come home very ostensibly, holding her little boy by the hand. Now, having changed her summer gown for a sober travelling dress, she found herself alone in the streets at night, free as she thought, and in her high glad spirits, finding herself as she crossed the Carrousel, face to face with the carriage of Lafayette. She gave the wheels a little derisive flick with a light cane that she carried in her hand. She could not endure Lafayette. That was the final flare of the queen's gaiety. Meanwhile, the Dauphin and his governess, with Madame Elisabeth and her niece, the Princess Royal, escaping separately, joined the king and queen at the corner of the Rue de l'Echelle, and entered with them a very large, roomy travelling carriage provided by Count Feschen, who himself mounted the box as coachman for the first stage or so. They journeyed all night long, and all the next day, toward Bouillé's army at Montmédy. But at Sainte-Menehould they were recognized by the postmaster, who rode on and outran the king's carriage. Somehow they missed the reconnaissances which the army at Montmédy was sending out to meet and escort them, and the postmaster rode on. And so at Varennes they heard the tramp of galloping horses, the cries of pursuit, and found the bridge barricaded by a hay cart turned sideways across it. Next came the enforced halt at the shop of the village mayor, Sauce the grocer, and poor, proud, passionate Marie Antoinette's imploring and beseeching of Madame Sauce to further their escape. "He is your king and my husband," cried the queen, seated between two bundles of tallow candles in the storeroom upstairs. "Que voulez-vous, madame?" says Madame Sauce. "Your situation is much to be deplored. But Monsieur Sauce would pay the penalty if he let you go. They would cut off his head. A woman must think of her husband." And again the poor queen, dans une extrême agitation, began explaining that that was precisely her case, that the king's life was not safe in Paris, when Lafayette's emissary rode up, followed by 3 members of the Assembly, to escort the king and his family back to Paris. Perhaps even then they might have got away, for a party of Bouillé's hussars came galloping up at last, and though their loyalty was more than questionable, still the habit of discipline and the love of a fight might have carried the day. But Louis's hatred of bloodshed was too strong to run the risk. "Will it be hot?" he said to Major Goglas, his amateur courier. "Very hot," replied that truthful gentleman, and the king determined to try another way. In one of those inexplicable effusions which in him were always the sign of a tremendous inward tension, he approached his captors, and throwing himself in the arms of the chief of them, he exclaimed, "Yes, I am your king. Placed in the capital in the midst of poignards and bayonets, I have come here in the provinces to seek among you the peace and liberty you all enjoy. I cannot stay in Paris without risking death for myself and my family." And as he pronounced these words, the king embraced one after the other all the astonished persons present. Meanwhile, upstairs, the ladies of the party tried by every wile, including simulated illness, to delay the moment of departure, hoping for the arrival of further troops from Montmédy. The king fell asleep, and on waking said he would go in peace, but to Montmédy, not to Paris. He should have held out a little longer. Repacked at last in their travelling coach in company with 2 of the deputies from Paris, the royal party had scarcely turned their sad, reluctant faces towards the capital, their carriage was still rumbling among the vineyards of Varennes, when in the distance the townspeople descried a strong detachment of the regiment called Royal Allemand hurrying to the king's relief. But it was too late. Even in that hour of disenchantment and despair, an hour, or rather a day, which turned her abundant blonde hair snow-white, comme les cheveux d'une femme de 70 ans, Marie Antoinette discovered a new resource. She would make to herself friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. On those 2 days of their enforced return to Paris, the captive queen gave forth such an effluence of character and courage, of disinterested zeal for the public welfare, of enterprise and capacity, that, being a very graceful and lovely woman, and into the bargain a queen to the tips of her fingers, she ended by capturing one of her captors, and persuaded him to espouse the cause of the constitutional monarchy. He was a young Protestant from Grenoble, named Barnave, the very type of those gifted and cultured young men of the middle class whom the blocking of all advancement had forced into the Revolution. Although a revolutionary, he was a monarchist, a Jacobin who would fain have made the king walk between the shafts while the club held the whip. At first, when the queen spoke to him, he turned aside on principle and looked out of the carriage window. But she soon brought him to see the error of his ways, and before they entered Paris he was her knight, no less than Fescin. So much courage, he wrote one day, in such misfortune, had engraved an ineffaceable impression on his heart. Barnave was sincere. As for the queen, she certainly felt the charm of the eloquent, high-minded, chivalrous young deputy. Si jamais la puissance revient dans nos mains, le pardon de Barnave est d'avance écrit dans nos cœurs, she exclaimed to Madame Campan, who more than once expressed in her memoir the astonishment with which she heard the queen reiterate her high opinion of the Jacobin. And it is possible that in her distress Marie Antoinette may have looked upon the Constitutionalists as a sort of second string to her bow, a possible protection against both émigrés and republicans. But her secret correspondence with Barnave and Fescin, which she placed in Fescin's hands, has lately been discovered in a castle in Sweden, and reveals her continual traffic with the powers. If Marie Antoinette in an hour of despair accepted the Constitution, and hoped for the aid of Barnave to secure for her feeble husband and for her son a popular throne, the throne of liberty and progress, that was but the illusion of a moment, and Barnave was but a straw she clutched at with a drowning hand, like Mirabeau, like Danton, even like Lafayette, for with all of these the queen intrigued. And all of them had an excellent opinion of her capacity. The only man the king has to depend on is the queen, said Mirabeau. Barnave's letters are full of her character and courage. The king is incapable of reigning, wrote Lamarck. The queen might supply his incapacity if she could attend to affairs with method and perseverance, and instead of according a fragment of her trust to a variety of counsellors, bestow all her confidence on one adviser. What gave a momentary consistency to the queen's intrigues with Barnave was her hatred of the émigrés and her distrust of the great powers. Her brother the emperor had written to her, doubtless, or at least had let her understand, as he wrote quite plainly and freely to his ambassador in Petersburg, that he hoped to preserve the monarchy in France, but that the person of the king was quite indifferent to him. I do not mind who sits upon the throne of France, whether it be Louis XVI. Or Louis XVII. Or Charles X., so long as that throne be restored and the monster of the riding school duly crushed. The monster was the National Assembly, which held its sessions in the riding school of the Tuileries. Pitt had replied in the same spirit. Both Louis and the Queen were well aware of these sentiments in their defenders outside the kingdom. Their endeavour was to steer a course clear of these false friends and of the growing party which demanded a republic. That was another result of the flight to Varennes. Until the king's escape, there had been no serious thought of a French republic. Those whom the court called republicans, like Lafayette, merely intended to reduce the king to the status of a hereditary president. A few fantastic journalists, such as Camille Desmoulins, are not a political party. But the flight to Varennes had filled Paris with a sombre passion of contempt and indignation. Utter silence had greeted the return of the sovereigns. The crowds massed in the streets gave voice to neither word nor cry. Not a hat was raised, not a head was bowed in salute. The National Guards lining the roadway held their arms reversed as for a funeral. The Queen bent her shamed face almost down to her knees. We know that the thick locks piled above it turned white during that journey. The King alone continued to smile and to treat the situation lightly, with his usual exasperating and tactless pleasantry. End of section 26. Section 27 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 3, Chapter 6, The Fall of the Monarchy, Part 3. After that flight, the king had been suspended. In the manifesto which he had left behind him, Louis had declared that he considered his past oaths enforced by constraint and not binding. In these conditions, the Assembly could not trust him, and while it elaborated a new constitution which still might conciliate king and nation, Louis XVI was considered a state prisoner without authority. The Assembly governed in its own name and kept the Great Seal in its own charge. No cataclysm followed, at least not immediately, and the people began to murmur, "We can do without a king." Leaders of the Assembly, such as Brissot and Condorcet, began a campaign against the royal automaton. A fanatic doctor named Marat, just then coming into note, declared in an extraordinary burst of prophecy, foreseeing Napoleon before he, so to speak, existed, "We want no king, but a military dictator." Another party suggested offering the throne to the radical Duke of Orléans, who called himself Philippe Égalité. It was at that moment that the Queen in her despair sent to Barnave an appeal for help and counsel. Barnave, with his friends Lameth and Duport, ruled at that moment the left of the Assembly. He declared and believed that it was in his power to reseat the king on his throne if the Queen would in all things follow his direction. He, with his friends, seceded from the Jacobin Club and inaugurated a new constitutional club and a new constitutional party in the desecrated monastery of the Feuillants or Bernardines, facing the Tuileries Gardens. For some months, till the end of August, there seemed a chance that the Feuillants, as the new club called itself, after all might save the monarchy. "When I came back to Paris on the 25th of August," wrote Madame Campan, "I found things much calmer than I could have dared to hope. Every one was talking of the king's acceptation of the Constitution, and of the public festivities to which that would give rise. The Queen began to hope in a happier order of events, though on the 17th of July she had passed some wretched hours listening to the cannon thundering on the Champ de Mars during the scuffle of the Constitutionalists with the Jacobins, who demanded that the king should be tried and judged. On that occasion the Constitutionalists had come off best, and Lafayette, by shooting down a sufficient number of the insurgents, had almost provoked a royalist reaction. In September the king accepted the Constitution and was greeted by the populace with shouts of gratitude and joy. The word on all lips was, "The revolution is now at an end." But revolutions never know where to stop. They advance in great waves, each billow different from and deeper than the last. After the acceptation of the Constitution, the Constituent Assembly had been dissolved, or rather had dissolved itself, with the proviso that none of its members might be elected to the new chamber. The elections, therefore, brought into power and place an entirely new set of deputies and officials, men of no experience of the great world of affairs, and generally recruited from a much lower class of the population. Those cultured and gifted 89istes, those men of 89, who hitherto have held the scene, gave place to a class, fanatic and illiterate, which unhappily is not to be the last, a third wave will bring to the surface the terrible dregs of anarchy. The Legislative Assembly met on the 1st of October, 1791. Almost its first act was to declare all the émigrés suspect, to summon them to return to France before the ensuing New Year's Day, 1st of January, 1792, and in case of contumacy to confiscate their estates and possessions and to sentence them to death. As for the priests, 42,000 of them were refractory. They were enjoined to lose no time in swearing allegiance to the state as head of the Church. Otherwise they could be considered rebels, and as such liable to instant arrest and imprisonment. When these decrees were presented to the king, he fell into a state of almost demented melancholy. For 10 days he pronounced no word even to his family. Perhaps in his dejection he might have given his sanction to these hated laws, for he foresaw the results of his refusal. But Marie Antoinette insisted on the veto, flinging herself at her husband's feet in tragic scenes of entreaty, en employant tantôt des images faites pour l'effrayer, tantôt les expressions de sa tendresse pour Louis, as Madame Campan tells us, having witnessed her heart-rending appeal. For 6 months the king hesitated, procrastinated, torn between his queen and his counsellors, until with either party he lost all credit. At first his j'examinerai had been received with respect due to the decision of the responsible head of a state. But while Louis continued to hesitate, the nation was moving violently. They soon lost contact. In the spring of 1792, the Girondin ministry required the king, as the executive power of the people, to declare war upon Austria. No measure could be more wounding to the court. The queen was an Austrian princess. Her marriage had been made to cement an Austrian alliance, and even at that hour Austria, though in arms, was still officially the ally of France. "Tant mieux," cried the queen, who had reached the last paroxysm of exasperation. But Louis, when he declared war, could not see the paper in his hands for the tears in his eyes. He considered his crown the victim of 2 opposing forces, the extremists at home and the invading émigrés. The war was popular with the nation which for so many centuries had hated Austria. The alliance had never sunk in, so to speak, much deeper than the sphere of the court. But the war was another reason for resenting the influence of l'Autrichienne. The campaign began with grave reverses for the French, defeats, panics, routs. Nothing in these first disastrous battles presaged the glorious campaigns of the Republic. The troops were ill-prepared and inexperienced. In many regiments the officers, all noble, had deserted en masse to join the ranks of the returning absentees. And that is how a young Corsican lieutenant in the regiment of La Fère, one Napoleon Bonaparte, found himself unexpectedly a captain. There were excuses for defeat, but the public did not accept them, and awaited the march of the Austrians on Paris in a mood of increasing exasperation. On the 15th of June the king affirmed his veto, and the public thought him bolder because of the Austrian advance. There were howls of wrath against Monsieur and Madame Veto. On the 20th the mob invaded the Tuileries. The king and queen were insulted, their lives in danger. The populace, armed with bill-hooks and pike-staves, poured through the palace crying, "Recall the veto! Recall the veto! You have deceived us once, take care lest you deceive us again." It was, says Hue, the king's faithful valet, a walking forest of pikes. As on all occasions when courage means calm endurance rather than enterprise or dashing bravery, Louis showed the most remarkable valour. Hour followed hour. "Sanction the decrees! Choose between us and the émigrés! Banish the priests!" shrieked the insurgents. The king, with a quiet smile, replied that this was not the moment to examine the decrees, and that he saw nothing to make him change his opinion. And then, with that excessive effusion to which he was liable in such times of storm and stress, he added, "I too am a patriot," and seizing the red cap of liberty on the head of one of his assailants, he donned it himself. There was a moment of stupor. The fat, pale king must have appeared an extraordinary spectacle, his dress disordered, half the powder shaken out of his hair, with that Phrygian cap tossing above his shy, awkward smile, as he stood in front of the excited mob, jogging the weight of his great body alternately from one foot on to the other, as was his wont. It was horribly hot, as it often is in Paris at midsummer. Someone produced a bottle of common blue wine and a glass. The patriots quenched their thirst, and then someone handing the glass to Louis, he drank too. When at 6 o'clock the mayor at last arrived, it was Pétion, one of the two deputies who had fetched the royal family from Varennes. When Pétion then turned up, festina lente, and doubtless hoping to find the king's head on a pike, the mob was good-naturedly roaring, "Le roi boit," the king drinks, as they cry on Twelfth Night, when the reveller who finds the bean in his piece of cake has to pay a glass all round to the rest of the party. In fine, the king's good humour, his unusual firmness too, for not a jot did he yield in all that day, together with the patience and grace displayed by the Queen and Madame Elisabeth, who had their own attack to sustain, increased rather than diminished the chances of the Constitutionalists. The extreme demagogues looked on in dismay. The experiment had missed fire, a mere flash in the pan. One Danton, a lawyer turned politician, whose criminal genius stuck at no scruple, resolved that he would try again. Danton believed with a passionate conviction that the welfare of France required the downfall of the king, and by fair means or foul he meant to compass it. How could the king conduct a war against the very powers who were hurrying to his defence? After the 20th of June, the Tuileries seemed far more powerful than they had been before. So Danton arranged for the 10th of August, the final crash. Danton, the Titan, the giant of the Revolution, was a man beyond the bounds of good and evil. A crime did not frighten him, however inhuman, as we shall see in September, if he thought it for the public good. He liked to think that he was a sort of surgeon who, cutting off the gangrened limb, saved the endangered body. The raison d'etat appeared to him a higher morality which exonerated all excess. Whatever the obliquity of his moral sense, his mental glance was piercing and direct. Louis was in secret correspondence with the kings of Spain, of Sweden, with Catherine of Russia, with Leopold of Austria, as to the best manner pour arrêter les factieux. The Queen especially was constantly in touch with the enemies of France. On the 21st of June we find her writing to Fescin, "Do not be too anxious about me. Believe that courage always commands respect. Our last expedient will ensure us time enough for them to come and save us, but what long weeks they will be. I dare not write more. Adieu. Hasten, if you can, the help that is promised for our deliverance." And she adds in sympathetic ink, "I am still alive, but it's a miracle. The 20th was an awful day." A few days later, on the 3rd of July, the Queen found means to send another note. "Our position is terrible, but I feel quite brave. Do not be too anxious. Something within me tells me that we shall be delivered. J'ai en moi quelque chose qui me dit que nous serons sauvés." She repeats the words to Madame Campan. On one of those July nights, while the moonlight flooded her bedchamber, she said to her faithful friend and follower, "Next month the moon will shine upon me free, and the king disengaged from all his chains." And she says she was acquainted with the itinerary of the Prussian advance and the line of march followed by the French princes. On such and such a day they will be at Verdun. They were about to besiege Lille. She knew all their stages. But she was anxious about what might happen in Paris during the interval. She spoke of the king's lack of energy. The king is no coward, he has plenty of passive courage, but he is weighed down by shyness and a strange self-diffidence. He does not know how to command, and the right word does not come readily to his lips. As for me, I should love to act, jump on a horse, and ride." Meanwhile, Austrians, Prussians, émigrés were crossing the frontier. The fury of the French became more and more alarming and perfectly comprehensible. Write Petrograd for Paris, and we of 1918 understand the situation at one glance. Lafayette hurried to Paris in the hope of aiding the escape of the sovereigns. "Better die," cried Marie Antoinette, "than be saved by Monsieur de Lafayette." She still hoped, poor lady, to be saved by the Duke of Brunswick. Brunswick, with his German faith in the efficacy of terror, warned the Parisians that not one stone of their city should be left upon another if so much as a hair of king or queen were harmed. The threat inflamed to madness the excitable blood of the Celts, and the French defeat served to fan the fever. The drums beat in the streets, the great black flag streaming from the towers of Notre Dame proclaimed the country in danger. Stands were erected on the public places, and on these scaffoldings a registrar with his ledger took down the names of the recruits, young and old, of every class, who volunteered for military service. "You must wait 10 days before Brunswick can be in France," wrote Fescin to the Queen. The time seemed intolerably long. "I wish they would put us in a tower," said the Queen to Madame Campan, "in a tower by the side of the sea." She had once said much the same to Danton. "You should put us in a tower for 3 months and forget us." And they were soon to put her in a tower. The evening of the 9th of August was stifling. All Paris was in the streets. One of those mysterious rumours which rise in a crowd like a groundswell passed from lip to lip. "Something is going to happen." At 11:45 the great bell of the Cordeliers, the Franciscan convent where Danton presided over the demagogic club, rang out in great, heavy, isolated notes. 6 churches in the neighbourhood responded in the same impressive, dreary toll. It was the tocsin. It was Danton in person who had set the bell ringers to work. Then he passed to the town hall, deposed the town council, and installed the new Commune of Paris, the Commune Insurrectionnelle, whose very name is the programme of a riot. And the attack on the Tuileries was decided. If Danton had found in front of him another Danton, there yet might have been a chance in the king's favour, at least a famous tug of war, at worst a chance to perish gloriously. But we know the timid, undecided character of the king, his horror of bloodshed. If we count the Swiss guards and the gendarmerie of the suburbs, summoned in haste to Paris and massed in the Tuileries in anticipation of an attack, if we count also the royalist gentlemen who, on learning the king's danger, flocked to the palace summarily armed with anything they could catch, rifles, pistols, swords, rapiers, daggers, and even, when cold steel and firearms failed, fire irons, Madame Campan noticed 2 brave defenders wielding a poker and tongs. Taking then stock of all, the king must have counted close on 2,000 defenders, but half of the gendarmes were secretly Jacobins at heart. At dawn Louis passed them in review. He had no flash of the gay, adventurous, martial spirit which might have lit an electric spark and unified the mass. Mute, preoccupied, dull, and apparently only half awake, he passed in front of them as pale as death, repeating parrot-like in front of every company, "J'aime la garde nationale," so that a little later his artillery joined the insurgents. The Queen still preached resistance. Louis thought it hopeless. And the royal family, headed by the king, took refuge in the National Assembly, which was sitting in the monastery of the Feuillants, situate opposite the Tuileries Gardens, on the site now occupied by the Rue de Rivoli, between the Rue de Castiglione and the Rue Saint-Roch. As they passed along the terrace in a storm of insult and derision, they looked for the last time on the palace and gardens of the kings of France. That night they were housed in a cell of the monastery, sleeping on casual shakedowns in the miserable little room with its damp green wallpaper. On the morrow they were removed, first to the Luxembourg, then to that great four-squared, turreted medieval dungeon of the Temple, which, since the destruction of the Bastille, did duty in Paris for a state prison. For a few days longer they were nominally king and queen in their captivity. But on the 20th of September the new assembly met under the name of the National Convention, and declared that there should be no more kings in France, but a republic, one and indivisible. The monarchy had fallen. The new order decreed that there should be no more kings. Yet on the 10th of August, when Louis XVI, with his wife and children, were hurrying, pale, dishevelled, along the terrace of the Feuillants, to that refuge which was to prove a waiting room for the scaffold, the king's flight had excited the surprise and contempt of a young artillery officer in the crowd. "Que coglione!" What a dolt! cried the captain Napoleon Bonaparte. The word still naturally rose in his lips in Italian. Who certainly, in the king's place, would not have abandoned his solid regiments of Swiss. At that date he did not imagine that the day would dawn when he would speak more tenderly of my late uncle, King Louis XVI, still less that another French palace should witness his own abdication. The monarchy had fallen. The fall of Louis XVI did not greatly depress the king's brother Monsieur, invading with the Prussian army the frontiers of the north-east. Farther than those limits he will not get for another score of years and more, when he, in his turn, shall wear the crown of Louis XVIII, and sole of all the sovereigns of France since Louis XV, resign it only on his deathbed. The monarchy had fallen. A handsome, empty-pated, ignorant, obstinate, frivolous, but not ungenerous prince is hastening from court to court in the attempt to organize a revanche. He thinks doubtless of his old crony and confederate Marie Antoinette, and his bigoted but chivalrous heart is full of plans of vengeance. He will not save her nor the Dauphin. A belated Perseus, he will see the monster of the riding school devour her and her little son, before he can snatch from that doom the young princess of France, petrified by misfortune into a statue of sad remembrance. We shall meet our prince again 30 years later as Charles X, king for half a dozen years ere he go out again into exile at Holyrood or Goeritz. For again the monarchy shall fall. Another young prince learned in that fateful August, with a surprise not wholly unmixed with approval, that the monarchy had fallen in France. This was the heir of Orléans, the son of Philippe Égalité, the great-great-grandson of the regent, the pupil of Madame de Genlis, that young Duke of Chartres, who was at that time the model, the Prince Charming of all Europe. Brave, gifted, accomplished, liberal and rich, with an army of politicians scheming in his favour, the young colonel of dragoons in Dumouriez's army appeared infinitely more favoured by fortune than the Corsican artillery captain. But Napoleon and the Restoration will make him wait his turn. Not until 1830 will Louis Philippe ascend the throne of France, and he too in his turn shall abdicate and die in exile. The monarchy in France has fallen, and it shall fall many a time again. End of section 27. Section 28 of A Short History of France by Mary Duclos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Part 4. The Revolution and Europe. Chapter 1. The Reign of Terror. Part 1. To the monarchy succeeded the republic. Seldom has any government come into being in such a tragic hour. The Prussians were before Verdun and Longwy. The Austrians were laying siege to Lille. The French army was wholly disorganized. The soldiers, in a large proportion uninstructed volunteers, in many regiments the officers had deserted to join the invading forces hastening to the relief of the king. The Republic, it is true, possessed several brilliant generals, Dumouriez, Pichegru, Moreau, but she was not sure of their loyalty, and, as a matter of fact, these great captains were all to pass into the ranks of her enemies. Such as it was, the army was cruelly hampered by the shortage of provisions and munitions. As for the country, the principles of the provinces were still an unknown quantity. The south and west were suspected of royalism, and Paris, which had invented the Republic, was torn between two parties whose clash and conflict might at any moment strike out the flame of civil war. After the fall of the monarchy, the Constitution of 1790 was naturally good for nothing. A new assembly, the Legislative, was to meet in the autumn in order to elaborate a republican code. During the 2 months of interregnum, although the ministers in office were chiefly Girondins, with every week the opposition gained a greater power. The men of the moment were the deputies of the extreme left, the ultra-democrats, backed by the clubs, Jacobin and Cordelier, and the terrible agitators of the Commune. Despite many rancours and rivalries, they were united by one great article of faith, which they all held in common: the supremacy of Paris. Paris was the natural king of France in the eyes of the Mountain. The left of the chamber was known as the Mountain, because the advanced party sat at the summit of the amphitheatre which served for the sessions of the Assembly. No theory was more repugnant to their opponents, the deputies of Bordeaux, the Gironde. Roughly speaking, we may say that the Gironde represented the spirit of the provinces, especially the provinces of the south and the west. The Girondins were partisans of a democratic, a liberal, an Athenian republic. They were opposed to any form of dictatorship, but especially to the absolute sway of Paris. Infernal Paris. Paris, they love to say, is a department, and as such has a right to an 83rd share of power and influence, no more. Especially did they dread the reckless tyranny of the Commune. They were men of Aquitaine, enlightened, eloquent, without the grim earnestness and fierce inventiveness of their antagonists. These men of the Gironde, of Bordeaux — Bordeaux is the capital of the department of the Gironde — were the natural adversaries of the men of the Mountain, who were led by the deputies from Champagne and from Arras, Danton, Robespierre, Saint-Just. Each group was a nucleus round which gathered the representatives of the north, the elect of the south. Once more France was shaken and almost divided by their incompatibility. The members of the Gironde were the descendants of those learned, elegant rhetoricians and magistrates we have met in Ausonius's Burdigala. The deputies on the crest of the mountain were those men of the north-east whom Caesar praised as the bravest, most daring, and most ferocious of the Gauls, horum omnium fortissimi sunt Belgae. The Gironde was essentially liberal and law-abiding. No less republican than the Mountain, and in some ways more extreme, the Gironde, not the Mountain, declared war on Austria. Its activity was political rather than social. The very cornerstone of the doctrines of the Gironde was the liberty of the individual. To them, the rights of property were sacred. These Aquitanians, with their classic culture and their Latin quotations, with their love of local life and local colour, with their mingling of democratic principles and traditional prejudice, had voted conscientiously a change of government, without any presage of the wild, mad, topsy-turvy world into which that measure was to introduce them. They had hoped to achieve liberty and make no sacrifice. The men of the mountain were a more deadly sort of theoricians. The revolution was to them a faith. More than that, one of those terrible superstitions to which the thugs, for instance, or the disciples of Juggernaut, are willing to immolate both enemies and friends. They too loved liberty, and yet were willing to sacrifice it to that dearer deity, equality, or to that holy of holies, the love of country. But their patriotism, although intense, was narrow and embraced only those Frenchmen who were of their opinion. Their ideal was an oligarchy of Jacobins, say some 300,000 of them, controlling 6 or 7 millions of Girondins, Feuillants, Royalists, or indifferents. I say Jacobins, for the Jacobins were to the mountain what the Jesuits were to Rome, an incomparable organ of propaganda and defence. At first a mere club, where the Breton members of the National Assembly used to meet at Versailles, the society had moved its headquarters to the desecrated convent of Whitefriars or Jacobins, when the Assembly, in October 89, had followed the king to Paris. Here the Willem Breton Club, rebaptized Jacobin, became the very centre and focus of extreme democratic principles, with branches in all the towns, in many of the villages of France, some 2,400 Sociétés Populaires, established throughout the length and breadth of the Republic, entrusted with the most various functions and duties. Their duty was to watch the conduct of citizens and public bodies, to send constant reports to the Central Society, to inspect and control the elections of local officials, to keep an anxious eye on the sayings and doings of all suspected persons, such as nobles, priests, men of wealth or standing, political opponents of any sort. They were also employed in the exercise of charity, in relieving the necessities of widows and orphans, in redressing injustice, in discovering deposits of saltpetre for the use of the armies. Endless were the attributes of the Société Populaire, but the first and foremost was that of a perpetual and ubiquitous Vigilance Committee, a vast society of revolutionary police. At the date which we have reached, 1792, these societies, charged with the political and moral supervision of the whole French public, were not as yet recruited from the illiterate class. Neither were they as a rule men of the culture and tradition that mark the Girondins, but needy journalists, doctors with a bee in their bonnet like Marat, priests with views, briefless barristers, local shopkeepers enriched by the acquisition of national estates, that is, church lands or property confiscated by the government on account of the emigration of the original owners, men of restless intelligence and enthusiastic principle, enchanted by their new importance, positive, able organizers whose quick suspicions and alert mistrust detected the least symptom of danger to the Republic, and whose harsh patriotism punished without pity the least variation from the tables of their law. They were the Puritans of liberty. The Jacobin Club in Paris was the oracle of the Convention. Its endless ramifications implanted Paris like a thorn in the flesh of the most distant provinces. There came a time when to calumniate Paris was a crime punishable by death. Yet, odious as were the means they employed, they ensured unity of direction, a central force and prompt action in the hour of national danger. The Jacobins realized that liberal traditions must be suspended during the tug of war. Let us recall the way they saved their country, and if we cannot admire, we may excuse the greatness of their crimes, and exclaim with that fierce old Tory and Papist Joseph de Maistre, "Le mouvement révolutionnaire, une fois établi, la France et la monarchie ne pouvaient être sauvées que par le jacobinisme. Nos neveux qui s'embarrasseront très peu de nos souffrances et qui danseront sur nos tombeaux, riront de notre ignorance actuelle et se consoleront aisément des excès que nous avons vus et qui auront conservé l'intégrité de plus beaux royaumes. Considérations sur la France, Lausanne, 1796. The Republic had stumbled to its seat through a mire of blood. After the fall of the monarchy, Danton had assumed the direction of affairs by right of the natural predominance of energy and passion in a man who sees where he is going and knows what he means. He had no other right. He was simply Minister of Justice in a Girondin ministry, opposed to his views on most points of politics. But he was determined to save the revolution. He was well aware that the country contained far more constitutionalists, perhaps even more royalists, than republicans. The Republic, if it was to come into being, would be a creation of Paris, and a republic seemed necessary to Danton, at any rate as a phase in the interests of the revolution. The imminent danger ahead was a Bourbon restoration, a long regency under Monsieur, or Artois, a return to the principles of Louis XV, and France dismembered in payment of the Allies, changed into a second Poland, with Flanders given to Austria and Lorraine to Prussia. This, at all risks, Danton was determined to avert. Paris was full of spies and conspirators, if we can give these names to royalists who thought they had as good a right to their opinions as the revolution to its own revolt. But they were men, at any rate, who were guilty of communicating with the invaders. Danton flung them into prison. The Swiss guards who had defended the Tuileries, quantities of non-juring priests, nobles, aristocrats, and especially the fathers, mothers, wives, or children of émigrés, considered as hostages. Several ex-ministers of Louis XVI were swept into the net. On the 28th of August, a house-to-house visitation of the police searched every drawer and every cupboard, sounded every panel, lifted every hearthstone, inquired into every correspondence in the capital. Meanwhile, the gates of Paris were closed, all communication with the country was stopped. Paris was a prisoner kept in close confinement. As a result of this inquisition, more than 1,000 suspects were added to the immense body of political prisoners already confined in the jails and convents of the city. It is probable that few royalists were left at large. But was not this huge phalanx of traitors dangerous even behind its bolts and bars? Was not its captivity another incentive to the advance of those invaders who came to redress the wrongs of king and queen? And on the very eve of a general election, was not this royalist fermentation an encouragement to the provinces, only to incline to favour a reaction? Across the Channel, Burke at that time was crying to the king's party to steel their hearts to pity. He wrote, "Diffuse terror." But it was Danton who took his advice. It was Danton who said to the Assembly, "Il faut faire peur aux royalistes." It was Danton who said, "I looked my crime straight in the face, and I chose it." End of section 28.